Dr. Modak, could you start your presentation?
Am I audible? Because I couldn't hear anything so far. Am I audible to you?
Maybe you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
No, I'm unmuted already. You can hear, but
coming through.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
No, I'm not. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, then I'll try sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen now? Hello? Hello, can you see my screen?
Sir, we can see your screen, sir.
Okay, great. So, very good morning to everybody. Today I'm going to speak a bit about the fair trade, sustainable procurement, and circular economy. And the idea of the presentation is to show how many of these are very well connected, and there is a need to see a synergy between all these three. I don't have to restate this because you have in yesterday's opening deliberations have discussed about the trade and importance to have this trade being conducted to ensure that many people who are part of this trade and the material flow are not affected in any manner in any unfair practices, and that we are able to address the issues of poverty and dignity and to receive a fair income to the labor. So it's not surprising that we saw the emergence of the practice of fair trade, especially to come up with guarantees and procedures to those who are belonging to less developed countries, that they receive a fair price that not only reflects the true costs of their production and work, but also makes socially just and environmentally sound production possible. If you look at the 10 principles of fair trade, which came from the World Fair Trade Organization, WFTO, they walk you right from the opportunities for disadvantage all the way to respect for the environment. And if you mapped these 10 principles with the 17 sustainable development goals, you see a very good conformance between what is agreed in the SDGs and what the principles have been laid by the WFTO. One of the effective ways that we want to grow the fair trade movement is to look into both supply and demand, where we increase somehow the demand for the fair trade products and build the capacities of the suppliers who can participate in the fair trade, try to minimize the mismatch, and while building the demand come with instruments in procurement, both public and private, by leading with examples how such a trade is beneficial from the social, economic, as well as environmental perspective and has a very strong ethical foundation. and all in all contributes significantly to sustainable development, especially to SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production. There is indeed a huge power when we bring in these principles in procurement, and especially in public procurement, where the public procurement has a very major share in terms of the percentage of GDP. And there are many examples what you see happening in different parts of the world where efforts have been made to introduce the fair trade principles in procurement. And once that happens, we probably see an anchoring happening of these principles into the uh, flow of materials or products and delivery of services. If you looked at those earlier 10 principles and you want to put them into practice, then probably we could take a route of 6 steps procedure where you create the procurement policy and embed it in the policy on sustainable procurement, then move towards implementation of the policy, which does need that people participating in the policy and its implementation are aware and skilled and educated how to practice the principles into practice by right procedures. Then we do take efforts on creating more local sustainable procurement, therefore partner with local fair trade actors and establish networks which could be used to further promote sustainable public procurement. So these steps, in many ways, are cyclic, and they keep on giving feedback to the policies and the principles and the procedures, and keep enhancing the share of the fair trade in sustainable public procurement. If we looked at then as a next step, that we have to look at different perspectives to be the foundation, to provide a foundation to the fair trade based procurement policy, we got to look at these 4 different perspectives. That we have to figure out how can we demonstrate the commitment which is mentioned in the policy so that that commitment can be demonstrated through an enforcement. Then if those commitments which have been expressed, which need to be tracked and ensured that they are followed, how do we take these aspirations to increase the procurement over time, and the organizations participating in the fair trade movement as a part of the overall procurement, how can they link the organizational principles that the policy reflects? So this is also very important. But all this would need that we must have a system for verification and impact assessment for calibration of the standards and procedures, because building trust is extremely important and often this element is overlooked. So we have to ensure that if we want to make this policy more grounded and accepted to increase the fair trade product services flow, then you have to have such verification and impact assessment component as a part of the fair trade movement. Many times we have to look at the element of sustainable sourcing and certifications following that. And when it comes to the business supply chains, which are there to add value, I mean, improve the value chain, and at the same time, not just the product, but the system follows the procedures which are very important. That means the way the product is produced or services are rendered. And then we follow this either through certification scheme of the core mark, or the supporting, which focus more on the ingredients. So, in other words, these elements become extremely important on the point I earlier made of building the trust. Circular economy is one vehicle that being talked about more recently. And how can we connect the dots here between the principles we follow in fair trade and the spirit of circular economy? Now, principle 10, which I talked about earlier in the 10 principles of WFTO, respect for environment. This is one of the entry points where circularity comes in, where we go away from the linear consumption model, address the social injustice, and note that there is a imbalance in the wealth accumulation between those who are demanding, and there is an issue who are supplying on the count of environmental impacts or resource depletion and human injustice. So, a circular model, when fair and inclusive, only then it can address these challenges. So, they need to balance between the economic focus with social protection. The question then comes at how can we apply these principles to our advantage to make the fair trade both competitive and sustainable, and what benefits would this bring? And therefore it's worth to look into the link between fair trade and circular economy. This is an interesting statement made by Emmanuel Mose, which is you should take it more on the spirit what he's saying than not the numbers. But the point made is that linear models are not really going to be the way ahead of material flow. And it is something, when we talk about circularity, it is a part of the traditional ecological knowledge, as we say TEK. And that's where the intersection can come very well with the society, sustainability, and fair trade while being in the limits of growth. So many examples exist when we talk about businesses that can be both circular and fair. And these examples, I mean, there are umpteen examples, but I just illustrated somewhere. You see upcycling, which is a part of the principles of circular economy, provides an opportunity for many of the communities and when they are operating their businesses or are supported, then you see a good intersection between the two of fair trade and circular economy. But we got to be very careful when we do such connecting of the dots, especially when it comes to upcycling, which is often looked at as one good intervention to introduce circularity in the fair trade, is because many times we don't give enough thought on the risk of upcycling. So take an example of t-shirts made out of plastic bottles, which looks like it's a great idea. But then there are high risks of microplastics getting released in every wash. There are risks, therefore, which continue to humans and ecosystems. You also have a similar case when you make toys out of plastic waste, and they can contain still the elements of fire retardants, which can be carcinogenic to the children when they use their saliva in chewing in some by the toys, plastic toys made out of waste plastic. So while you do see there are good opportunities, which we call as opportunities to apply circular principles and come up with products which can demonstrate their responsibility, and especially ensuring that the job creation is happening in the informal sector responsibly, then this is a great synergy between circular economy and fair trade. The four key principles that one should follow in such a value chain creation is try to be maximally in the inner circle where community plays a role in the reuse and recycling, and circling longer where you bring in a service of repair and refurbishing, which has again a great opportunity in terms of business models, and also ensure that inputs are used to the purest extent, not contaminated, which then don't give challenges when it comes to recycling. And a good look at how can you diversify the reuse, for example, using materials from one sector to another, like what you see happening in the management of waste streams, downstream going again in upcycling in some other sector. So I have few recommendations to end. One is a series on how do we bring in these ideas together into fair trade practices. So what we're looking at then is to promote inclusive circular business models. But that to nurture, we have to have mentoring and financial support. Enforcing social and ethical performance both upstream and downstream in the value chains through what we say supplier codes of conduct, and then ensuring design for value retention, as I said earlier, while addressing the risks, and access to circular products and services. Example of products is repaired and refurbished goods. I think that's the way that you can integrate these earlier concepts I talked about circularity into fair trade and strengthening the fair trade uh, segment of the overall procurement. The other recommendations are enabling both circular and socially responsible procurement. That's very important. Optimizing reverse logistics and value retention processes. Although we cannot eliminate, but at least tame exploitation of natural and human capital, not just for economic growth, and ensure a just transition to circular economy. And use transparency and disclosure, bring in traceability, which will strengthen the fair trade movement, and also get into tools such as the social life cycle assessment or SLCA. This gives an opportunity to not only look at the compliance through hotspotting, but also ensure that there is a fair business ethics used in the supply of the goods and services. So, to end, in all these movements, sustainability should always be the first. It's very important to remember that sometimes the solutions, if not looked at in this lens, may look attractive on a short term, but they can be quite a risk proposition over a long term. So, colleagues, I'll stop at this point and happy to take any questions if you have, or I'll be sharing this presentation I already shared with the organizers. And thank you once again for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you today.
In your presentation, your thoughts, your experiences with us. Definitely, this resonates with a lot of us who are there in the hall today because they've been working for several years, if not decades, in sustainability and trying to bring it within their businesses. But thank you so much for sharing, and definitely, we are going to be working with you on a strategy on a national level, sir, and see how we can make a roadmap. Thank you once again for your
Thank you.
time and for your presentation. That was very,
Thank
very
you,
valuable.
Anjali.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
I would now like to invite Abhishek Jani, the CEO of Fairtrade India, to give a few words of the journey of Fairtrade in India. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so welcome once again to everyone to the second day of our Fairtrade Towns Conference, the first national conference that we're having. I think it has been an incredible presentation from Dr. Modak, where he has really brought in the concept of Fairtrade into the broader lens of how all of us who are working in the Fairtrade ecosystem can also connect with other systems and with the mainstream in different ways, including with the government, including with the retail and the mainstream. Today, right now, I want to just briefly share with you some of the work that we're doing at Fairtrade India and how that links in to the whole Fairtrade Towns movement, and therefore how I feel it is a great milestone where we have a fantastic runway to achieve. So I'm just going to share a little more about Fairtrade. So we talked about it yesterday, but here's the image from the Gandhi Tittle in 2015 when the Fairtrade Towns movement was kick-started. And we have Pushpanath along with the government representatives and all the civil society members who were there at the inauguration. And as I said yesterday, I think we have really come a long way. Come a long way as a Fairtrade Towns movement, but also come a long way as a fair trade movement in India. What we're seeing is, way back in 2015, when things were really just in an ideation state, at a nascent stage, where whether it was on the business side, whether it was on the community side, whether it was on the awareness building side, we were really starting off various processes at an early pace. Things have really moved on quite a bit. So what have we seen? We've seen that over the last 4 or 5 years, thanks to the support from the European Union government and the Switch Asia project, our schools program has expanded dramatically. What used to be just a span of 2 schools or 3 schools with about 1,000 students learning and understanding about fair trade has now risen to a network of over 35 schools with 45,000 students across India learning about fair trade and pushing for fair trade in their communities, in their households. We're seeing a number of initiatives taking place, whether it be at the workplaces, where people incorporating sustainable procurement in their offices. We're seeing the towns taking fair trade into the hospitality sector. We're seeing civil society organizations like Fashion Revolution collaborating with us to promote sustainable fashion through the fair trade movement. And university students, right from fashion institutes to your design institutes and your mainstream humanities institutes, all wanting to learn about fair trade, all wanting to contribute to fair trade in their own way. The awareness of fair trade has also been growing steadily through our presence in the media. The Towns movement has been phenomenal in raising local awareness, bringing in locally relevant stories, but also at a national level, we've been seeing fair trade being spoken about as more and more of our partners come on board, as more commercial partners come on board, as more of these initiatives connect with schools and other issues of the communities. We're seeing in the online space a lot of influencers and celebrities like Farhan Akhtar and Kalki, who's a local celebrity here in Puducherry. She has been a strong voice for the fair trade movement as well. And we've seen in the online space, social media influencers as well as some of the bloggers and journalists writing about fair trade more and more. And this is where I think when we do any aspect of our fair trade, I think one of the first things that people constantly ask us is, how does this connect to our life, right? I like the concept. I believe we should have an equitable and a just society. I believe that the environmental impact should be limited. But how do I, today, living in a city, start bringing and incorporating that change? And so that's a big part of some of the things that we do, is we spend a lot of time trying to convince businesses. And you can see, there's a mix of businesses from startups to some of the high street brands. And hopefully later today we'll be hearing from them as well. But we see more and more mainstream businesses joining us and launching hundreds, literally over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had hundreds of fair trade products being introduced in the Indian market. So what was typically what was called the south to north embracing fair trade and businesses who are providing products for the Indian market, right from fashion to coffee and teas, spices, the categories are expanding and growing. Not only are the categories expanding and growing, but what we also see is that the availability is moving and is becoming a part of many different platforms. So we just literally last year, we had the Novotel hotels across the country committed to sourcing their bath amenities on fair trade terms. We've had stores in the airport and high street stores, also stocking more and more fair trade products, and brands who are on the high street now beginning to stock fair trade products as a part of that. Of course, the online has been a great point of access, and I think with the pandemic, but also beyond, online enables fair trade products to be available throughout the country, literally at the click of a few buttons. So that's another channel where you're now increasingly making fair trade products more and more accessible. But what are we doing all of this for, right? What are we doing all of this for? One is, of course, we believe in the movement, but what we're seeing is that it is translating into tangible impact for our producers. Whether it is in providing better healthcare facilities for tea plantation workers, their children, and the elderly, whether it is enabling people like Lingubai, who have started their own micro-enterprise, diversifying from cotton cultivation into starting like rainbow poultry farming through the use of the fair trade premium. Whether we have seen the devastating effects of the floods in Kerala being mitigated to some extent through the fair trade premium, and again, diversification of the livelihoods, the distribution of cattle. And then many such more impact stories that you can see and come across. And I'm sure across today you will hear from all our colleagues on this front. So with that, I would like to say thank you so much. Looking forward to an exciting day at the conference. And yes, to creating more of impact.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for sharing the journey of fair trade in India, and it's incredible the work that is being done all across India and towards different sectors, and that's what's really amazing. And I think what you really focused, what is very interesting is today the India market is opening up for the mainstream brands that are looking at not only exporting but even coming into the Indian market. So incredible work, thank you very much. I would like to now share a video message sent to us by Rupa Mehta. She is the president of the WFTO Global, and she apologizes for not being here, but she sent us a lovely message for the conference. So while we wait for...
Hello everyone, I'm sorry to miss the first Fairtrade Town Conference in India. As of course you would know, the Fairtrade Town campaign is a joint initiative of Fairtrade International and the WFTO, engaging Fairtrade Forum India and many other actors. The plan is to engage governments, policymakers, municipal bodies, educational and other institutions, CSOs, the larger civil society, and of course citizens. The plan is to create fair and sustainable cities and towns informed by fair trade principles and values, to create well-being, abundance, prosperity for citizens, and a caring, healthy, nurturing environment. And of course, support for fair trade products and producers. In the early years, we believed that this campaign would only be successful in the northern countries, where there was fair trade awareness and growing awareness, and where our markets exist. However, this has changed over time, as in many parts of the world, there was a growing awareness of disparities in income, growing discrimination, and a reality where even basic essentials which were required for sustaining life were not available to a large number of people. It is at this time that there is recognition that there is a need for social, environment, and of course trade justice. We all know the impact which the climate crisis has had on the people, and more so on the people in our parts of the world. So the larger vision is to align ourselves to sustainable development goals of sustainable towns and cities, and to achieve this by the year 2030. So I wish all of you a great conference with much learning and sharing, being inspired and inspiring, and just working towards realizing a vision of an India dotted with several fair trade towns and cities. I wish you all the very, very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rupa, to have sent us this amazing message and wishing us all the best for this conference. I would like to now invite Panchuji, who is the President of Fairtrade Forum India, to give a few words on their journey in the Fairtrade reality. Thank you so much, Panchuji. There's a mic. There's a mic. There's a mic.
Good morning, friends. It's like a relay race. 4 people joined. We are only 3. The 4th one is upcoming. The 3 are the so-called philosophers of fair trade and the formation of IND and WFTO. The second runner who runs fast is Fairtrade International and Fairtrade India. And the third one is, just kick-starting Fairtrade Towns International, Fairtrade Towns India. And the 4th one, yet to come, is the consumer movement. So friends, I'm going to take back from those days to present days. She said few words, but I'm worried it is not possible in few words. Few more words. Friends, I would like you to take back to the Second World War. Probably none of us were like those days. People who came from different West to see the situation of the post-war, they are moved with apathy and the situation in the Third World War, Third World countries. People have skills, people have products, but they are not able to sell to get the next meal. That is where they thought we should help people, and they took briefcases of crowds from Asia and India to sell in the West. And they started selling in the churches and in the communities to raise funds to send back. And this is the first event, and this started slowly. This is also sort of birth of Oxfam, Oxford Famine Relief. Like Oxford Famine Relief, there are other organizations like NCC from US. They started working very much in Bangladesh and present Bangladesh, those days East Pakistan and other countries. And organizations like IPA in Germany and SOS in Netherlands, etc. So 50s and 60s, there are lots of suitcase businesses going up and down. Then they realized we should help in a bigger way. So how do we do that? Let us import. This is what had started in the 60s. My friends were telling me. I was probably a kid and going to the school, so I did not know much about that those days. Then 63, when the IND conference was held in Delhi, the declaration was trade is aid. Instead of aid for development, trade is aid. So that gave an impetus. Why not we trade so that we can help least developed countries or third world countries to come up and help the poor to get next meal with some dignity. So this is how in 60s alternate marketing, they started alternate, called it as alternate marketing. From conventional marketing to alternate marketing, and some NGOs in the developing countries joined. I know a few, but I am not very sure, so I do not name them now. And in the 70s, I know that many organizations came up, and I started working in one of the organizations. It so happened after my college, I was wondering what to do. I came from an average family and do not know what to do, so I thought during my free times I should help, because getting one rupee is a difficult thing those days. So without money, what can we do? So free service, that's a social service. That is how I got involved in many activities. I was the intercollegiate university chairman of social service in Madras University during 68-70 when I was doing my PG. Then I was wondering, then I happened to be one of the first community organizers from India who got trained in US and Philippines in 72. Working in the slums, we realized not only rights but responsibilities go together. So I started working, encouraging people to do something so that they can sell and raise. And mid-70s, I joined Swallows, an organization working in the Madras slums, working with the women who make batik and who used to sell to different countries. That is where I encountered the word alternate marketing. That was in 74. Then we realized it's the best way, best alternative available. Then we are going, very much. And but it was marketing with a sort of a philanthropic approach. We understand delays, we understand quality problems, but they still want to buy and sell it. You know how difficult it is. And so it was not successful. So how do we encourage business in a business way? Business charity is not good. Business has to be business. And please understand, profit is not a dirty word, as long as it is reasonable and well-made. So friends, late 70s I saw a number of organizations like along with Swallows, Tara, Shasha, Asha, Comprama coming up in late 70s in different parts of the countries. I was one who was part of Comprama. Yesterday one of the young guy came who is in mid-40s. I saw you there, sir. I was a school student. Something like that. So friends, from 70s when we moved to 80s, there are lots of European groups coming to India, started buying a number of things, and and they are also meeting there in Europe together to share and learn each other's experience. How to avoid duplication, how to avoid overpricing, how to consolidate and getting things cheaper. These are some of the things. That led to a kind of formation of a group called IFED, International Federation for Alternate Trade, that was created in 89. And those friends thought whether to have a group by ourselves or get the producer groups or the third world partners as partners. So they had the first conference in 91 in Dublin, Ireland, and I happened to be part of that conference from India. That time CIPA was coming, and between late 70s and 91, I traveled along from training for about 10 years as part of the British program in India. That is where I came to know Teddy exports, good old days. Teddy is known for quality, strict, regimented, and systematic people. And their products were there globally with Body Shop. And friends, so 91, when I was going as part of CIPA, which is a network of producer groups in South India, some of my colleagues were here, and we were helping, not only helping them to understand fair trade principles, but also how to market their products. So 81, the conference gave us a kind of link. Yes, fair trade is common for not only Europe, but also developing producer countries, not only buyers, producers. So we started joining together, and my organization, CIPA, happens to be one of the early members of IFED those days. But they agreed to meet every 2 years in a different country, So 93 we are in the second conference in Philippines, but between the first and the second one, how to synthesize conscious effort and work kind of system building. That is where the need for Fairtrade standards or Fairtrade principles came in. We started discussing left and right. What does mean Fairtrade? What do you mean by Fairtrade? Being sympathetic, being supportive, or how to define? These are some of the things which came in, and we started working, and I had the opportunity of working with a very nice group in Madras, and we had the workshop in Ooty. I know that 92 November we had a great workshop in the winter, how to define Fairtrade, what are the Fairtrade standards. 93 we made it in Philippines, and 95 in Maryland. This became sort of a globally discussed Fairtrade standards. It was 9 standards because we didn't see the urgency or importance of the seriousness of environment. That was added subsequently. Friends, and 95 when we are talking about that, those which was IFAT, Integrated Plantation or Alternate Marketing, as Rupa said, I think if I remember right, 95 floors coming. They want to quantify from quality statement. So the marketing strategy, they took it out, labeling strategy they evolved, and instead of doing together, they started it should be done professionally. So they started flow certification. So with flow certification, Fairtrade has become visible from philosophy to action. So now you see globally, Fairtrade is very much aligned with flow because consumers are anyway flow more than WFTO. That's a reality. But we are elder brothers, if not parents, and to give all this effort. Now, globally, Fairtrade is visible, but that is not happening in India. During late 80s and 90s, when I used to talk to the government offices and others about Fairtrade, they said, yes, a trade fair. What is the difference? You're talking something wrong. I said, sir, madam, this is different. No. I know what is. The same people go to Europe, some conference, come back. Panji, please come. You said something Fairtrade, no, please tell us. What are you know? Please give us in writing so that I can communicate with them. So, thanks for the European trips. The Fairtrade has become more visible. I felt very bad, but I also felt very happy about how Fairtrade has become visible among the bureaucracy. And at the same time, the producer could understand because most of the development organizations has to have kind of part of employment orientation and vocational training, etc. And not only produce but market. But this charity market can be once we are so sympathetic or taken away by the emotions, and by second time we thought of avoiding it because your own family member says, you dirty fellow, you do not know how to spend money, you are wasting money. So I used to get a nice feedback from my family when I buy these things. So which means it has to have a quality, it has to have a sustainability, you cannot go by emotions. So we started training people, look, your effort is good, but it has to be better. And now I like to relate to Fairtrade and good Fairtrade. Today I learned the difference between Fairtrade and good Fairtrade from our speaker. It's like he's a good student, he's a very good student. That difference. Good student is good, very good student is very good. So Fairtrade has to be good Fairtrade, not only Fairtrade, it has to be good Fairtrade. So friends, during the 4th biennial conference that CPAS hosted in Ooty in 1997, the Fairtrade standards become formally agreed to. Then the problem came in how to define Fairtrade. Because WFTO or IFAT has been thinking somewhere, Flow has been thinking differently. So there has been a meeting together these two partners, elder brother, younger brother. Younger brother says this is needed. Elder brother says no, slow, go this way. So there are discussions for about 4 or 5 years. If I remember right, finally we resolved in 2007 having a common Fairtrade definition and common Fairtrade standards. So we are like two brothers going different way, but have a common definition and a common standard. So the 9 to 10 standards and the definition has been commonly agreed by WFTO and Flow. So whatever I talk or whatever Abhishek talks, we talk based on the same 10 principles, same definition, If I go on this side, Abhishek goes on this side. Finally, we want to come together. The destination is the same. So, friends, if I take you to the final points, and in the year 1997, following Ooty conference, I realized the need for a common action, common minimum plan for the Indian fair trade partners. India is being a subcontinent, so many languages, difference, etc. We are really in a typical way. So how to come together? So after following the conference, there was discussion how we as fair trade or people working on sustainable development or whatever we call it, we are working on the same area, but how do we come together? So it took us roughly 2 years plus and somebody's bad experience, because when you are hit, when something happens, only you realize the value, no? So one of our members exported and the buyer said, sorry, I don't have money. That's all. So he says, my money has gone, how do I get back? So we need to come together and make a joint effort, push and get things done. So that is brought together in the year 2000, Fairtrade Forum India was formally launched. And I was asked to take over the founder president to give a shape. So the Fairtrade Forum India was in Chennai for 2 years, and at the base, we are registered as a national network organization of producer groups. It's a membership-based organization, and 2003, with all the funding, etc., I moved it to Delhi. Now it is in Delhi with about 14 staff working, and thanks to EU, this is the third project we are running. We had the first project called Share. Second project, EU market support. The third project now Sri since 2020. Mr. Ram, his colleague, is working with us. And this project is covering about 10,000 women artisans across the country. How to make them as from artisan to social entrepreneurs. She's coming close to me, ask me to go up. So, yeah. So, friends, now this is where, as again Rupa rightly said, 2003, the fair trade towns has become visible. I forgot the north of Scotland, the city where trade craft. Newcastle has been declared as the first fair trade town during the conference. So we are all there. So many of us, it's a new experience. What is fair trade towns? Then 2009, we tried something in 2007, we tried something in Bangalore. We are not successful because we are trying to do a bit philosophical, and thanks to Abhishek and Anjali, now the fair trade towns has become a reality. So friends, we are here to walk and run together, and I say that what was started in the 50s and 60s and now become a three-leg stool, that is WFTO, Flow, and Fairtrade International. It needs to come as a four-leg chair to be strong and stable with the consumer movement locally and nationally and globally. So we'll have a certain philosophy to kind of certification to kind of consumers, communities and consumers. So we can work together. I look forward. That's happening in the nearest future, and I'll be there to witness that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pankaj, for taking us through the history of fair trade, actually, which is global as well as the journey that happened in India. We will now share a small message from Jiun Jeon. She is the International Fair Trade Steering Committee member for Asia Pacific region, and she has sent us a very sweet message for the conference.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Asia Pacific region and Fair Trade Towns Korea, I'd like to congratulate the conference opening. The first National Fairtrade Towns Conference is not only meaningful for India, but also for all countries that are participating in the Fairtrade Towns movement. In addition, the first theme of the session, a journey towards a sustainable development, reflects the urgent issues that we are facing now. For decades, leading pioneers, governments, and international organizations have made great effort to improve the world. However, we still live in the middle of global warming, deforestation, poverty, discrimination, and conflict. However, we have also witnessed several achievements in human history for a long time. I do believe that Fairtrade Towns movement is one of outstanding achievements that is transforming the world. Fairtrade Towns movement clearly shows the Paris, think globally, act locally. People who are eager to attain social innovation or sustainable development could easily participate in the movement. That is because Fairtrade Towns movement is quite flexible, simple, but at the same time meaningful action. I can find these vital points of the movement in the case of Fairtrade Towns movement in India. A story about the launch of Fairtrade Twin Towns in Puducherry and Auroville is very inspiring for all Fairtrade Towns activities in the world. The walking campaign in India shows that Fairtrade Towns sincerely cares about the environment, humanity, and connectedness that could become the cornerstone of the sustainability. I think the first National Fairtrade Towns Conference in India will be a valuable step forward in expanding the Fairtrade Towns movement. In addition, Fairtrade Towns India presents an excellent example to other activities in the world. I look forward to Fairtrade Towns Korea and Asia Pacific regions one day can make a collaborative conference that can share good practice and learn from each other. Once again, I'd like to celebrate the start of the meaningful conference. Thank you very much.
So from here we start introducing the different Fairtrade Town Steering Committee members. We are running a little late, so I'll request them to maybe shorten their presentations. We start with Uma. Uma is from Upasana, a conscious clothing brand. She has been with us from the very beginning of the Fairtrade Towns movement that started in 2015. So Uma, over to you. Yes, thank you.
Greetings from Auroville, being the partner of or being the frontier of Twin Town Project, Auroville and Pondicherry. And it is heartening for me as an Aurovillian to see something is so natural to us as a work process, thanks to Mother Nature, though outside it has to be put into norm and processes, and that's fair trade is one of them. So my work has been, I'm trained as a fashion designer and I run a conscious clothing brand in Auroville, and which has created a milestone for the country in the last 15 years of activism. And my work was to see this, if this sector has a 54 million people working in craft clothing and textile in India, how come this sector is not contributing much to national GDP? That has been my work. What I see being associated with fair trade movement and thought process, which is for me, it starts with integral yoga of Sri Aurobindo and lands up to what WFTO and FTO is holding as a ground for the rest of the humanity. India is one of the very special countries where our production part is of course large, and we have a huge base of it, but at the same time we are the consumer as well. And that puts us into such a powerful situation or context that something can emerge from this country will be truly kind of model as I see it. And post-COVID, what has emerged recently is this huge wave of conscious consumerism. There are a lot of us are reflecting. We are not saying fair trade in a way that I would like people to talk about it, but conscious consumerism has become a base today. And young people participating in that, and they're genuinely into that. I have been holding sessions, conference, seminar on conscious clothing, and that's my sector, so that's my bit to do it. But what I'm seeing is how it is emerging from the rest of the supply chain, and this young people asking for it, and I do see that this mindset, or rather the way business sector has worked on profit maximization, that's going to be under pressure of being at least fair. And this is, I do see business sector having such a huge power to make impact. And if only we bring the sense of awareness and consciousness to make our processes more straightforward, then we can build a society instead of poverty to dignity. And our whole supply chain can go into dignified way of working, and we can celebrate what we do. So this conscious movement of this new emerging, where fair trade becomes a base. I've been hearing Panchaji for the last 15 years more consciously, and I totally adore him that many of us, we were kind of figuring it out what it is, and fair trade and trade fair and all of that. This space holding, and it's a huge honor for me to be with Anjali as my mentor, as my sister, and as my companion in the journey of taking Twin Town project together. And I'm absolutely sure we are going very strong. Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you so much, Uma, for being short but very intense, as always. Thank you very much. I would like to invite now Kanika. She's the Director of Conserve India and the Steering Committee member of the Fairtrade Towns movement in Ludhiana.
Thanks, Anjali. Could we just quickly have the presentation? Hello, everyone. I'm Kanika. I'm representing Ludhiana Steering Committee today. I run a social enterprise we're dedicated to creating upcycle fashion. And we've been working in circular economy for plastics and textiles, which led us to Ludhiana. This project started a little differently from the towns in the south. It was a project introduced by the International Trade Center with the city of Ghent. The city of Ghent was awarded the EU Cities for Fair and Ethical Trade Award. And the city of Ghent has a history of being a textile hub. And that is why they wanted to impart knowledge to a textile cluster in India. Yes. Okay. So we started off with a scoping mission to understand what the needs of the textile cluster were and where they were socially, environmentally. On the gaps that we identified, this was during the pandemic, so that's why we only had these webinars. It was for the community at large, for an introduction to fair trade, to an introduction to fair trade towns. We had massive support from the National Fair Trade Steering Committee and the Fair Trade Advocacy Office from Brussels. We also had specialized training sessions for the textile industry in understanding how to go via sustainable circular production. We developed the steering committee. These had members from the industry, the Vicky, we have Monica with us here today, who's leading the movement now in the North region. We have Deepak Bharadwaj, a representative of the municipality of Sanimal and Ludhiana, and also part of larger advocacy forums. We have Anita Ahuja, who's been a fair trade practitioner and advocate since 20 years, and me from Conserve India. We got together different stakeholders from various bodies and we co-created the roadmap for FTT Ludhiana. This had representatives from EU, from the FTA office, from the International Fairtrade Towns Committee and Indian stakeholders. These were the major points that we came into focus. These are some examples of how citizen engagement and community building can occur. Of course, there's major inspiration from Puducherry and Auroville today, and we have all of these ideas papered down, and we're soon going to start practicing them. These are certain points that were brainstormed on what are the benefits of becoming a fair trade town, largely for the industry. It is about attracting more buyers who, like Umar rightly said, people are getting more conscious about how their products are made, and becoming a textile fair trade cluster, combining the FTT movement with the smart city movement in Ludhiana, this can really attract global buyers to come to this cluster for orders. Of course, this movement can only gain long-term momentum with advocacy for policy. We're engaging city officials, we have links with the national FTT campaign, we have these certain actionables in place where we want to start building a documentary, case studies, publicizing these efforts, working with the media, and of course, largely focusing on public procurement. Of course, we're starting our work with the industry first, but this also includes working with the farmers, the education program, the schools program, and engaging the ecosystem at large. At the moment, this is a distant dream. The Ludhiana movement is very far behind from what is happening in the south. Like Panchuji said, it is often confused with trade fair to fair trade over there as well, even today. And these are some small commitments that we have going forward for our 1-year plan. On the community side, we want to conduct a large community event. Finally, we're beyond COVID, hopefully, and we can conduct this in person. On the industry side, we're seeking commitments from 2 textile industries. We've already had one. And from the advocacy side, we're advocating for fair public procurement. This one is a little hard because the bureaucracy there is still not very certain of what fair trade means. The communications, we're involving local influencers in media. We had with the National Fair Trade Week campaign, we had a lot of publicity there. As a 5-year plan, we would like to make it a fair textile cluster, enable activities on fair education and school curriculum, have a circular fair trade club possibly, and creating a fair supply chain with a fair produce to have digital platform marketing these products. Developing high involvement of local stakeholders with the municipalities, restaurants, and other things in the community. And this is a very far-fetched plan at the moment, but with all of the amazing people here, I'm sure we'll be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanika, for your presentation and your amazing work that has already been done and your roadmap for the coming years. Definitely together with all the steering committee members and all the towns that are working towards becoming fair trade towns, we will be there supporting you in our best ways to make it happen in Sahaneval. Now I would request Gokul Hanan. He's working with the Task Force Foundation, Keystone Foundation, sorry, and is a steering committee member in the Nilgiris.
Hi everyone. In the interest of time, I don't think I'll go through my slides because there are more than I have to show. But first of all, thanks Anjali for giving us this opportunity. And along with me, there's Nimi, there is Madhu, and a few of us who are part of the first steering committee members in Nilgiris who couldn't come here. But I think I will be the voice for them today. So for me, being a local in the Nilgiris, I've always, I've brought up in the Nilgiris. This is the map of the Nilgiris Biosphere Reserve. Yeah. So the Biosphere Reserve is the first managed biosphere reserve in India. Which means that it is rich in flora and fauna, and Along with that, we have a huge diversity in communities. There are a lot of local indigenous communities who are part of this landscape. Share this space very mindfully along with other wildlife as well in this region. And it's also the place where major rivers originate in South India. So you can see some of the major rivers flowing towards the east and flowing towards the west. And yeah, it's a water fountain for communities downstream as well. So the next, but apart from being a biosphere reserve, this is something that I wanted to highlight. It's highly vulnerable to landslides and natural disasters. All the red spots that you see, these are all the landslide areas that the GSI has marked in the Nilgiris. Uh, this has increased over the past decade, I must say that, it has gone from 101 locations to 300 locations in just less than a decade. So what is the reason behind this? So if you look at the Geological Survey of India report, they say that historical land use change in the Nilgiris and in the biosphere is the reason that these landslides are occurring in Nilgiris today. So we have lost close to 70% of our native forests, and more than 10% of the land has been denuded for developing agriculture and building cities or developing towns in the hills. Next. So as a result, you see these mountains and forests not being able to take the climate that is, taking a toll on a landscape today. So this is one of the landscapes that we saw recently in the Avalanche region. You would have heard about the big deluge in the Nilgiris. So can you go back? Yeah. Looks like a very pretty picture, right? With a lot of tea and all that. That is not even one thing that is native to that landscape. This entire picture. All of it is exotic. So a landscape which was once covered with lush green forests and grasslands, like it kind of torn down to kind of develop this kind of what looks very green, but as environmentalists, as locals, we call it the green desert. So this is basically a green desert in the Nilgiris. So again, introduction of a lot of invasive species like eucalyptus, wattle, and a lot of lantana and pathina, which has slowly come in the landscape today, which has become a major issue, right? Which were ornamental plants back then, but today they are a huge menace to the local landscape and the ecology of the region. Uh, 1 minute, can you just go back a little bit? So it was really kind of funny. Even I was talking to Nimi that the eucalyptus, even though it has come from other places, come from Australia. They call it the Nilgiri tree. This is something that that's really alarming. Across India, when we talk to people, they call it the Nilgiri tree, and it is an exotic. It is an invasive. It's growing in the Nilgiris, which you can see across the hills. It's taken over half of the hills. So what has that done to our landscape? So a lot of our springs, a lot of our wetlands and water bodies have dried up. Women will have to walk kilometers to get water. So that's what you see. Even though Nilgiris has 2000 mm of rainfall every year, uh, the water is just not staying in the landscape anymore. This is again another nice picture that you can see. This is the kind of agriculture that has been introduced to the Nilgiris. Uh, this is basically vegetable cultivation in the hills. You can see that across landscapes, mountains and mountains of just agriculture, which means a lot of the water which is in the valley or that's in the hills is being used to develop or produce these vegetables. And most of them are again exotic vegetables. They are non-native to the Nilgiris. So another funny part is that all of these produce that we produce in the Nilgiris, it goes down to another small town in the valley, which is called Medpalyam. It is the kind of the mandi where the prices are fixed, and it's transported back to the Nilgiris for the consumers in there. So yeah, so just imagine that the farmers don't have a say on what they're producing. And you can see a lot of fertilizers and pesticides going into the soil, also, not just polluting soil but also the water and also people downstream. Imagine we also share the space with wildlife, which are dependent on the same water sources for their drinking water and other needs. So you can see because of the unsustainable agriculture practices, there's a lot of soil runoff. So rivers are basically bleeding. You can just see that all just washing down the hill. And there is also recently there is a lot of trends of selling lands in the Nilgiris. there is a huge boom of real estate. A lot of people from outside the Nilgiris would like to come out to the hills and settle. And lots of people from the Nilgiris are moving out of the landscape, selling their lands and moving out of the landscape. So a lot of mushrooming of resorts is seen in the so what happens when soil goes down? Like Nilgiris is also home to close to 15 to 20 hydropower dams. So it's completely saturated with dams. Most of our rivers are dammed. And all of the soil that is running off from the agriculture fields in other areas is kind of getting silted. And it's taking half the capacity of the dam. And now the government wants to build another dam, which is called the Sillahalla, which means you see the lower dam and the upper dam, they wanted to tunnel, and it means that there's going to be a lot of blasting, and there's a lot of tunneling so that the water can be pumped from lower dam to the upper dam in order to produce more electricity to meet the peak demand of the state. Nilgiris is already contributing to 40% of the electricity supply of the state. And now, again, imagine if these kind of large projects are forced upon us, this is basically pushing the hills of the cliff. And yeah, like every other area, we have the waste issue. And the boarding reads that diverse area in the Kupe Kotadika. Please don't dump your waste here. And people would like to dump it right. So a lot of awareness is needed. And apart from that, you can see also waste dumped on water bodies, right? So the traditional understanding from the colonial times that anything you put in water will get washed away. So out of your sight, out of your mind kind of an attitude. And earlier the waste that we used to produce were different. Today the kind of waste that we're producing are different. They're clogging all of our water bodies and they are another huge threat in the Nilgiris. So you can see a lot of our volunteers working there. This is, I think, Clean Konur kind of doing it. But again, with around 4 to 5 million people visiting Nilgiris every year as tourists, the waste, the kind of the generation of waste in the Nilgiris is also increased. And all of this is again going back into the estates, water bodies, forests, and landscapes which have wildlife. So as a consequence, you can see that out of our activities, you can see a lot of wildlife. That's a samba deer standing in a landfill site. So there's a story here at the Nilgiris, like a lot of attention is given to tigers. So in one of the stories that I read, that a tiger kind of preyed upon a samba deer. The tiger died, and they kind of found out in the postmortem that samba deer had chewed up on plastics, and there was a blade in its stomach, which again got passed on to tiger when it was eating on the animal, and the tiger passed it. You know, so this is again this what we are doing today to our planet is also impacting a larger community outside. So now you've seen all the problems. Now a lot of people are working towards bettering or kind of kind of reversing some of these impacts in the region. So Nilgiri Adivasi Welfare Association is an NGO that's been working with the local tribal communities on health initiatives, schooling, and a lot on their social development, and also their livelihoods. And Keystone Foundation, yes, I've been part of Keystone Foundation for close to 9 years now. Keystone started in '93 in the Nilgiris. So they started with understanding the local honey hunters and their livelihoods and kind of diversified. Today, they work on issues related to community and their health, their mental health and their physical health. They work on their livelihoods. They work in the market. I think Madhu will talk more about the market tomorrow. And they work a lot on ecological conservation and environmental activities. And we have outreach programs through NHS and radio. And then there's Trust, I think. Nimi will talk about Trust today or tomorrow. They're doing a lot of activities with the local farmers, trying to promote organic practices and more sustainable ways of producing food. And we have Clean Konur. Clean Konur, which started as a citizens initiative, has now become an NGO. So they have set up a beautiful model that is working in the hills. They've set up a nice waste park in the hill where they are working closely with the Konur municipality in kind of like segregating and also processing the waste that's getting generated in the area. And MOB is Make Ooty Beautiful. It's again a citizens initiative. They're doing a lot of awareness activities in the hills along with the communities and with the decision makers. Identist, Upstream Ecology, Rural Development Organization. Again, all of these NGOs are working on different things. They're working with urban communities again. Identist, they work with the repatriated Sri Lankan population in the Nilgiris. who are the laborers in the district. Upstream ecology works on restoration projects across Nilgiris along with forest department. Rural development organization again works with urban slums as well as on sanitation needs. Next, all of this is done in partnership with the government. So I saw Supriya Sahu's name in the thing, but she's not here. But she was the one who first flagged off plastic-free Nilgiris in the hills, back in 2010. So from then we have had a lot of campaigns and activities around educating communities, working with tourists, working with decision makers on reducing the single-use plastics spillage and organic nilgiris. So, funnily, the nilgiris is already declared organic, even though it's in the transition phase. So this was again, when one of the member of the parliament visited the Nilgiris and said, "Okay, Nilgiris has the potential to become an organic district," and then the district was immediately declared organic. And now we are looking at a way to kind of transition towards a more sustainable way. Nime is kind of working a lot with the organic farmers out there. And yeah, removal of eucalyptus and wattle, like I said, this is what has been done to our district. This has to be kind of, slowly removed in order to kind of, especially keeping in mind climate change and the disasters that's coming in. Wildlife conservation, and again, partnerships with NGOs and citizens is what the government is doing now, taking a lot of help from the citizens' movements in working towards it. Quickly, you can just go to the last one. Some of the photos I just want. This is the entry of the British. Next. So this is what they saw. When the British entered the Nile, they saw these mountains as bald mountains. For them, these were like wastelands. Even today, if you look at our government records, most of our wetlands are wastelands. So for them, they felt homesick. They wanted to introduce a lot of the vegetation that was not here. So they brought in eucalyptus and wattle. So can you see? Yes. Today we have to undo that. This is a local community there. Like I said, a lot of tribal communities there. They worship water. They worship trees, They are nature worshippers. They worship the mountain. So this is something that we again wanted to bring. This needs to be restored. Next. So you can see some of the photos, right? Even today, they kind of practice these things. And as Fairtrade Towns members from the Nilgiris, I think it is important that we take our communities along. These are our major stakeholders in the region. We want the storytellers, we want the honey hunters, we want the farmers, and yeah, we want singers, dancers, artists. We want all of them together in order to kind of take this Fairtrade Towns movement forward. This is something that I enjoy seeing a lot. If at all Nilgiris gets a chance to go behind, it's not just the rivers, but also the there'll be milk and honey flowing in the Nilgiris. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Gokul, to take us through the journey of the Nilgiris and the amazing work that the Nilgiris citizens, organizations, and all are doing there for restoring the environment and also the livelihood of the people. With this, we will go into a short break. Before that, we would like to give a little gift hamper to all our speakers. The gift hamper is a very, very generous contribution from the various Fairtrade suppliers. Pescati chocolate, you'll have some lovely chocolate. Paperboat Chiki, we have lovely fragrance and scents from Maroma. Fresh Express has some raisins for all of us. Banville has given us soaps and scrubs, so clean yourself well and please give the gifts. And Upasana has very generously offered us the bags from Little Steps, Small Steps. Come in here. Come on the stage. Come on the stage. So, due to technical issues, we started our conference a little late. I'll request everybody to go out for a quick tea break and come back here within 10 minutes, if that's okay, so that we don't delay our next session longer than this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, ready? Okay, just one more, one more.
பிளாஸ்டிக்கை தவிர்த்து கடல் தேடி சென்றிடுமே, விளைநிலமும் வறண்டிடுதே, உடல்நலமும் சீர்கெடுதே, விளைநிலமும் வறண்டிடுதே, உடல்நலமும் சீர்கெடுதே, மரஞ்செடி கொடி கால்நடையும் நீரின்றி மறைந்திடுதே, மரஞ்செடி கொடி கால்நடையும் நீரின்றி மறைந்திடுதே. கிராமந்தோறும் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை சேகரிக்க வங்கி வைப்போம், கிராமந்தோறும் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை சேகரிக்க வங்கி வைப்போம், மறுசுழற்சி செய்து அதன் பயன்பாட்டை குறைத்திடுவோம், மறுசுழற்சி செய்து அதன் பயன்பாட்டை குறைத்திடுவோம். மனித குலம் காத்திடுவோம், மண்ணின் வளம் பெருக்கிடுவோம், மனித குலம் காத்திடுவோம், மண்ணின் வளம் பெருக்கிடுவோம், புவி வெப்பம் குறைத்திடுவோம், பிளாஸ்டிக்கேட்டை ஒழித்திடுவோம், புவி வெப்பம் குறைத்திடுவோம், பிளாஸ்டிக்கேட்டை ஒழித்திடுவோம், பிளாஸ்டிக்கை தவிர்த்திடுவோம், புவிதன்னை காத்திடுவோம், பிளாஸ்டிக்கை தவிர்த்திடுவோம், புவிதன்னை காத்திடுவோம், வருங்கால தலைமுறைக்கு நலவாழ்வை கொடுத்திடுவோம், ஐயோ நலவாழ்வை கொடுத்திடுவோம்.
Thank you, sir. Now the second session is about resource efficiency, circularity and renewables. We have with us, this session will be chaired by Brahmanand Mohanty, sir, who is the regional advisor in Asia for the French Environment and Energy Management Agency. And we have with us speakers Tony Van Maga, who is the co-founder of Auroville Consulting, a unit of Auroville and a founding member of Auroville Renewable Energy Group. We have Neeti and Sukriti, the architects and the founders of Oviat Atelier, who have been pursuing the craft of architecture for over 2 decades. Kanika Ahuja, who is the president of Intercontinental Consortium called Plasticul in France, which has set up to promote plastic upcycling technologies to produce localized microfactories. Deepak Kumar, who is a sustainable professional focused on municipal solid waste management and having worked with various NGOs, he is currently leading the on-ground implementation team of solid waste management project in Puducherry. We have with us Mr. S.R. Balagurunathan, who is a textile technologist who is hailing from the cotton growing textile industry belt of the western Tamil Nadu. He has set up the enterprises and he is the steering committee member of GRS globally recycled standard, which is a voluntary product standard for tracking and verifying the content of recycled materials in a final product. Over to you, Mohanty.
Thank you. The panelists here, we are already about 40 minutes behind schedule. We would like to at least maintain the time that is given to us, 1 hour. So I decided not to start any big session on my own. I'll give you time to do it. We have mostly in the audience people who are actively involved in fair trade practices, and here we have professionals who are, some of them are practitioners and others are linked directly or indirectly in terms of whether it's resource efficiency or circularity or renewables. Okay? Tuan is an expert in renewables. He's going to talk about how renewable plays a very important role in terms of ensuring eternal supply of energy for all our human activities. Both Neil and Sukriti are good friends who have been working in the area of built environment, how to make it more sustainable. And here we have three interesting presenters who will be talking about upcycling, solid waste management, and how you produce with more natural resources. So it will be a very interesting session. So without taking further time, I would like to perhaps start with the topic of renewables there, and then we'll continue further in this, because later on we'll be talking more in terms of resources. First we'll start off with resource efficiency, and then we'll talk about cycling, recycling, etc. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. There is a presentation in the laptop, but I don't want to show it because it's too long, but you can just pick out some photographs if you don't mind. Photographs of Puducherry rooftop solar, which is interesting, which can just happen in the background. You know, the original understanding of fair trade for lay persons like us used to mean fair to the trader, fair to the buyer, fair to the seller, fair to the worker. But today, it also means fair to the environment. And I think for Puducherry, one possibility to be fair to the environment is renewable energy, because Puducherry has probably the best solar energy policy in the whole of the country. In the Puducherry solar policy, industrialists, offices can do net metering, gross metering, group metering, virtual metering, you name it, this is the policy. So I will show you some photographs of work already done in Puducherry town. In fact, Brahmanand was the first electricity prosumer in Puducherry to have connected solar. He put it on his roof before there was a policy. So we were forced to make a policy because he had to put the solar. Same thing we did in Auroville also.
I was an IPP.
He was an IPP, an independent power producer.
No, illegal power producer.
And he became an illegal power producer. So he gave us the job of making him a legal power producer. So the policy was drafted, and the IAS officer who was yesterday in the inauguration, Smiti, she was at that time in charge of REA, Renewable Energy Agency Puducherry. We worked a lot with her, and she was very dynamic. You can just keep on finding the photographs, please. Photographs of rooftop. This is the house where I live. It's also grid connected solar. This is Auroville facing the bottom of here. One of the first, this is a 10 kilowatt system, grid connected. Yes, next please. What we have realized in Auroville in the last 2 years is what we call a smart mini grid. And our definition of a smart mini grid is not a standalone grid. It is connected to the overall grid, but it makes sure that the energy which is exported by this cluster goes to other parts of Auroville. So you can do the same thing in Puducherry. In Puducherry, you could have a cluster. The surplus goes to other parts of Puducherry, and your target would be that Puducherry as a whole becomes net zero. It is not required, not possible also that each building on its own is net zero. That is very rare that can happen, but as a town, you can become net zero, and that's what Auroville is also going to realize very soon. So my main message actually is this, that fair trade can be fair to nature, can be fair to the environment, and we can definitely realize that. Here you can see this picture is very interesting. That smart mini grid which you just now showed, those photographs, every day between 10 to about 4, that cluster is exporting to the rest of Auroville. And that's why the rest, it goes below the zero line. So the same thing can be done in Puducherry. Puducherry already has a lot of rooftop solar. Kindly show some pictures of the ashram, for example. You forget about all these single line diagrams. That's very technical. But there are pictures of the ashram also, where here you see, this is Puducherry. Next, please. So all these roofs, the ashram, the school, the main building, the library, bar guest house, the press, all have been covered with solar panels, and in many cases they have a surplus. And because of that surplus, we have to figure out a policy for that surplus. And that's how we invented the concept of group net metering. So when an institution like the ashram has a group of service connections, the surplus of one can credit it in another one. And the Puducherry government was very nice to accept that. And it is the first and only in the whole country with group net metering, and the ashram makes use of it a lot. So this is how you can do it in Puducherry. Message is fair trade, be fair to the environment, install solar, all your offices and factories can be net zero, invest not only in the solar panels but also in storage, because storage is basically the next step we have to achieve, and then the fair trade can become fair to the environment as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuan, for making it short and sweet. The main message is many people are not aware where the energy comes from. Okay? So in your trade practices, when you cannot do most of the production without using some sort of energy. It cannot be only human energy, other forms of energy are there. And the more we depend on natural resources, and solar is one of the natural resource which is abundant, is infinite for us. So we need to look at whether it's wind. Wind is also emanation from solar. So as long as solar is there, let's see how we can make use of it. And the best thing is that we are endowed with so much of solar just on our rooftop. We don't have to go very far. If you can make best use of it. We are getting example of Germany, for instance, a country where there's hardly much of solar. They've gone ahead and done so much. The other European countries which are struggling to do it in the UK and other places, where the cost is much higher, the potential for tapping solar is much less. Here we are endowed with so much of sun throughout the year, let's say about 90% of the time. Let's see how we make best use of it. So now we want to talk a little bit about sustainable construction practices, because when we talk about fair trade, we are talking about how do you take care of the workers. When you talk about sustainable construction, it's not just about environment, it's also about human health. How do you improve the productivity? And we have factories, for example, textile mills, where people work in an environment which is so bad that they have health problems. So how do you also create a healthy environment? That's one part of looking at green buildings. So now we want to Neil and Sukriti to continue. And particularly, they've been very active in experimenting in many things. It will be nice to hear about your different experimentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brahmanandi. Good morning to all. And I would like to start to give a competition to Tuan, because he's talking about rooftop solar. And I have a dream that if we look at Puducherry from an aeroplane, we should be only seeing green roofs, which is gardens on all the roofs. And that is, I think, one of the most pleasant and sustainable environment which we can have in Puducherry. So as we are looking for fair trade town, Auroville and Puducherry, we can also think of green rooftop town as Auroville. We can have a competition there. So Neil and I, when we started our journey as young architects, you already started the show. So we just want to share our journey of last 20 years very briefly in a slideshow, where we realize that all human beings are actually very sensitive to others, very sensitive to nature, but we still have to find our ways, find our methods to be able to express that and execute that. And I think in very small steps, what we are trying to do is what we are sharing in this journey. Please enjoy.
Let's run the slideshow, please.
That's a short journey of, like we are trying to define fair trade. We have been trying to define sustainability, and we kind of have, for now, settled on beauty as something that makes things sustainable. Because if you see an old rosewood walking stick, when it's not in use, it at least becomes a wall hanging. When you see a new aluminum walker, you don't want to see it the moment you don't need it.
Very well said.
But it's not about aluminum and rosewood. Please understand that. The rosewood was crafted by craftsmen who infused beauty into the wood. And that's why you want to hold on to it. The aluminum is not crafted so beautifully as of now. So it's not about materials. Most of the conversation architecture tends to go towards materials, and we want to bring it back to the side of beauty, because if you craft aluminium walking stick also well, that would also last maybe 100 generations, right? A rosewood walking stick may still give way after 3-4, but an aluminium walking stick can perhaps last 100 generations if it is crafted well. So beauty, in a sense, is sustainability in all its parts. So whether we look at workers' welfare, whether we look at how a business should affect its environment around. So I do not know who an architect was, because I was growing up in a steel city full of engineers and a few doctors. Similarly, I don't know anything about fair trade, right? But we have been practicing, and through working with some workers, starting with 30, went up to 150, got it down to 60. Today we have 5 people in the workshop. But we are now a large design office, and we have slowly added on services and strengths to our organization so that we can do better architecture. And in that process, what I want to also highlight, a small point, is that why draw? When you draw, you actually make a worker comfortable on site. So we draw with a vengeance because we want to make workers comfortable on site. We don't want the guy who built up a wall today to demolish it tomorrow, right? In the name of creativity. So we try to finalize as many aspects of a building design as possible. And that number is now staggering. We are reaching around 95% of decisions made on paper before it gets started on ground. Now, how did we explain this to ourselves? If you cook food for your family, and your family comes home and says, we have ordered some pizzas and all the food goes into the dustbin, how would you feel? Or you do a day's work and your boss comes around and tears off all the work and throws it into the bin. We do this every day on a construction site. The most pleasant people, right, and the most awful create the same scene on a construction site. And that is something that really needs to stop. We cannot become Gautam Buddhas suddenly, having enlightenment when we walk on a site. We should be enlightened before we start putting that first brick on the site. And we are slowly bringing that into our ecosystem. And the second aspect, or the last aspect I would say now, to touch upon is how do we as a business, because finally all of us are practitioners and there is some money making to happen. There is this whole thing about you first making the money and then distributing it at places where it might feel reasonable to do it. The other is to start saying every day, what is that extra do I have? Can I just give it off to somebody? Right? And we have tried to do that for the first years of our business. And slowly, so now we are doing homeschooling for children. The lady who used to sweep our office is now our accounts help, more than an accounts help. She's almost an accountant now. We have our drivers' children who are now studying engineering. We have our craftsmen, children who have become craftsmen but are much, much more enabled and are much more progressive and understand what it means to deliver craft. With those few words,
I go back to the words. Let us have joy in works. Let us just live for our souls, and everything would be fair and square on this earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil and Preeti, for your excellent presentation, particularly sharing your own practices. Both one, we have heard two presenters already talking about their own practices and how they're a firm believer. And you threw a challenge to one. Please, both of you can come home. I can show you there's something called agrivoltaic. We do photovoltaics and also agriculture on the rooftop. May I now invite, perhaps you can start up from this side.
Following my earlier talk, at Government of India, we've been upcycling plastic waste since 2007. We developed a proprietary technology to convert single-use plastics, the common poly bag, into a new material called vegan leather. It's called handmade recycled plastic. Today, the skirt I wear is out of that material. Broadening that initiative, we have initiated this organization called Plastic School. It's a consortium of social innovators, plastic upcyclers from 6 countries across 3 continents who have different plastic to value technologies. We've integrated those technologies under Plastic School. At Conserve, like I mentioned, we've created an alternate to the leather industry. The leather industry in itself is highly unsustainable. It is a $600 billion industry, which we must fight with alternates to vegan leather. The impact that we have created is we've upcycled about 36,000 kgs of plastic. We've trained 1,400 urban poor. This includes waste workers, artisans, and refugees. And we have increased income of urban waste pickers by 150%. Our solution has been a circular model. We collect plastic waste, process it into upcycled materials, develop finished products. These can be fashion accessories like handbags, stationery products, or even construction material like wallpapers, bricks, tiles. And then these are sold. At the moment, we're export based. We sell mostly to Europe and America. Thus, our loop has not been able to complete itself because we cannot have a recollection model. But we are looking to decentralize these processes and have territorialized development of manufacturing and sales. These are some of the products that we create. All of these colors that you see, these are all colors of the original plastic. We don't use any dyes in the process. Coming to Plastic School, this is from what I mentioned about having centralized manufacturing and exports with high transport carbon emissions. This is not a sustainable model anymore. And this is why we're looking to go from plastic decontamination to the relocation of the economy. Plastic School turns plastic into usable raw material. This can be fabric like this, or different materials. We're using 3D printers to make products out of plastic. We're making tiles. These are all small machines which can be utilized to create smaller products. This is not a very infrastructure heavy or capital intensive model. This is made for the grassroots to have inclusive workforce and build the capacity of waste workers, artisans, workers to be ready for the circular jobs of the future. These are basically the 4 tenets of these microfactories. First is the capacity development of waste workers for circular jobs of the future. We have, since landfills have started getting privatized, waste pickers who are very exploited, lot of urban poor. They are by generations, like 3rd generation, 4th generation waste workers in the landfills at the moment who have been excluded from the landfill, from the only source of income that they had, to have been sidelined into joblessness. We aim to develop the capacity of these waste pickers so that as the industry grows, as the circular industry grows, there are workers who are already skilled and have the skills needed to work on these machines to help build this industry as a whole. We also R&D, do a lot of R&D for prototyping solutions. Conserve has a background of developing technologies. We continue our innovation processes with Plastic School. This becomes a breeding ground for designers, for artisans, to create more samples, to create more products, diversify what can be made from different kinds of plastics. As we're growing, the plastic also that we're receiving on the post-consumer side as well as the industrial side, these are very different. With e-commerce, like different packaging, plastics have come, the styrofoams, which are usually confused as paper glasses. All of these are new varieties of plastic which are participated in the greenwashing agenda. So using these materials, we can develop and prototype new solutions. Can you go back, please? Providing machines on rental to budding entrepreneurs. Plastic recycling in India is going to be a booming industry. A lot of people are entering this industry because of its lucrative value. But a lot of people don't have the capital needed to invest in the machines that go into setting up a plastic factory. Therefore, the Plastic School micro factories can be used to lease out machines to these budding entrepreneurs and support micro entrepreneurship at this level where people can come in, use this machinery, use the prototypes, and have short production runs to sell in the market. We're also going to be creating awareness on plastic pollution through educational content. This is a synergy that I see with the Fairtrade Schools movement, and I would love to take it further to integrate plastics circularity with Fairtrade. These are some of the products that we create. We had an order from Perrier, France. They ordered these specialized production run for these tables for their offices. This is all made from plastic waste that was collected in Paris. Our Paris partner manufactured these tabletops for Perrier. This is our unit in France. This is the small scale machines that can be used in the Plastic School micro factory. There are all of these machines that are available for extrusion, sheet press, injection molding, and 3D filament to be used in 3D printers. The value proposition, what the USP of the Plastic School model is, that these machines, they come from different sources. These are all top-notch technologies that have been piloted and used in different countries. We compacted them together to fit into a shippable container, which can be located at any part wherever plastic waste is a problem. We offer a catalog of complementary services. It comes with a kit of like which kind of plastic, with all the information for which kind of plastic can be used to create what kind of products, the prototypes, the molds, everything you need to start a plastic recycling business. It is adaptable. It is made for the territory. This is to give a focus for decentralized, location-based, territory-based model to supply to the local needs of a territory. It focuses on limited editions manufacturing. For example, the Perrier order I spoke about, it was a limited edition piece. It is for a special need that we don't go into mass manufacturing. We don't have 1 million products at the same time. We have what somebody needs to cater to that demand. It also focuses on human at the center of the approach. It has to be an inclusive model. We are talking about training waste workers, training workers for factories, and artisans and refugees who ultimately create beauty. It has a light ecological footprint, becoming a decentralized, territorialized model. That is how we're keeping it as a light ecological footprint. We wanted to at least have zero net emissions because the recycling technologies that we're using, they're very light on energy usage. And therefore, compared to traditional recycling of plastic, which is quite high on energy usage, as it is usually a two-step process. So this is how the Plastic School model works. At the moment, we're launching our first micro factory in Uganda, but we're hoping to get one to India soon. So wish us luck for that.
you so much, Kanika, for sharing your activities, particularly in upcycling. But upcycling in a perspective that you are creating jobs locally and benefiting those who cannot have access, and particularly those who are actually part of the chain, those who don't get benefit from it. The fact that you said they are earning 150% more is a very good example of how you are bringing benefits to the social aspects, heard about environment,
yes,
and business, because it works in the long run.
yes, the triple bottom line.
Absolutely. So you heard about upcycling. Now we'll go back a little bit behind. We have a big Swachhata movement in India, but in reality we see there's a big challenge. Okay? We like to keep our homes clean, but we don't care where it goes afterwards. So we'd like to hear from Deepak, who has been working in this field for a long time, particularly the urban level. You would be sharing your experience of how to tackle this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to run the video to start.
Hey, this is me, a plastic packet. You meet me and my friends every day. Use us for a few minutes and then throw us all away. This way, you human beings produce more than 300 million metric tons of plastic waste every year. Aha, that's me again. Wondering where do I go after that? Meet our saviors. Some of us plastics are privileged enough to be picked up by waste pickers. They sort the high-value plastics and take them for recycling. Only a quarter of us plastics are lucky enough to get a new lease of life. The rest of us, especially multi-layered packaging and low-value plastics, end up swimming in water bodies. But guess what? Not in Pondicherry. Not now. If you happen to be in the Paris of the East, you are most probably segregating your dry waste from wet and handing us over to a professional waste worker. Another of our savior. This waste worker transports us to a state-of-the-art sanitation park. Hey Anna, will you tell everyone about what you do here?
Yeah, sure, I will. We are receiving 500 kgs of dry waste in the sanitation park. We first sort into major categories like metal, plastic, glass and paper. After we do primary sorting, we do secondary sorting in this conveyor belt, where plastics are further separated into 5 different categories like PET, HD, EP, PVC and low value multi-layered plastic packaging. All these plastics are then separately baled. The facility sends 15 tons of plastic every month for recycling. The sanitation park has the capacity to process 4 tons of waste daily. That is the amount produced by around 12,000 households. 15 people are directly employed here and 50 waste pickers sell their waste to us. They are getting best rates and regular income.
Well, I am going away from Pondicherry now, but I will be back in a new avatar. When I'm back, don't mix me with your wet, hazardous or domestic biomedical waste. This way, I will get another life and you will keep your city clean.
Good morning all. So this has summed up what we are doing here. The project called Keep Namapondi Clean. It's a CSR funded program which is running here for 3 years in Pondicherry. So a team of people that includes various supply chain, tech deployment, community development, all people have come together and we are part of this project. So what we do here, basically the mission and the vision of the project is to make Pondicherry one of the cleanest coastal towns by 2023-24. That is the aim. So we just started with the simple step like this. We have to go for a long journey. So the three major interventions we do is, one is to divert the waste from the landfills and the ocean and take it to this facility to manage it. And second thing, to make this operation sustainable for a long time. And then third important intervention we do is waste worker, working with the waste workers. In India, we cannot actually negate waste workers when we want to improve the best practices around solid waste management. So these three practices we do. For that, how are we doing? We work with the local government, right from actually local administration department and Puducherry ULB, and very importantly the concessionaire who collects and transports the waste to the dump site. Landfill currently it is being transported to the landfill, so we have to work with them very closely. So second thing, we are also deploying a technology. The technology is not very sophisticated. It's a QR code technology. We are actually doing complete property survey for the entire Pondicherry city for entire 42 wards. There are around 84,000 properties, which includes around 60,000 residential properties and 24,000 commercial properties. We do conduct a detailed property survey and deploy the QR codes, and then train the sanitary workers on that. So when they go and collect door-to-door waste on a daily basis, it is expected that they just scan it and confirm whether the house is segregating or not. And also for the decision makers like administrators and the companies, the concessionaires, Swachhta Corporation, on the dashboard, they get the data of how much is the collection efficiency and how much is the segregation percentage happening on a daily basis. So it helps them to take an informed decision on where to focus on multiple activities to improve the segregation and source. So having said that, we also have a very detailed behavior change communication practices which goes into various IEC activities, information, education and communication, which has door-to-door campaigns, street demonstrations, community meetings, and we also identify like-minded people and nominate them as a green leader in that particular street, particular community. What we are doing for these 3 years has to be continued for a long time, because this behavior change is something we have seen over a period of not only on this project for a long time in municipal solid waste management. Today's waste scenario, segregation at source is a very important mantra that has to be followed, because otherwise there are multiple other ways to manage, like we can just incinerate so that the waste is not in front of us, but that is not the right way to do it. So if we want to manage it properly, taking the resource completely, the value out of it by giving the dignified livelihood to the people involved in that, we should segregate at source. That is a very important behavior change. We would like to bring it with the citizens of Pondicherry, but that is not that easy, we have felt. So we are creating a pool of green leaders, green champions. We are also going to schools, educational institutions. We are creating a set of green champions. When we leave this city, actually they will be continuing to improve this behavior change. Not only with the citizens, we are also working with the sanitary workers to bring in the behavior change, because all are aged, and to make their life easy, they should feel that actually currently they are having a tough life. They are not aware of it. So we are telling them you should actually up your work practices. So we are training them on a daily basis as to how they can use the technology to make their work easy. That can give a lot of information to the administrators and decision makers of the city. So that is one, and what else? Yeah, very importantly, this has to be a sustained model. This is currently a CSR funded program, and we have put up the facility for Pondicherry municipality. They have given the space. They have given complete infrastructure services to us. So we have developed this infrastructure, but it has to be sustained. So what we are trying to do, we are also working on the forward linkage of the recycled products. The product which is going into this facility is secondary sorted, baled and sent it for further upcycling and co-processing to cement mills and all. So this we are trying to make an sustainable operation, so that the Pondicherry municipality, when we leave after 4 years, they will be able to continue running this in a very sustainable manner. So we are handholding them, we are training them, and we are just 4 months old. This facility, we are actually ramping up the capacity from 1 ton to 4 ton on a daily basis. So yeah, that's it. This is what is the nutshell about the whole project. Probably we'll interact more during the breaks to explain you.
Very interesting. We should have more interaction because I'm not aware of many of the things that you're doing. And I'm sure many of the citizens who are present here are not aware. We would like to support this initiative. I had done something, I was involved in some activities about 17 years back. Worked for a while, we put up the infrastructure. There was no support from the government side. So everything collapsed. We had brought in many of the good practices. The question is, as you rightly pointed out, how do you sustain it? But we have a very good model here. We have Kanika here who is looking for setting up something. Why not look at how to bring an amalgamation of both and start off something more interesting, which will be exemplary for others to follow. Thank you very much. We heard from 2 cases here of waste management and upcycling. But the biggest challenge for us is to how do you eliminate the notion of waste. And unless we address that, we are going to run out of resources sooner or later. So we cannot just depend on recycling because this is again, forgive me for saying this, is a very much of a Western model. We don't talk so much about how to reduce. We talk more about reuse and recycling, not how to reduce. We need to look at how to do that. And here we have a good example. I would like to invite you how you have started doing something which is very interesting. Right? And making a product which is much more sustainable. There is no waste concept there.
Thank you. Dr. Paul. Can you put these slides? Yeah. Say I want to present my brand called EcoElite. In the recycling front, everybody is talking about recycling. Where I am here, I am doing farm recycling. Farm recycling means waste to wellness. We are working from the seed level to the stem, seed to stem. My brand talks about wellness. The first wellness brand I can proudly claim in India. We only exporting all our good stuff to the overseas. Why not? It is being benefit to our Indian people. So that the way we have started and we have started this brand. Basically just giving a timeline how the journey was. I am basically a textile technologist. I worked in the spinning sector. I started the commission agency in 2002. We are the behind person as an agent for organic movement in India. 2010, Better Cotton Initiative. We are the first person who registered from India. Today, I am a council member in Better Cotton Initiative in the global level, elected council member in Better Cotton Initiative. We have launched our RECA program, Recycling Cotton from Anandi Enterprises. In 2012, we are supply chain partner till today with Levi's, M&S. You name the brand, Prana, Patagonia, Toad & Co. For all the people today, also we are the supply chain partner for white fiber recycled, blended with normal cotton. And we are doing till today the business. And I am the steering committee member in Textile Exchange for GRS. Part of the standards has been written by me also. In the continuation of the innovation, we have been awarded the President of India 2018. We have got the Industry Innovation Award 2016. Then we concentrated on natural fibers. You know, abundantly available banana fiber is abundantly available and it is having its own value. In the villages, you may think about it, any burn victims, immediately the stem of the fiber will be taken out, will be used. For the burn victim, it won't get septic. It's an antiseptic, antifungal. So we started working with I am in all sustainable activity from 2002. I fully convinced on Fairtrade movement. We have 2,000, initially we were 950 farmers, now we added up another 1,050 farmers. Today 2,000 farmers we are working in Salem, Tamil Nadu. With very unique. Directly the benefit goes to the farmers. You can find it out, you can traceable, and you can come and see the benefits to the farmers. Only you can have in Fairtrade because I am in the board in several sustainable activities. Even though I proudly admit, because seeing is believing. I've seen it direct benefit to the farmers. You can't believe my farmer society, so far they got 1.5 crores. premium Fairtrade. Today they are holding 75 lakhs in hand. In the bank passbook, they have 75 lakhs in hand. Say when it is a unique crop, summer crop we are doing. We are sowing in February. We are harvesting in June, July. Anywhere you can hear it? No. Because it's our variety seed, our mother seed. Our forefathers are very intelligent. They have set all the things. But we are taken away by the chemical people at all. We are working with the summer crop, long stable organic. India, only long stable organic cotton project, we are the only one. We have 33 mm Surabhi, we named the variety Surabhi. 35 mm Suraksha. 39 mm old, longest stable cotton. Sulin also we have with us. These are all the things. Then we have done all the research. We have developed from the seed level. We have made it pure non-GMO seed. We are exporting to Japan. We are exporting to Korea. Everything. So why not we can do our own garments? Say after 33 mm organic cotton, we have done it with the baby garments with pure herbal dyes. With turmeric, kadukai, rachpanna. It's still successful. My brand was first registered in France. Only white. France people only like white for up to 1 year. Then we extended all the registered brand up to Europe. Today we are selling in all the countries little bit quantity in our own label, as well as we are now introducing all in our own stores. I proudly say that we have opened our third store in Puducherry. In Ambalatadaya, near to Mission City, Ambalatadaya. Kindly visit and support us the things. Okay. This is the thing what I said for the baby garments. Completely is an authentic organic. We call organic cotton is different. We call authentic organic cotton. Because the purity in the seeds. The purity in the seeds. We are giving the purity in the seed. You can come and see. See, we are getting the CACR from CACR, we are getting the breeder seed. We have a seed license. We are doubling the seed with the F1 certification with the government of Tamil Nadu, certified seeds, then distribute to the farmers. It's all fussy seeds. No chemically treated, nothing, fussy seeds. Then you can't, there is a myth. Organic cotton, if you do, the yield will come down. Nothing. If you do real organic cotton with real F1 seed, with germination, we are getting 12 quintals to 14 quintals per acre. So, proven one. You come to my farmer, they are enjoying the benefits. If you do real organic, if you do with the real seeds, but what is coming to the market is F2, F3, C1, C2. The pure germination has to be there, vigor has to be there. If you give real seed, 60% of the problem will get solved. 60% of the problem gets solved. The yield automatically will go up. Soil enrichment, it gives. There won't be any pest attack. Even though it is also a very small neem, you can control it. The good yield our farmers are taking. We are happy. See, this is the thing. Then what we have done it with pure herbal dye, what we have done for babies. This babies, some allergy will be there. Tender skin will be for babies and old people. This the garment will be very, very useful for them. We are selling in the Rena Medicity, Aston Medicity Hospital. We have a premature collections also we have for the babies for 800 grams, 1 kg babies. Just see, this banana fiber is a stem fiber. Basically, it is a stem fiber, bast fiber. We are not treating it anything with it's a bamboo is a myth again. Bamboo fiber is a viscose. Instead of eucalyptus tree, they are taking from the bamboo tree and put it in the all, sulfuric acid, this and that, and soften it. There is no claim, there is no thing will be there for antibacterial. Original bamboo is there, not a viscose bamboo is not having at all. Please keep it in mind. So what we are doing with this bast fiber, we are treating with enzymes. To soften the mechanical extraction, we are doing a mechanical extraction. And the mechanical extraction fiber has been softened with the natural enzymes, or neem, tulasi, aloe vera. Some of the ingredients we are treating with the fiber. We induce more antifungal, antibacterial properties. We have tested in NAB accredited laboratory with our white shirt. We don't use optical bright for white shirt. It's a dull shirt. We have tested in NAB accredited laboratory Chitra with the bacterial filtration efficiency of 95%. It has been proven. This filtered urine tract infection as in pneumonia. So it's a functional fabrics. See, today, after food, so yes, nobody knows about millets, nobody knows about cold press oil. After food, You have to come to the cloth. Next shelter, definitely. You will going to, after 10 years, you are going to build a mud building. Natural, yeah, permeability. That will come automatically. See, this vast fiber is sending coolness and comfort to the skin. Why? Cotton is a 7.8 moisture absorbency. Banana fiber is a 30.5 moisture absorbency. It will absorb the moisture and release moisture very fast, so the body will always keep cool. Sorry, antibacterial, I told it, healing property. Why? See, why we are erecting banana trees in our temple, houses, functions. In kimono dresses in Japan, 100% banana fiber they made it during worship because it's give positive energy to the body and soul. It's a proven. I don't told my ancient people. Still, we are erecting banana trees in our functions and things. So the same thing what we have implemented. This is a very unique outline. See the banana fiber abundant property. World second largest we have in India. Next to Brazil. After taking the banana, the stem will be cut and thrown out of the thing. So that we are calling this in waste to wellness. So farmer is also getting additional little bit money we will get it. And that we are also extracting the fiber, which is supporting the farmers again. Second. See, 200 liters of water will be saved. Why? See, cotton, if you grow a cotton, 20% cotton per kg, if you calculate, 200 liters of water will be saved because banana is already grown. We are using it, 200 liters of water is grown. One shirt, if you buy from us, 29 rupees directly go to the farmer society in terms of the calculation, what is the cotton consumption. This is the, I told you, what is the premium, what we have spent on the things. We have given the 6 government by the RO water purified. One smart classroom we built in the government school and free eye and air testing we have given. All we have given Siemens caring it to the farmers, free of cost. Non-GMO seed we are giving, battery operated sprayer, soil testing, neem cake. See, I am not a designer in this farm cream. I am only a moderator or a channel. I am giving the premium to the society. Farmer is the president, farmer is the secretary. They are taking the decision how to spend on it under Fairtrade principles and directions. Our farmers are very happy. Till today they have 70 lakhs in it. That's the strength, no? Money is power. Next slide, please. I told you, this is the available product, whatever. We have done all the, in banana fiber, not only banana fiber today we are working with 4 fibers. We are Indian hemp we are working, Himalayan nettle we are working, aloe vera we are working, even areca net we are working. All the fibers we are extracting from the mechanical extraction, softened with the natural and blended with cotton. That is our philosophy and we are doing it. See, these are all the things what we have. We have made belt also in banana fiber, shoe upper coming, everything we can make it with all the fibers. But we need some technique. So we are putting our efficient, knowledge in that, and we are trying to do the good things to the society and the soil and the earth. Kindly support us, visit our store, and support the farmers also. Can go ahead. That's it. This is store location. Thanks a lot for giving the opportunity. Thanks, Anjali. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Balamurugan, for your inspiring story. You are a practitioner who has combined very well fair trade practices with sustainability. This is a very good example. Let's give a round of applause again for him. I see that we have we had 1 hour. We have almost eaten up 52 minutes now. May I invite the panelists? Perhaps we can have, instead of us speaking, we'll open it up to the audience if you have any questions or comments. And we just have 6-7 minutes. Let's try to do that within that short time so that we will not eat into your lunchtime. Thank you. You've already eaten.
No, next.
Yeah.
Next session.
Oh, the next session, sorry. May I invite anybody who would like to please say? Where is the mic here? Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Being in Fairtrade for 50 years, I thought only one side of the story. Now I could see the other side of the story. It's really fantastic. Fairtrade is not only handicrafts, agriculture, and dress material. It's beyond that. And I wish in the next 10 years, through Fairtrade Town, we go to the consumption strategies. How do we consume? Now, from so-called again, from the beginning, now we are seeing the next stage. How a kind of solar energy, excellent architecture, upscaling, recycling, and effective product. It's there on the table now for the consumers to pick up and speak about that. It's a really fantastic. I was so amazed. Thank you, Anjali, for getting people like us. We brought to the old generation. Now we are with the current generation. Thank you, thank you, thank
You led the way. Without your inputs, nothing could have happened. You've come a long way, and you'll go further, especially with the new generation. Any other questions or comments? Please.
This is for Bala Morganji. Are you ready for B2B collaboration as well, as we collect?
Yeah, we can do, but even for the top brands like Tommy and all, what we demand, our innovation has to be on it. That's it. So we demand to use our tag. The tag consists of all the traceability. We assume you the traceability. We vouch for the traceability. If you use our tag, we supply the yarn, we supply the cotton, whatever you want, we supply the fabric.
Answer, and that shows that you have
Pescati chocolate, Cocoa Chicky, Maroma incense and candles to perfume your ambience, Nalville soap and scrub to keep you clean and healthy, and yummy tea from Othu Tea, and we have yes, all the goodies that you can find in the bag. Thank you, Upasana, Uma for the bags, and thank you all the speakers once again for being there here for us for this. Let's put the chairs back. We need to put the chairs back. No. Oh, put the chair. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last session before lunch. We'll try to keep your attention here, but it's been really exciting. I'm really, really excited by what we've been seeing in the first two sessions so far, hearing about the fair trade journey, hearing about all these great innovative solutions that are coming together. The next session that we're going to have is going to focus on sustainable production and sustainable supply chain. We look at the SDG goal number 12, which is on sustainable consumption and production. And when you look at that, you see that sign of infinity, which keeps going on, right? So the theory is that if you have sustainable consumption, if people demand for sustainable products, it feeds into better production practices with businesses and brands, then adopting those better practices, and that creates better choice. In sustainable production, and then we will follow that up with a panel discussion. So without further ado, we'll call Rajesh to introduce our speakers and then for them to talk about.
Thank you, Abhishek. So, as Abhishek had put it out, we would like to invite Malcolm as the first speaker. Malcolm is a brand manager at Auroville, a native New Yorker who is residing in Auroville. He specializes in brand strategy and public speaking. He's working for various international companies.
Hello. What do you do? No, this is perfect. Yeah, this is our presentation right away. But I'm the prettiest part of it. Quickly, before I get into this, I'd like to, give a little bit of my bio. My name is Malcolm. I'm a brand manager working for Aroma for a little while now. I've been in India for 5 years. I came here straight to Auroville. So the values of Auroville are of utmost importance to me. And I feel very, very fortunate not only to be here to be able to present, but also to be able to represent Aroma, which in my experience in Auroville is, say no more. I'm going to briefly tell you the history of it, of Maroma, and then I'm going to tell you why Maroma is the way that they are, and then I'm going to get out of your way. Maroma was born, you can keep going with this. Honestly, you can kind of just keep going with the slides and I'm just going to keep talking. But Maroma was born in 1976, brought together by a group of young Aurovillians, one of which was named Paul Beton, who is still very involved. It was born out of the necessity of Auroville, before the gold plates were put on the Machamandu, to gather resources when there was really no resources around. There were no trees, there was no money coming in. So they invented, I guess they didn't invent, but they went with, I'm gonna back up. Let's do this. So it was born out of necessity, and it was born from the bones of Auroville. And the bones of Auroville, all they really are is a set of values. Maroma is values. Maroma is the belief of people and the belief of the human spirit to come together and create beauty in this world. Forever, I guess. So the values which started Maroma have carried forth for 40 years. 40 years making it the largest manufacturer in Auroville. 40 years making it a producer and seller of 1.5 million units per year across 5 continents. Right? The reason for their value system is its marriage to Auroville's value system, and also because the origin of it was very personal. It was a group of immigrants that came to and harmonized with their constituents to build a brand, or not even a brand, a business that supported each other and supported the community of Oregon. They built a city from values. And it started very humbly from 12 packets. It didn't advertise itself very much. It had a small staff of which they took very good care of and continue to today. And over time, very, luck is not the word that we use in Auroville, it's more like mother's will, right? But, because it really did not have to be as successful as it was. From 12 packets went to 5 continents and retail stores and major distributors, major price jumps as far as the quality of the product and the production, the ease of production. And this is the story of that. It's grown exponentially. And I'm gonna be honest, it's gone from incense, our sauce to Auroville, to Maroma, because it has expanded completely as far as its product. It's gone into candles, it's gone into soaps, lotions, shampoos, baby products, a whole bunch of stuff, sachets, coils, everything that you can basically put a smell to. Maroma has
made organic, it is made sustainable, it is made high quality, and it has made a huge demand for itself around Oroville and around the world. I basically told you everything. I told you everything that you need to know. But I really want to tell about my
my experience has been that women actually connect so much better with the larger picture. They manage their time so much better and the very minimal resources that one would have at a certain time. And you can see Kamala and Nadia over there. They're two of our staff, and then the girl, the grandchild. Nadia had actually forgotten how to write. Now we've got her back into writing, and she's able to maintain farm records and all of that. She works on our biodynamic. And so seed saving is at the core of what we do. Somehow we are going back to this connection with soil and all of that. But we've forgotten the seed where we actually started. Our forefathers knew that so well. They were so connected to seed, and it was such a precious resource for them. So at Earth Trust, we consciously go back to seed saving. Kamala is our in-house seed saver at Earth Trust, and that's Dana and Chitra, who are from the Kota and the Badaga community. We are inclusive of all the indigenous communities that live there. And that, in fact, was a seed festival done with Keystone. So we try to do things with other NGOs as well. Now, during COVID, we had this huge problem. See, we have the advantage of being a separate little unit up in the hills, where we connect with each other. The moment Gokul or Madhu is telling you something, it's so dear to my heart because as a community, just like Auroville and Puducherry, you connect so beautifully. Now, that's the advantage. The disadvantage is, logistically, we are so disconnected from everywhere else. And people want what we grow. You might call them exotic, you might call them all kinds of things. So we had some strawberry farmers who really suffered during 2 rounds of COVID. The first time they'd grown everything and then all the logistical connections to the plains was cut off. So we at Earth Trust, we do some value addition. That's 100% organic product. And our brand name is Soil to Soul. And we also have things like turmeric and pepper, and, all the spices and even rice, because this is a whole, it's 2,500 square kilometers of varied climatic zones. So we have the advantage that we can grow many things. Okay, so logistically, we have a lot of challenge and we help the small farmer. We connect about 45 small farmers. I think we skipped a slide which showed the small farmers to the market. And sometimes our girls do at least about 150 kilometers on a market day. We send it out to other districts and places in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. So these are again some of our girls. We have an aggregation center and where they do the packing and all that stuff. Now on the right is our local market. It is happening as we speak because it happens on Friday. And we use this actually as a knowledge dissemination or an awareness creation place. And where we actually, people are just not buying vegetables, but we're also telling them the whole story of the district. And I think Gokul had mentioned there are a lot of new settlers in the Nilgiris. So we're trying to tell them that, there's a whole lot of life outside of your compound wall or wherever. And our farmers are engaged with what happens at the state level. Gokul spoke about TOFA, which we have an organic farmers movement going ahead. And so this is some of our staff, and we had a huge march of 3,000 farmers, especially trying to ban the weedicide Roundup, which is glyphosate, and which is used in the tea industry. So I'd like to leave you with this image that this is, I told you we were also into women's health and all of those things. So we have some training for women. We tell them about their health using a skill development platform. So these are women from one Badaga village, and they're taking a pledge for organic Nilgiris. So I'd really like to leave you with this image because this conversation
everything will become sustainable. And I know I'm short of time, so anything I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
After this, we would be having with us Mr. Sharat Murthy, who is the Managing Director for the Indian Terrain Station, a leading apparel retail brand in India. We would request Sharat Murthy sir to take over. He is a veteran of the textile apparel retail business for the past 25 years, who is always passionate about the fashion and retail, consumer buying behavior and people.
I think it's easier this way. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm loud enough. I believe so. But people online. Oh, okay. Sorry. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I've been spending the last 1.5 hours, and I have to say, I don't know to say whether I'm a bit overwhelmed or underwhelmed. But either way, I realized one thing: there's a phenomenal bunch of passionate people out here who drive this. And I also thought that I look back. I heard Panchu sir talk about the consumer movement. And as a clothing brand which has been around for 20 years, sells to about 1 million people in this country, and who's embraced Fairtrade about 3 years back, I think we have a massive responsibility to take this journey forward. And I'm very proud to say that we're the first and only brand in this country which has actually embraced this whole movement of Fairtrade. Yeah, saw that. Just go back to the previous one. That's the way we look at it. Placing the terrain first. It's in our brand name. Indian Terrain is a clothing brand of menswear. Hopefully, some of you have bought it. Some of you have worn it. Some of you have seen it and have been intrigued by it. But nevertheless, we've been around the block for 20 years. There's two things that's core to us. We make stuff because we love what we make. And we make stuff that we believe which makes you feel good. That's our core philosophy. We don't like to make clothes that just make you look good. That's really the way we've driven our thing. But we've been a consumer brand, we've been a mass consumer brand, we've grown, we're all across the country. And we realize that we have a responsibility as a large consumer brand which uses a lot of stuff, packaging and otherwise, that we've got to make it a sustainable business and not just a clothing fashion business. So I'm actually just going to talk about what we did quickly in the last couple of years. COVID forced us to move really fast. We did that. With Abhishek's help, we wanted to launch. I must share out here in this forum that when we were looking at what do we want to do and partner with whom, and there have been many people who we tried to look at. I was attracted to Fairtrade because of a very simple word, fair and trade. And when we look at it, and I've been in this clothing industry for 25 years, I can assure you it is not fair. Right? And I've served across in exports, I have served across on the brand side, I've been on manufacturing, I've been in the textile mill. I certainly with authority can say that we've never been fair in this industry across the board. And so when I said Fairtrade is something that is a partner for us for sustainability, we would be happy to see what we can do. We launched in 2021 with just a small quantity of about 40,000 units. We're now doubling it every 6 months. And I think we have a goal that in the next, just to give you a perspective, we make 5 million units a year. Okay, so in that, this is like a micro drop. But our goal is that by 2025, 1 million of those will be purely Fairtrade. That's our goal. So actually, knows that he holds the gun to my head and everything. Yeah, so just in the last 1 year, what we're very proud of is the 150,000 tons of lint which has been produced by farmers. This forum has been brilliant for me because I got to meet Bala. Some of his farmers are beneficiaries of the fact that we are investing in this. Yeah, there you go. So today, we directly impact about 150 farmers who are in Fairtrade, some of them in the Salem and Tirupur belt, and some of them in Orissa and Telangana, because that's the other place from which we source indirectly. And for us, we're committed to doubling this number every 6 months. That over the next 3 years, we want to get to at least 4,000 farming families who are fair trade, who are running fair trade, organic fabric, and be a part of their community completely. Yeah, but that's not just it. What got started with fair trade is now across the board in our organization. Most of our trousers and shirts you're wearing will be natural dyes. We're starting to reduce the number of chemical dyes that we use. A lot of organic cotton. What you're seeing me wear today is a fair trade cotton shirt of mine, and this is an organic cotton denim completely. Reprieve, for some of you who know, is recycled polyester. We're making it a very large part of our clothing. Tencel blends, recycled cotton denims, jackets, outerwear jackets. We sell a lot of them in the winter, completely recycled with polyester and polyfills completely. So a lot of our range across the board, we started the journey with fair trade, but for us sustainability is now ingrained in many things that we do. This is one of the 3 Ps. We use 3 Ps as our philosophy: products, packaging, and processes. What you're seeing is the P, which is the product side. The next slide will tell you, move on. Yeah, in the last 15 months, 5 million units means 5 million poly bags. Some of them even more, because now we have e-commerce, which is a terrible business, from the poly bag side at least. We moved completely from virgin polyester to recycled polyester. In the next 24 months, we're going to move halfway to biodegradable completely. So that's how we're moving. For all of you who are in the clothing business, at least in the mass consumer clothing business that I am in, we have collar putties, we have back supports, we have what we call butterfly clips. All of them use plastics. And we've eliminated every one of those in our garments over the last 24 months. The supply chain is not just the product, it's also where it's getting made. So we have factories. Factories are polluting environments, they're not good for it, so on and so forth, but they're economic engines, we can't do without them. So we've moved to green factories, at least in a small start. We have now 2 large green factories with whom we work. So our supply chain is fair trade farming, cotton which is grown in yarns, fabric manufacturers who are fair trade certified, production in a green factory, comes to my store. That's the piece we're actually I'm working on, where we're trying to make some of our material in our stores, recycling stuff, while we cannot afford to do some of the artisanal stores that are there around the corner, because we open a store almost every 2 weeks. But there's a conscious attempt to say what can we do in our stores, in lighting, in furniture, in fixtures, so on and so forth. Yeah, but 2 green factories. And so that's the journey of sustainability that we have been doing. And I think when I sit in this forum, I say that as a consumer brand, unless the consumer really embraces this in a big way, this movement cannot explode the way it needs to explode. What's good in the last 2 years? There's a whole host of new brands around the corner, D2C brand, we keep hearing this, who are putting sustainability first. It's being led by the younger generation. But that's just a small drop in the ocean. We are the ones who've been around the block for so many years as consumer brands. Us and many of us like us, we have a larger responsibility to take this communication consistently across the country. And that's what we're doing. Thank you.
And the last speaker for this amazing session would be one more amazing
person. As I'm sure you will find out, she is Amanda Murphy, who is the founder of Tele Exports, a story which talks about working together for positive social change, about community development, a story about equality, and more about a story providing opportunity to the people of the small town of Tirumangalam, a small suburb near Madurai at South Tamil Nadu. After a volunteer trip to India, she recognized the need to provide quality education support children in the region. She has developed a strong relationship with the local community. I'm sure she's here to talk about that.
India, I don't know. When I came to India, there was no electricity down in Tirumangala. People didn't have computers. Come on. And women weren't given a chance. And what am I? Not only am I a female, I have survived. And I have never. Yay! Yay! And I have never relied on either a microphone or the internet or somebody else to communicate for me. I have used my imagination and perhaps my roar anger. All right? Maybe I'm a dragon. Hey, come on, I'm an old dragon. But I'm only 21. What are you looking at? Not be a dragon. No, I'm 60 next month. But I was given a chance. I'm a failed vet, an animal doctor. I was given a chance a long time ago by Gordon Roddick to do something not to make money, but to make a better world. And the only thing I had was my little baby Teddy. So the company I created was Teddy Exports. And the idea was not to make money, but to make money make sense. And the way I did that was to put half the profit. We started off making footsie rollers from waste wood, Volodka wood, and then replanting trees. And then we got on to making cotton bags. And then we were making money, but to put half the profit into a trust and then to try and do something with that money. Oh, what to do? Well, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. So we started the Teddy School. And come on, I'm an old bag, I make bags. And what is sustainability? It really is the future. And perhaps the thing I'm proudest of is not being British, I'm sorry about that, or indeed being a human, I'm sorry about that. But I am proud of being a mother. And sustainability and the future of my business, my anger turned into something good is here with my daughter Tara. So I'll ask Tara just to say what she's going to do next. And most of all, to all of you, I give my love, which is the biggest energy in the world. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So obviously everybody's heard from my mother. My mother came down to India 35 years ago and started her business down in Exports. And we're currently in a really interesting stage of the business where the kind of typical stereotypes, if you will, that are associated with a fair trade business are that they are sometimes low quality or sometimes inconsistent quality, that they're handmade, that they're inefficient, and that they're boutique in a way for different customers. So what we're trying to do now is change that perception of what fair trade and fair trade products actually are. So we're at this very interesting stage now where we're at a huge turning point for our business. We're trying to make our fair trade model work on a commercial scale, on a large scale, so that we can ramp up our productivity and also the employment that we're giving at the moment threefold, fourfold by the end of next year. So this is a really, really interesting time for us, and I'm more than happy to be here. I'm more than happy to take questions. Obviously, my mum is more than happy to sit down and talk to some people. Yeah, and I'm really excited. I've seen a couple of people that we definitely like to work with in the room that I will definitely be having conversations with. And I think one of the key things kind of was mentioned at the initial talk was that this is kind of the movement of the traditional idea of business into encompassing more modern principles, more modern tools that we have available, the internet, social media, all of those type of things. So yeah, I think that's exactly what Teddy Exports is going through at the moment, is trying to encompass the traditional values and keep our core values at the heart of the business that we're doing. But take those forward in a more modern approach and make it work in today's context. So yeah, thank you very much. We are the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda and Tara. That was brilliant, full of energy and love, as you rightly said. And that is incredible. I think we've had quite an incredible snapshot into different ways in which communities and businesses are coming together. They are bringing products to markets which are sustainable, coming out of care, coming out of market feedback, coming out of just the belief that they want to create a better future. In the next part, and we're not going to take too much time, I know lunch is waiting, but in the next part what we thought is we're going to just have a very quick Q&A. I have a few questions, but I'm sure people here would also like to ask a few. So maybe if all the panelists can just come join me on the stage, and we just have a very quick Q&A on this. Okay. Yeah. Madam, please join us. Great. So I'm going to just kick off these discussions, but I'm really hoping after the initial question that we'll start hearing from you guys, because that's what we want to make. Kind of a leading question. You know, we all hear about an incredible journey that all of you taken. A lot of times there is the classic competition that comes between wanting to do something which is meaningful, which is sustainable, and then there is the pressure from the market on how do you make this commercially viable? How do you make this work so that you are able to cover the costs? Because that's a very real grind that keeps coming every day, I'm sure, for each one of you. So I just wanted to hear from any one of you if you'd like to share. How do you keep that balance going? How do you think what we're talking about today, fair trade, sustainability, holistic living, how do you make that work commercially as well? Particularly in the context of the Indian market and the Indian consumer, where maybe the awareness, the capacity, or the willingness to pay right now is not that high. Anyone who would like to take that? Sure.
In that session, I was the only one who had a perishable product, you know, and that throws up a whole different set of challenges. But I'm an eternal optimist, and I think the pandemic has been very good for us in terms of, you know, people looking at better conscious choices and things like that. So what I feel is that half the story is from the consumer itself. So we're having, for example, Rajat is an ethical middle person. So I find that when you kind of are dealing with a whole different market, especially the Indian market has changed, and people are prioritizing their choices, I feel. So the gentleman from India today said it will take some time, but it's happening. And how do we make it more? So, see, we with the NGO model has been difficult, like I was talking to Kanika about it, because grants have all dried up. So we have to be a social enterprise model. On one side, you have protection price for the producer, and on the other side, you have a market that is not willing to pay too much, or who are prioritizing their spending differently. So slowly, I think we're getting there, especially when people think they should connect directly to the producer in some way. And I think it will happen, and I think sustainability is here, and we're in a happier space. I'd like to leave it with that kind of a positive thought. Commercial viability, we have to either get to numbers or things like that. In the absence of grants for people who are doing good things, or in the absence of angel funding, I think even crowdfunding is a very good option, and many people are getting, as consumers are giving towards those kind of things. So I think sustainability is and a viable product is a possibility now more than it ever was before. Anybody else from the panel like that?
So I think like one of the main aspects we need to really consider is the knowledge and the awareness of Fairtrade products as was talked about. So right now, like the market, as you all know, the market is something which is very unpredictable as it's everything. So to stand out in a way, you just have to, I think, explain to the customer one thing is about the true, the cost of the product, and that I think is very important because through the whole supply chain, right from the producer until the end consumer, and what all goes into the product. If it's like a reusable product, or if it's from a community which has these traditional knowledge, which carry forward down generation. And I think that is also dying, so that has to be revived and put into the products and more of the stories. So I think that makes sure that you stay viable in the market as well as I have stories out there as well.
I would also say, come and see. You're welcome anytime you're down that way. Come and see. Come and visit. Families who've worked for us. Come and see what a difference it really has made. I'm not just going to send you an email. I ain't going to do that. But my daughter, Tara, the baby dragon, indeed is very good at all that, techie stuff. And we do have a newsletter called Pioneer. And anybody who, I think we can take all the email addresses and send people,
really selling us today, isn't she?
Send you the newsletter. And what it is, it's not that I'm paying people to tell stories, it's your story. It's the story of children who've gone through our school and hey, they're now managers, or people who've gone and that tree has grown. Like, come on, if this fat old dragon with 32 metal bolts in her, you know what, if I can do it, anybody can do it. And wouldn't that be a wonderful message to take to the world?
Yeah, I'll say one thing. Not too long ago, a man in passing conversation told me randomly, he said, you are a product, you are the culmination of the 5 people you are closest to. Those are the ones who influence most of the way that you are. And I find it very inspiring at this time to be in a room of people who believe in this. And it's proof that we are in a world of people who, we are in a world that is giving the opportunity to create a market of like-minded people. And I believe if we continue to surround ourselves and continue to coordinate, we are the market. Dye producers support fabric producers. Fabric producers support the rest of the fashion industry. It goes on like this. Every ingredient, every supply, wherever your part is in this network of business, if we want to call it, of resource management and distribution, wherever you are, your role has a market. And eventually we will just, I believe, I think at some point eventually it will all be sustainable, but eventually there will just be 2 markets. There will be the business, lets everybody get rich and kill everybody if we want. And then you got the side of people who love each other, who will take care of each other, take care of our own business and spread it. The market grows. I think, last thing I'll say, I think when you are aware of the world and how it is and how it used to be and where it's going, we can, especially sensitive people, we can become subdued by something I guess called eco-anxiety and the feeling that the world is getting worse than it was. It's always going down, right? Ice caps are getting smaller. But I think in a lot of ways, if we look, if we access our gratitude, we access the benefits of what we are giving to people and never forget how we are contributing just as being this way, that the world is getting better. Not every way, but that faith that we are going to help someone, I'm going to help the next generation of people, that thing will overcome market adversities. It's perseverance that builds business.
Yeah, never give up. Never give up.
Fantastic. I think we need that spirit of perseverance for sure. And we have testimony of that actually right here at having this room. Perseverance does, in the long run, sustain and go down. I want to just, before I move to the next question from my end, just open up to the audience. If there is any question, yes.
Having heard all of you, my question is, how do you mainstream what you're doing here? Because you're a minority now. And that's where the challenge lies, because people don't understand what the costs, real costs are. What are the externalities that you have to internalize? How do you do that? We have in the afternoon session, of course, the government as a important catalyst to make the changes, but also it's the consumer. And I don't think there is enough communication, particularly through the media, to reach out to the consumer in the right manner. Our consumption patterns lead to about 3/4 of our emissions today. So we need to understand it's not just from the production side, how do we educate the consumer in a more intelligent manner so that they understand what the real costs are. Today you can see people throw away the waste, but they don't understand the value of it and they're not charged for it. People say we have no money to pay for the waste, but we have money to buy all that we are throwing away. And much of the product that we buy is just thrown away within seconds. For example, the packaging. How do you address those issues?
Mr. Mohan, can I just add the same question? Do you want to save some time?
So this question is for you and Marma, and also for the gentleman in the corner. I'm sorry, the banana. So to take off from what Mr. Mohit said, I as the key representative of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industries, my question is also me as a consumer. I understand that when we make sustainable businesses, we look at waste recycling and we work towards a business which is fair. Till it is small, till it is a startup, it's an interesting concept. But I've seen your two presentations and I believe you agree. I want to understand the cost analysis. When organic businesses are small, they are relatively more expensive. Might it be food, might it be clothing, might it be housing for that matter. When they go big and they have a lot of sales, does the price come down the way it comes in mainstream business? Or because of lack of procurement or not the ease of the pipeline, the price goes up or does not come down? This is something I would like to know from both the perspectives. Thank you.
Fantastic, two questions. So first is to look at it in the and then the other aspect is the whole link to that is trying to bring it into the mainstream. Is there some economies of scale that you see in what you do, which will help ultimately make it more accessible? Otherwise, it remains a niche for the elite business economists of India. So, anybody who would like to?
No, I think both of you can. Maybe you can start.
Okay, again, I'm addressing this from the point of view of food that we eat every day. Most of it is perishable, vegetables, for example. Now, to answer your question about, I mean, somewhere along that line, a lot of what we do and what I do personally, because now we've come to a stage where people understand safe food, but they don't understand imperfect food, some things are not visually attractive. So typically I ask people, okay, what do you do with a carrot? And then they go back to very simple carrot thing. And they say we make Auroville, poriyal and all those things, or gajar ka halwa. Okay, you're cutting it up anyway. So what's your obsession with this thing being perfect? And what happens in the Nilgiris, for example, 60% of a farmer's produce is lost to grading and sorting. So if more than answering your question, I'd like to bring this to this audience that next time you go to a market, please understand that somebody is suffering when we are worried about that one spot on, all this happened with the imported apples coming in. We used to have Himachali apples as children, and they were all kinds of shapes and sizes. The moment we get this one with the sticker and this perfect looking one, then
the last 25 years, we've been conditioned by this thought that, oh, an apple looks exactly like this and a carrot looks exactly like that. So we could save the whole world a lot of resources if we were not so obsessed with that. And that is the production side of it. And when we're talking about scaling up, see, Chennai, for example, has some very good models where they're taking large quantities of produce and they also started as a volunteer model. So they take a large quantity of all agricultural, food produce, like grains and vegetables and stuff like that. And now they've diversified in many ways. And there's like this huge consumer awareness. That's what can change all of this. And the price, just like you have a protection price for the farmer, they've come up with this model. In fact, they're into organic cotton as well. They call the organic farmers market. So they feel that middle-income Indians should be able to afford. So what has happened is actually people are afraid of this word organic because automatically if you're paying for this fancy shop and all these fancy people over there and all of that, they brought it down to a, like a car shed level where you just have all these little outlets everywhere. Everybody comes, so the actually the profits come from the volumes, and that way they also help the farmer. So they may not be at the corporate level as yet, like that level of, but these things are happening in these little towns, like as in the Fairtrade towns movement wanted to happen. So they're looking at some creative models where people on both sides would benefit production and consumption.
Maybe my question, particularly on economy of scale in the organic sector. Is it a viable thing? Does it happen like that?
See, it's taken us about, I talk from the Nilgiri perspective. It's taken us about 15, 60 years to, go backwards. So to, come out of that is going to take us some time. But again, it's the consumer who can change that. For example, Kerala has banned all pesticide stuff that comes from the Nilgiris. So people are getting more conscious. For example, a simple thing like we had a particular potato seed, which only organic farmers grew, But then suddenly when the chemical potato farmers realized that this is not susceptible to blight, they will use less pesticide and things like that. And their cost of production actually comes down. So organically, they're going and getting that seed, using much less pesticide and things like that. So it's part of a cycle, and we are in it now. At least we're getting there faster after COVID, I feel.
Great. Just one final comment from Mr. Bala, and then I think we'll have.
Hello. Yes. See, ma'am, you are asking the commercial part, I understood. So you think
the organic journey in India. So I'm a front runner, I associate with that. From 2002, what's happening in India, we know. In European Union, I'm saying 2002, the branch wants to give some additional feature to the customer to make walk-ins to the stores. Walk-ins to the store. Then what happened? That time the branch came to the where the organic was there. Only one project, pure project was running that time called Biori. It was in Madhya Pradesh. They are doing a real variety seeds and they started working with it. So everybody came to Madhya Pradesh, got polluted. Organic, you have to understand one thing. I told my organic is an authentic. Original organic, definitely you have to pay now. Okay. Compromised organic, you have to pay. That's commercial. Again, commercial.
Come down to a 50, 60, 70, 40, depending on the scale. So it's not the quality of play I want to the economics of the game. Now, what happens when you do it in the organic industry? Because your pipeline also is expensive. Your pipeline is not as consistent as mainstream industry. So how will you, is it possible to balance or I'm sure it is.
It's already called balance. In India, already the demand and supply. Say normally anything price means I think.
there is supply, 100%. I take it with us. But like mainstream, can I get that product which you are selling for 100 rupees? Because when it's the kind of population we have, when you put in the number, can you get the price down? Completely authentic organic.
Yes, possible. Definitely possible. See, so I'm telling you what. When organic, authentic or pure organic available, that the price range per kg of yarn that time 70 rupees. I'm telling 2000 upcharge. Then it has come down slowly to 40 rupees. When more projects are coming to the stream, it has come to 25. Again, there is a surge in the market. There is banned in the the illegal operators. Then it went up to 100. Now again it is settling down to 70 rupees. It's like a situation. You have to understand the situation according to the demand and supply as well as the integrity and a lot of
those are
the
standard aspects. I think, sorry, folks, I think this is a very exciting conversation, but there is also a very exciting lunch waiting for us. So I think we should pick up our panelists, including
Only one question for Indian terrain. Sir, Indian terrain, sir.
You can do it over lunch.
Can we do it over lunch, sir?
I have a question for him.
Yeah.
We can have it over lunch, sir.
Yeah. So I would just like to give
You take it one to one, sir.
But I'm a big fan of the Indian terrain, but they have done a wonderful job of avoiding eclipse and all. It's really wonderful.
That's a small token of love and gratitude that has been given to those people out there. I'm sure you can open the gift and see there are a lot of lovely stuff which has been given by people around and all the gift hampers. I'm sure the brand manager is happy with this gift. So that's where we are, and we close this session for this moment, and a sumptuous lunch is just waiting for you right outside. So we take a short break with Anjali ma'am as the principal of this headmistress of this particular meeting.
they were not even expecting anybody to even appreciate what they're doing, and they're doing this since about now 85 days non-stop and sacrificing their families, to come to keep us safe. And when we explained to them what we were trying to do and how the citizens of Pondicherry wanted to express their gratitude, there were some nurses and caregivers and all had tears in their eyes. One fine morning, I got a call from Uma, and she is one of the steering committee members of the Fairtrade town, Auroville. And she said that, we have done this for the frontline support in Auroville. Would I be interested to take it up in Pondicherry?
Fairtrade Gratitude Project began in Auroville while having a conversation with one of the nurses in Auroville Frontiers, COVID Frontiers, who were just saying, I wish there was a cake and a cup of coffee. And it was a very genuine passing by remark, and it brought into the focus that there are so many people who are thinking like that, and forget about this, they have not even thought about their lunch.
Could we include the Fairtrade cocoa in the ingredients that we wanted to do for making the cake? So she said that was a super good idea, and that's how the idea got initiated in Pondicherry. Immediately first approached Greenday from Ashok to check whether he had Fairtrade cocoa from Pascati, and he said, I don't have, but I'll order it. So then he ordered his the cocoa, and a few ladies who I knew baked, like Twinkle Bakes, Sangeeta Bakes, Priyam Bakes. So I said, okay, can we get some women on board? And the way I thought we could take it forward is, why don't we focus on making it into a citizens movement? They all came together and we created a WhatsApp group. And then I told them that it would be very important for us to be able to reach out to a lot of people. So they became my cluster heads. And then they reached out in turn to their friends, and then they were managing the show from their side.
It was the most natural thing. Even parents were very happy that their children could make cards, and the children were very happy that their scribble goes to someone else and they are part of the gratitude cake project. It has touched everybody's heart, and it's beautiful to make your life relevant to someone you don't even know. And that joy is sacred.
That's how we grew from just a group of 11, but managed to touch around a total of about 25-30 citizens as well as small businesses. And we have reached a total of about 5,000 Fairtrade Gratitude Cupcakes. First, we targeted the primary health centers in Pondicherry. So we had gone to about 8 health centers. There were some nurses and caregivers and all had tears in their eyes because they felt that, and one of them really told us that now when we receive this cake, and especially the cards that have been made by the children, we are encouraged to give more and work more and come to work with more joy, because we know that the Pondicherry citizens are appreciating us. So that became very personal, like we were really giving the cake to the ladies, and we were seeing their gratitude in their eyes and also in their body language. When they were taking it, like they were literally grateful for the cake that was coming to them. That was all, really amazing emotions that ran through the whole day today.
If humanity has any job to do, just say thank you for people who are making our lives safe.
நாங்கள் மட்டும்தான் கொரோனாக்காக வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கோன்ற மாதிரி இல்லாமல்
குழந்தைங்க அவங்க வேலை செய்கிறவங்களுக்கு நன்றி தெரிவிக்கணுன்ற மோட்டிவில் இதை செஞ்சுருக்காங்கன்னு போது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. எங்களுக்காகவும் இல்லாமல் நம்ம சமுதாயத்துக்காக குழந்தைங்களும் யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்காங்கிறத நினச்சாலே சந்தோஷம். இவ்வளோ தூரம் எங்களுக்காக ஒவ்வொரு சென்டராக தேடி வந்து குழந்தைங்க செஞ்சதும் சரி, ஸ்வீட்டும் சரி, எங்களுக்கு வந்து அடுத்த கட்டம் நம்ம ஒரு தொழில் வந்துடும். என்னடா ரெகுலராக இதே செய்யணும், 70 days ஆச்சு, 80 days ஆகுது, போயிட்டே இருக்கே அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஃபீல் இருக்குது. அந்த ஃபீல் வந்து இப்போ வந்து கொஞ்சம் சரி, மோட்டிவேஷன் கொஞ்சம் ஜாஸ்தி இருக்குது, சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
sustainable development. For this, we would be having Brahmanand Mohanty, who is the regional advisor for Asia French Agency for Ecological Transition, who would be chairing the session. At this session, we request you, sir, to occupy the dais. We will be taking over. And for the session panelists, we have Monsieur Didier Renaud, who had been involved and committed to Fairtrade for more than 10 years, who has been a part of the Fairtrade Advocacy Office for the EU-wide for the young citizens. He would be joining us online. We have Jessela Stang, the German local authority representative, who would be also be joining us online. We request Monica Chaudhary, design professional, heading the strategy and business development for Habitat Architects, a design graduate and a postgraduate in sociology who spends most of her time traveling across the country providing design intervention solutions for better global appeal of various indigenous art and craft forms. Her passion has always been for restoring old form of art and textiles, and the motto has been only change is constant. We also have with us another senior person, Mr. Laurent Donovan, the European Union delegation to Indian representative. Kindly do join us, sir. We also have with us Mr. Sandeep Chopra, who is currently working on sustainability of workers at the Tri-Impact Global, focusing on sustainable supply chain, and he has worked with various importers and global brands. And last but not the least, we would like to welcome Ravideep Ji, who is the Director of Local Area Administration and Ports, and who is also the Inspector General for the Prisons and Pondicherry Administration. Ravideep Ji is a master in business management, in law, and he had worked earlier as the officer of special duty to the mayor of New Delhi, and he had worked at different positions in the municipal corporation of Delhi. And he carries with him a rich experience of sustainable development. He had been a part of various summits in Europe, and with all this rich experience, he's out here in Pondicherry with us as a local area administrator. And we have with him an amazing panel who will be joining us. Thank you, sir, and over to you, Mohanty.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. You can see that we have a rich panel of experts who are there to share their experience. This morning we had very interesting sessions, mostly from the producers' angle and some of the consumers. And we did face certain challenges when we talked about how to mainstream the activities, the initiatives. And we said there are the need for policy changes, and that's where the government role becomes more important. How can the government play the role of a catalyst to make those changes? And there are various instruments, whether it is in the form of policy, in the form of regulations, but also incentives. Along with incentives, there can be disincentives. How do you bring those in by which you can create the real platform for things to grow? Last but not least, how do you also promote more awareness, education, and sensitizing the people? Because at the end of the day, it's the consumer which decides what they need to consume and on which basis the producers have to manufacture accordingly. We have panelists from not only from India but also from Brussels, from Germany. So perhaps we will start with our foreign delegates because they have been waiting for a long time. We were delayed. All those who are here, we got delayed, but they have been waiting for a long time to intervene. So may I first request Mr. Didier Renaud to share his experience, particularly of the report that he has prepared on the basis of feedback he received from several countries. Didier, please.
Hi everyone, thank you for the invitation.
Please unmute yourself.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you, and hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very glad to be here from the side of FTAO. I would like to share maybe some slides. So I have sent it. So I don't know if it's possible to put it, or should I share it directly? Hello? You hear me still? Hello, hello? I don't know if you still hear me, but it seems that I have some connection problem.
Didier, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can? If you don't mind, can you share your screen so that
yeah,
you can have the control? You know at what pace you want to go.
Okay. Okay, so I will need 2 minutes to find it because it's a bit complicated. I think it should be there. Let me know. It's running. Oh, sorry, it's a bad quality. Normally it's not the same, but it changed a bit. The presentation changed a bit. But I will start with this, and I will send the clear version after. So I'm Didier Renaud from the Fairtrade Advocacy Office, and I will shortly, so in 10 minutes, I guess, introduce you to the first FTAO, who we are, and then I will underline a report we have done for Fairtrade International and on behalf of the Fairtrade Advocacy Office, a report on the public policies, on Fairtrade public policies around the world that I co-wrote with Veselina Vassilieva. So first, a short presentation of the Fairtrade Advocacy Office that you may know. So we speak out on behalf of the fair trade movement for fair trade and trade justice, of course. And we were created in 2004. And if we can summarize it, we are kind of a joint venture between Fairtrade International and the WFTO. And so we represent both sides of the fair trade movement. Now we are 12 people. And our executive director was Sergi Corbalan, that I'm sure everyone know, just leave us to work at the European Parliament. And now we have a new acting director with Jorge Conesa, who is on the right on the picture. Then I will just show you this slide to introduce the topic. So this is the report we published last year on public policies and fair trade. It was a huge report that we co-wrote with Veselina Vassilieva and with the financial support of the Fondation Charles Leopold Meyer and the European Commission. So I will afterwards share the link of the report on the chat, but just to say a few words also about it. The first step was to publish the report, and now I'm as project coordinator at the FTAO. I am also in charge of organizing a series of webinars dealing with the case study we have done. So I will also share another link if you want to register, because next month we will have a nice webinar on the historical Brazilian case, which is, I think, fascinating for all fair trade lovers. So this report was done it's the follow-up, in fact, of another report which was done in 2015 in Europe and in Latin America, and now we have extended it to the world, including some emerging cases in Africa and also in Asia. So just here you have the content of the report. So as you will see, we have 6 case studies. So the Brazilian case, the Ecuador case, the Belgium case, the French case, Italian case, and new case, and the 2 emerging cases. So for the continent of Africa and Asia. So the objective of this report was to study current and past public policies on fair trade or related policy fields around the world. It was to analyze and to show enabling environments that enhance the uptake of fair trade. And it has the aim also to give or provide some recommendations to the national and international fair trade movement. And also, this is important, recommendations to national policymakers. So first, we did it. We had the screening phases. We analyzed 23 countries, including also some cases such as also fair trade cases. And we made it with 46 interviews of key countries' experts. So first we have an analytical phase, of course, and we use the semi-structured interviews and, of course, desk research to realize it. And we would like to insist on this. It was an inclusive approach because to do it, we have many discussions with regional producers networks and also big organizations such as WTO or Fairtrade International representative. To do this report that you will find on our website, we have divided, in fact, and this is very important, I think, for the fair trade movement, the type of or the levels of public policies that we studied. So, for instance, you will see in the report every time we detail if we are speaking about a type 1, a type 2, a type 3, or a type 4 public policy. For instance, I can say, I will give just a short example. A type 1 public policies on fair trade could be a specific legislation directly on fair trade. For instance, a constitution, you will see after, I will show some example. Maybe you don't know, but there are some countries in the world where fair trade is in the constitution, which is, I think, a huge step also for the movement. It's the case, for instance, in Ecuador. It was also the case in Brazil. And for instance, in France also, there are some important laws, especially related to fair trade, which is very, very great for us. The second, for instance, was more a specific policy or legislation that mentioned fair trade and all its principles. For instance, could be a public procurement, public policy. We have the case also, for instance, in France, we have a law specifically on fair trade. So type 1 and type 2 were the most interesting public policies. Type 3 is more indirect. It does not mention fair trade, but it can enable it. For instance, it's more related to the EU, for instance, unfair trading practices or human rights, due diligence, trade policies, policies on SDGs, etc. And type 4 was more government-supported frameworks or program or initiative directly about or related to fair trade or to some of its principles. For instance, in France, the equity program, which is a very also interesting program. So sorry, the slide is a bit dark, but here you can see in yellow is the screening phases we studied, and in green the selected cases. So that I already talked with Tanzania, with also Brazil, France, Italy, Belgium, and the European Union. Yesterday I was told to show some great examples, so I chose two examples, one historical example of Brazil, and after I will also detail the Ecuadorian. So we don't have time to go too much into details, but for instance, we call the Brazilian case the mirage of the fair and solidarity trade system. Why? Because in fact, the Brazilian fair and solidarity experience is unique. There, the fair trade movement is historically rich and defends an approach which is integrated, and this is very particular, into the solidarity economy. So since 2000, in many public policies, fair trade expanded dramatically, and that is why we say it's a mirage, because it's of course no longer the case because of the change of power there. But we would like to raise the case that Brazil has one of the most beautiful fair trade chapters in history, for three things mainly. First, the evolution of the fair trade movement there, which merged with the solidarity economy system. And this is, I think, very interesting for the topic of today, because they really take the solidarity economy there to uptake fair trade. And so they define directly fair trade and directly with the solidarity economy field, and they define it in a way that can allow fair trade producers there to be in touch with many other existing organizations. And everything came because of the First World Social Forum and the role of FACES, which is a very big organization there that uptake also the fair trade for a while. They also created the National Secretariat for the Solidarity Economy that they call CNRS. And for the history, it was one of the first Lula's decree. So we see directly with the Brazilian case that the political approach is very important. And then the last decree of this movement that was during 10 years, Brazil was really one of the leading countries in fair trade. And so the last decree was the creation of what they call the Brazilian Fair and Solidarity Trade System. And why it's very important also, it's because this decree allow the creation of a normative process, which was at the same time an independent process, as we see in the fair trade movement, to guarantee some producers that are that are fair trade, but also auto assessment. And during this period, we also see the promotion and the marketing of the fair and solidarity trade. And this was also very, very interesting. So sorry, it's a bit in a nutshell because we don't have too much time. So I already invite you to attend the webinar we will organize at the end of the month. I will share the link after. But to insist a bit, because this is also what can be interesting for you, we also in the report underline the success factors to inspire other countries. So in Brazil, the first step was the creation and the implementation of the World Social Forums. This really gave to the Brazilian system a lot of inspiration and a lot of international support. Even if I haven't said it, but also the fair and solidarity trade system in Brazil was also for internal market. But with the influence of international movement, it really helped to spread the movement. There was also a stakeholder participative process, the involvement of officials, the Minister of Labor, of Agriculture, the political momentum. As I said, Lula was really in favor of fair trade. It was his first decree. And the passion of key people who were involved. This is really something we have seen in every countries we studied. We can't do nothing without the involvement of key people from NGOs, from producers, from consumers. So there in Brazil, we have everything to make the fair trade a success. And to summarize, so we sum up 3 key elements. So there in Brazil, we really think that it was the birth not only of a fair trade, but also a very unique concept, which is fair and solidarity trade, which was a unique concept of promotion of public-private certification with incentive and with education, many action of awareness raising, many training for the producers, but also for officials, and a participatory mechanism to discuss and define which is the most important in fair trade, the question of fair prices. And so the creation of a proactive secretariat in charge of plans, because in public policies, many times we are speaking about just laws, but also we forget sometimes how do we implement law or legislative process. And so in Brazil, they have created a secretariat which was in charge to implement strategies and plans. So this is also very important. And as I said, the last decree of the presidency, which really gave kind of an independency to the fair trade movement. So, of course, for the Brazilian case, we put some recommendation. I won't develop everything there, but just as a conclusion on Brazilian case, we can say that because of this huge legislative process and a very nice implementation of many strategies, we still have some hope, because there we realize that even if it was 10 years ago, the fair and solidarity trade movement resist. And it was really important during the COVID crisis there. And so some recommendation to the fair trade movement, especially for Brazil, we said that it would be nice that we can imagine new international conference in Brazil. And of course, we need more studies on these cases, because we have tons of information about it, and we weren't in capacity to study everything. And of course, the problem of language, because we needed to translate a lot of documents. So I will just sum up a bit also the Ecuadorian case, which is also very interesting and a bit more simple than Brazilian, because it's more, it's not just historical, but still today. So we call Ecuador toward a fair trade country, because Ecuador has the aim to become a fair trade country in a way. There is a unique approach in Ecuador. So there is the fair trade, which is quoted in the constitution, and many legal frameworks and national public policies on fair trade. We have many legislative texts quoting fair trade, and we also see many explicit reference to fair trade. And we can say that Ecuador is one of the only countries worldwide that positions the issue of fair trade so explicitly, even in its constitution. So this is also very important. And so in Ecuador, we have many national strategies on fair trade still today. So why Ecuador had some success? Because we had first, as for the Brazilian case and for many other cases, interest from the government of last President Rafael Correa, and the fact that fair trade was included in the constitution give really a legal framework. Also, some key elements. So to implement the strategies, which were very comprehensive, they created an interministerial committee which was in charge to implement laws, and they have created technical working table. One, for instance, was just on finance to implement the strategy. I'm going a bit fast, but just a bit of teasing on this report. So Ecuador was a success because they had some financial resources to develop fair trade there. They also made something which is important also for India, for instance, which is the involvement of fair trade producers. Of course, we are speaking about fair trade, and sometimes it was mainly the case, for instance, in France, we forget to ask the producers. So in Ecuador, they ask the producers, what do you want in the law? What do you need, etc. And there was also a clear recognition of the fair trade networks. So this is also important for today's topic, because they feel the fair trade network there feel really involved in the process. The only thing we can say on Ecuador that we're missing is that there wasn't a fair trade platform. So we still need to unite the fair trade actors under one umbrella. We see that the application and project, we will need some more support from the government, and we will need maybe not only the support of fair trade producers, but also to think maybe more of small scale producer, which is still a problem in Ecuador. So, also sorry, so this is a bit dark again, but what we can say as a conclusion, I will just stop sharing here the slide, is that we have seen that in the world we have a very active fair trade movement, which is very important. We have also the importance of multi-stakeholders processes, which is very important. We've seen that the government commitment and institutional support is necessary. Sometimes it's also a danger. For instance, it was the case in Brazil because the fair trade movement was so linked to the government that when the government changed, that the fair trade movement was in danger. And of course, and this is important for India, and I'm sure you will do great with this, key persons, and of course, do not forget that the luck factor, the right person at the right place at the right moment, is very important. So in the report, you will I will share the link just after. You will see that we realize some recommendations to the fair trade movement. So first, we have kind of 10 important recommendations. I won't quote the 10, of course, because I'm already out of time, but the first one is just strengthening the fair trade movement structures and capacity. So this is also one aim of the Fair Trade Advocacy Office, to help, to give some knowledge, to also explain what work in different countries, what do we need to really not just writing laws, but also implement them. We would like also, as a Fair Trade Advocacy Office, organize more awareness raising activities, and also explaining on different political levels and on different fields such as education, what is the legislative process, or this legislative process can be important for the fair trade movement. We think also in the fair trade movement that we need to allocate resources for long-lasting intersectoral research projects. it's in a way what we are doing today. Maybe a better coordination on the multidimensional strategies, and this is exactly the topic of today, how can we reach the local to the national to the supranational level? And also we think that it would be very important to link the fair trade movement more with the sustainable development movement and to the climate change movement, because we think that this can really uptake the fair trade movement, especially with the youth generation. So it's the time for us to say that we have launched, for instance, last year, the first Young Fair Trade Advocates Academy and program, which is something I will also share a link. And we think that we need more impact studies evaluation, because the impact studies were, in most of the time, the reason why there was a law. So as the next steps and as a conclusion, before saying just thank you for organizing this huge event, we think that it would be very important to continue the research on public policies on fair trade. That is why we have launched this series of webinars to explain more and to have more time to develop every cases. I think for India, of course, the Ecuadorian and the Brazilian case can be very interesting, but also what was done in France, for instance, with the universalization of fair trade, which is defined in the law, not only between north to south relationships, but also north to north is important. So the domestic fair trade is a kind of a new way to have a legislation on fair trade, and to study more also the concrete implementation processes of public policies on fair trade, but also on indirect public policies on fair trade. And of course, what we are organizing this year until 2023, follow it. Sorry, it was the last sentence.
We have really run out of
You still hear me?
As a global perspective.
Hello?
We're looking forward to the next.
Okay, just to say thank you.
Looking forward to getting some inspiration from you, particularly the activities that you have done, and what are the challenges you face and how you address them to achieve certain success.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the conference. I'm sorry if I've been a bit too long.
Can you hear us, Gisela?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. If you can try to limit to 10 minutes, because we have already run out of time. We have many more speakers. So I would request you to please limit your presentation to about 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. And I don't have a presentation, so this will be a little bit. So thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you today. It is very exciting for me here, and I would give you more the perspective of the towns and city society. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Gisela Stang. I was the mayor of a town for 18 years, a town with 40,000 people close to Frankfurt. Since 2019, I've been chairwoman of Rhine-Main Fair, an organization of local authorities, civil society, business and churches.
And we are all driven by the idea that the transformation to a better and climate neutral world must take place in the cities. Our towns are the places where people experience everything. This is where it is decided whether people have a good life and feel connected to the city. Here is the place where you can make a difference. The challenges are so great that we need everyone and everyone's help. Of course, you get this through legal frameworks, which make it at the state or federal level, but most of all through changed behavior from each individual. This is also the understanding of Fairtrade Town. A steering group must be formed with politics, administration, civil society, and businesses. This kind of a cooperation, which does not necessarily exist in German towns, but it opens up many possibilities. Fairtrade in my town in Hofheim was a process started by civil society, a very active one workshop, which not only sold Fairtrade products, but also was very intensively involved in educational work with the nucleus. Church congregation joined in. Politicians, especially if they want to be re-elected, are well advised to take this serious. The requirements for the city administration are low: to serve Fairtrade coffee or tea. Depending on the size, it needs retail stores and restaurants in the city. This is also usually not difficult. It is an easier way to get started, but it creates awareness of consumption and purchasing. Suddenly, we in the administration ask ourselves, where do the flowers come from, which I give as a mayor to a citizen? Where do the paving stones come from, which are laid out in our squares? Where does the cotton for our work clothes come from? Where does the orange juice in the children day centers come from? Where do the soccer balls used in our clubs come from? In Germany, local authorities, the state and the federal government spend around 3 billion 80 euros every year. If you make sure that just 10% maybe goes only on products which take care about environmental and human rights standards, this could start changing the world. I'll give you an example. One important and concrete project, what it really signed off our entire downtown. We thought about whether we really want to celebrate on a central square when we know that children cut the stones for it. Therefore, together with the architect, we decided an alternative bid with and without certified stones. In the end, the difference was not so big, and policy decided we will take only certified stones. Later, children in a school project came to me and asked me, what do you do for our children's rights? Well, I had a good example. Guess what? It is not enough just to give our children here a good education and good life, but we all have the responsibility for the producers, no matter where they sit. Just in the pandemic, we all learned how globalized our supply chains are. We experience the climate crisis right now. These challenges can only master together, and we in the town and cities have an important role to play in this. If everyone changes the world locally, then we can change the world as a whole. And finally, we are all taken serious in this role. Strong cities are one of the goals of the 17 SDGs, number 11. In our Frankfurt Rhine-Main metropolitan region, almost 4 million people now living in Fairtrade towns. The towns in our network, and this is the reason for our organization, are working together, exchanging experiences and adopting good concepts. There are now 4 trade regions in Germany, more will come, and we are also in intensive contact. This is also a form of cooperation that we would not have imagined before. And now with new networks like India or worldwide, I added completely new opportunities for communication and exchange open up, important for all of us to get different perspective and telling the story about how we are living and how we are changing the world. And we would be very happy in any case. Thank you so very much for my for your attention, and we are looking forward to future exchanges. And I think I was very fast and hopefully give you a brief idea about how we are working and how is our perspective on fair trade. Thank you very much. You can hear this.
The point shows clearly that you have been a great leader, great champion to promote fair trade practices in your region. And there's a lot to learn from you. And we hope to hear more from you in the months to come, especially in the network. In the paucity of time, we'd like to move on to now Monica. Would you like to take the floor now? Would you like to come here? You already been introduced, so I will introduce you.
Hi. So post lunch, if we are yawning, can we finish our yawns and I'm allowed to yawn once? Yes, today is the need to be more socially conscious, to make an impact, also look at businesses which are sustainable, and also to educate consumers to understand sustainability if we want to see this in the long run. We want to see our coming generations live with it, enjoy it, and live the life humans were meant to live. I'm representing a linking organization to the government, and we work with the policy making. So what I was asked to speak was about the recommendations we can make to the government. If I sum up of all we've done till now, and also something which our more gentlemen are going to add through the day, maybe one of the first things that we need to do is raise awareness. And we need to raise awareness from the government level equally importantly and very required thing for any growth, any kind of policy. I read somewhere for the Ecuador while I was hearing the people from there that they have included fair trade in their constitution. Now I'm not too sure if we can do that in India, but an equivalent should surely be looked into. Perhaps we would like to suggest that with understanding of circular economy and solidarity economy should become case studies which government should give forward for people to understand and then to be used. We have EU representatives here. We have a lot of government organizations which are being and will be contacted. I believe both the systems of this economy would be extremely important for any sustainable business, especially the fair trade ranking. If fair trade ranking could become as important as an ISI or an ISO, which requires compliance from all the industry, it should be an imperative thing taken forward. We need socially just and environmentally conscious society. From the consumer's point of view, how do we reach the consumers? We have organizations which work for it, we have individuals we work for it, fair trade organizations across the globe work for it, and very actively in India, thanks to the stalwarts that we have here for fair trade. Can government also take some responsibility? Can there be more conferences? Can there be more concerts? Can there be more music, like the gentleman who said? Can it go to our folk music? Can it go to our day-to-day music? The word and understanding of fair trade, consciousness, a community understanding of we will get what we give, and vice versa. You need art to be speaking about that, you need music to be speaking about that, you of course need businesses to speak about it. You need women and much more women empowerment organizations in our country to understand fair trade. Considering the small startups, and especially the rural startups, considering we are a very large part like that in India, are a lot women owned nowadays, which is a pleasure, and thank God for it. But we need to make some noise for them. We need to have strong women come across, maybe do marathons, maybe do conferences, and maybe we should have some people who are going to hold hands in the government. Whatever it's in our might, we will try our level best to do. I can actually go on and on about conscious living, consumer understanding, which is way more important, if not less important, than conscious production. I put up a point of cost analysis just before lunch, which I think is quite a bottom line. In case we can make some kind of a system from the governments to understand it, some kind of a review. I heard from Nilgiris that the produce goes down to a place and then comes up back again. Why would we want to do that to perishable things? Why can the government not reach the farmer than doing the other way around? Can we go beyond this bureaucracy? Is definitely a recommendation from everybody, not just me as an organization, but every individual. And that's what our country needs today. I think I'm going to leave dais for many more people to say the same things, which will sound repetitive if I keep saying it. But I think more or less this is what we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for throwing some questions towards the government representative. We have only one here. We will keep it to the end, keep the best to the end. Now we have our representative from the European Union, Mr. Laurent de Danois. Would you like to? European has been a flagship program for promoting sustainable consumption and production, as well as in the area of fair trade. So we'd like to hear your voice. What is your experience of the region, as well as what you see the future of fair trade in India?
All right, thank you. So maybe I will be disappointing in the sense that I may not answer this question, right? I am trying to, I could do it, I actually had prepared to do it, but I would like to maybe target more my words with what I've heard also this morning, today, so maybe give some feedback to certain things. But I would like to replace in the context what we are discussing. So the topic here is government as a catalyst for sustainable development. Right? That's our session today. So I just want to share some reflections with you, right? Because I try to think about this what it is, government as a catalyst for social development. Right? So the first questions that came to me is what type of government are we talking about? You know? And we heard about that. Are we talking national? Are we talking state? Are we talking local government? Obviously, I think we're talking everything about that, but I would imagine that the key target here is there. It's the local government. Others, or some like Monica, will intervene. Some of you can also bother the national level, some of you can bother or communicate with the state level, but I think the engagement with local is very important. We've heard a few times since yesterday, think globally and act locally. So I think it's very much about acting locally. So it should be within this room with the players. I think to me in this discussion today, it's that really local government is absolutely key. And when it comes to, we've also heard that also in the presentation made by Didier, where I came from that is, the responsibility, who's responsible for what, and in India, we would have to look at the constituency, because sometimes we talked about they analyze the policies and say, those which are really fair trade, those that are indirectly fair trade, not fair trade. So we understand it goes a little bit everywhere, like SDGs goes everywhere, right? So in that sense, in the context of India, you would need to look at who is in charge of what between the national government and the state government to start with, and then you look at the local government. But that's very important because, as you know, as the constitution, the sharing is not what we would think of in Europe, huh? So, but we're in India here, so that's very much important to look into it, especially if you are thinking of awareness raising. So you want to do awareness raising, who is, and therefore who is responsible for the government machinery. Then the second word in this beyond governance is catalyst. So government as catalyst. So for me, the first two words that came were the first one, catalyst, and I felt facilitator. That may not be the first word we think of when we think of governance, but that's definitely about it. If we look at government as a catalyst, it has to be a facilitator. So you have to engage with government as facilitator. And, well, that you will tell me better, but in my experience, it's often easier to work with the local government than with national government. So, again, probably a good thing, local government catalyst is probably more feasible, easier. Just for you to keep in mind, I don't think our colleague here will be asked to deal too much about what's the position of India versus Russia and Ukraine, right? But in Delhi, it really has to take that position. It is constantly asked, are you going to vote this resolution or not? So the level of politics is very, very, very high in Delhi, and that's why sometimes we're in difficult relationships, because they have to make very difficult positions that is not asked at the local level. So the local level really sometimes can deal with more sensible, let's say, more human, more rational issues. At the global level, at the national level, I mean, the current government has to deal with these questions. And I would not like to be in their shoes, for sure. I wouldn't like it. That's definitely very complicated. Anyway, so catalyst, facilitator, as much as possible. Again, not the first thing we think of when we think of government adaptation. The next thing, obviously, is regulator. And then I think that's why I insist on facilitator, because regulator is going to be what type of regulator? Is going to be regulating up to the last screw, or is it going to regulate about the main frame? So is it going to make our lives very complicated because it's regulating every single thing, or it's going to regulate what maybe needs to be regulating and not go too much, because then that's no longer facilitation. And there it's just about we all have to follow very complicated, very bureaucratic rules, which are they really helpful? I don't know. Now the last one is government as a catalyst for social development. And obviously here we have the fair trade, we have SDG 12, but we have all SDGs in mind. So that's pretty complicated. One thing just a few more points I want to share. There was one question I would have liked, you're still in the room. Something I would have liked to discuss is what you mean by public procurement, what you have in mind. Because at some stage you said, of course, we focus on public procurement. So I would like to know, because also you said at some stage that, if I'm not mistaken, like, government has some difficulty with civil society, and it's like, government doesn't understand fair trade. But my next question is, well, does civil society understand public procurement? What do you really mean by that? I would really like to know. I think this is pretty critical. It may be obvious, I don't know if it's obvious. And then the last 2 points, or 3 points, sorry. I thought about France, my hometown, my home country, and I know we could think of many more. I am not making any judgment here, I'm just sharing my feeling. When we saw in your presentation, when we saw that the garbage is taken by the truck and goes outside, currently in France, we are discovering that where this garbage is going is often pretty horrendous. So there is segregation at home, and it is not treated the way we think it is in many places. So why I'm saying that is again back to SDGs. Are we focusing here on SDG 4 or do we have all SDGs in mind? So we want to know where the things go. And we also want to know where the panels come, the solar panels come. Because if the solar panel comes, all come from China, is it really what we want? So that just shows it's very complicated, and we do need to have a wide perspective. And I can just tell you just a very practical example, which is an illustration of how we need to be 360 degrees. We were having this press conference room, and all of a sudden a panel was going to fall on our heads, and just by luck, actually, I just looked behind, so I stopped. Otherwise, we were having this conversation with media about what we talk here today, and we are going to be hit because we were not looking at what's behind us. So here we are into a game where everything matters. It's for the people, it's for the planet, everything is interconnected. So it doesn't make things easy, but it definitely makes things really passionate, very, very interesting, but it's a very tough game. The last thing for Gokul, yesterday I mentioned about traditions and technologies, so we have to take the best of tradition and keep not the best with us, and the same with technology, take the best and keep the garbage outside, even because technology is not always so good. At the very least, I would be careful in your presentations when you talked about traditions, and you have seen there's a few women who have some power in this room. I don't know what they felt. I didn't feel very good when you talked about inspiration. There was only men on your photo. And sometimes traditions, especially with male-dominated societies, is it really what you want to perpetuate? Is it really what you want to have? So if they are good, if they are fair, if they are inclusive for everybody, nothing like it. If they are reinforcing inequalities, I think we have to be careful. We have to be very careful. And I think that's also what Fairtrade is about.
Thank you, Didier. You didn't answer my questions, but you raised more questions. Good, so that we can have some discussion. You mentioned about, you started by talking about regulation. You questioned what is that you expect from the government in terms of being a catalyst. A catalyst does not react, it helps in reaction. Unfortunately, we expect our government to do everything, and the government also feels that they have to do everything. How do you ensure that the government takes the role of a catalyst and not get reactive to help the reaction to take place? And that's where you need to bring all the stakeholders together. Okay? The other question that you raised was about public procurement. Whether you like it or not, in most countries, including in India, whether it's at the national level or local level, government is a big procurer of products and services. And that's where the government can make a difference by leading by example. We heard Gisela pointed out, she mentioned that we've started asking the question, where does the fruit juice come from? Where does the soccer ball come from? When you start asking this question, you realize that there are other alternatives, and that's where you can start your procurement practices to lead by example. And that's where the government can play a very important role. Indian government has already started, for example, some of our big organizations like Indian Railways is doing it in a big way. I'm sure at the town level, the city level, a lot more can be done because they have much more flexibility to do that, especially to encourage local production, local use of many of the products, particularly when it is choosing the fair trade practices. You have been one of the speakers who has been waiting patiently for a long time online, Mr. Sandeep Chopra. I would like to give you the floor. Please maintain for 10 minutes. I know it's not that easy, but please try to do that so that then we have the last speaker from our own Pondicherry, and then we'll have hopefully some time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a very good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I hope I'm audible. Okay, so I have a small presentation. I'm just sharing that. Are you able to see my presentation? Mr. Monti, can everyone see my presentation? Is it visible? I can't hear you back.
See very well. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, first of all, it's a great pleasure to speak on this platform this is the first national conference of Fairtrade towns, and it's really a pleasure to have it to be there. And in fact, I'm really missing you all. I should have been there in the Pondicherry, but it's really a pleasure to connect with you. And thank you so much for the to all the organizers for this organizing this and giving me this opportunity. Okay, I'm representing Tri Impact Global, and just a few words about the Tri Impact Global. Let me share that. Tri Impact Global is a not-for-profit organization, and this has been this was established in 2012, and since then we have been working here. And we were known earlier as Goodweave India, but recently we changed our name to broaden the scope of our work. And now we build meaningful collaborations to support the businesses and to achieve better working conditions for the workers, better environmental action, and sustainability based business growth. So that is the aim of the organization. Now, coming to the today's topic, especially about the governments, how they can act as a catalyst for sustainable development. When we talk about this sustainable development, we are mainly talking about the three areas of impact, which is the people, planet, and prosperity. When I talk about the people, it means the social and economic life of the people. How is that impacted? And when we talk about the planet, then of course the climate, the environmental action that is taken to save the climate, that is important. And then we talk about the prosperity, which is basically the sustainability based business growth. Now, when we say business growth, it is not just important for the business, it is important for each stakeholder. It is important for the country, for the economy, and for the workers who work there. So all these three are very important when we talk about the sustainable development. Now coming to the part of the government. So when we say that what's the government's role as a catalyst, so we all know that government's major role is about policy making and its enforcement. However, is that really sufficient? No. We have seen in several occasions that good policies are there, but their implementation and enforcement on the ground may not be very visible and very effective due to various reasons. So definitely there is a gap. Now, these are the areas where government has to act as a catalyst to address these gaps and facilitate stakeholders to come together to achieve the goals of the policies laid by them. Now, let us understand what exactly is catalyst. It is basically an agent that provokes or speeds significant change or action. As Mr. Monti was also saying, that the government doesn't have to react itself. Government just have to provoke or speed up some changes. So let us try to see that in case of the sustainable development, where does the catalyst fit? In this respect, I would like to say that more and more organization, brands, manufacturers, or rather the whole supply chain, they want to adopt sustainable practices because they have started realizing that it is not just a requirement, but it is actually a prerequisite for the survival of any business. However, an organization alone might not be able to indulge in various sustainable practices because of the limitation of resources, knowledge, and lack of partnership with other stakeholders. So here comes the role of a catalyst. And of course, there couldn't be a better catalyst than government itself, because government has the authority, the resources, power, influence, and at the same time responsibility too. Now let us see where all government can play a role as a catalyst. While there are multiple ways and aspects where government can add value and facilitate the sustainable practices, I would like to take a focus to main three areas. Now these three areas are collaborations, technologies, and third, very important, incentivizing good practices, which means appreciating those who are doing good. And in fact, I would just like to add in here that the principle of try impact as an organization is also these three. We work on the collaborations, technologies, and incentivize the good practices. Okay, now coming to the role of the collaboration that where government can play as a catalyst. How can they do that? They can do this by creating opportunities where different stakeholders may come together, collaborate, and use available resources collectively. It is very important that all the stakeholders, they should collaborate with each other. That is the important part, and where the government can really play a role. I'm sure that you must have seen, and because we have been working in the supply chains, it has been an experience that in any supply chain, like there are bigger companies and there are smaller companies, bigger companies placing the orders to the smaller companies. Now, these bigger companies, what exactly they do? They say that, okay, we are fully compliant and we have the certifications and we get our entire supply chain compliant. And for that, there are certifications, there are audits. But what exactly happens? When there are audits, let us say there is a smaller unit which is non-compliant. What will happen? Normally, I'm sorry to say that, but yes, that is the fact that normally such smaller units might be just chucked out of the supply chain. Why? You're not compliant. Sorry, you can't get the business. Now, this is the reason that the smaller units, normally they are not transparent. Normally, they would try to hide the facts. Now, where is the gap? Government has to intervene somewhere so that these two organizations can collaborate. Now, this collaboration is not just between two producer companies. It could be between any two entities. It could be between, let us say, NGOs and businesses. To just give you some examples, government came up with this CSR policies. Now, that is something, the initiative which government had taken, and the businesses, they could pour in some money for the social cause, and the NGOs, they were also at the receiving end, because NGOs were the ones who tried to implement those things. So it was a win-win situation. In fact, I would even like to say that government should collaborate with, like in promoting, they can collaborate with Fairtrade also and promote the Fairtrade, so that the organizations, the producer companies, they should come forward and that they should follow the Fairtrade practices. Another case I would like to talk about is like the collaboration between the businesses and universities. Now, universities, they have a full know-how about the technology, the know-how about the knowledge, and they can do a lot of research work. Now, this research work might not be possible for the businesses. Businesses, they are always busy with their production. So if universities are able to do some research work, who is going to fund them? Again, the role of government comes. Government can facilitate that, and they can play as a catalyst so that both businesses and universities, they have a win-win situation. And similarly, there could be a collaboration even between the different state governments. To give you a beautiful example, I'm from Delhi, and the Delhi is little unpopular for the level of pollution that Delhi has. And if Haryana government, Punjab government, and Delhi government, they collaborate, they can come together and there will be a win-win situation, and the people like me can get purified air. So this is one about the collaboration. The next thing where they can really act as a catalyst is on the technology front. Now, technology can change anything into, I would say, unimaginable forms. Sustainability in true sense can only be achieved through technology. You see, even when we say water is recyclable, so that is also technology. And then there is a technology to recycle plastic, technology to produce products organically, and even to purify air. But all this need resources and know-how, and that is what is the technology. And this is where government can really pitch in. And government can also incentivize the use of such technology. So you use a particular technology which is for more, which will give sustainability. So if government is incentivizing that, then definitely people will follow. For example, currently government is heavily incentivizing the use of electric vehicles. So there is a rebate on the taxes, and that will definitely give a boost. Coming to the third thing, the third recommendation, or you can say where the government can really play a role, is incentivizing good practices, creating best practices norms. Here, initially I had said that this is a very important point because this is normally, I would say, ignored. How do you encourage masses to follow a good practice? You start appreciating, you appreciate them, maybe you recognize them, maybe you honor them or incentivize them, and you will see that others will follow. And that is the human nature. We follow what is being appreciated, what is trending, and government can create that trend. They can create norms, standards. They can create norms for any product to be sustainable. And consumers should be made aware about it so that it becomes a norm to check price, quality, and sustainability. Government can play a role of catalyst to make that happen. In that case, like especially if I talk about the Indian consumers, they just talk about the price and quality. But they should start asking, what is the good price, what is the good quality, and is the product sustainable? So if that happens, then yes, this will make a difference. And even on this fair trade products, I would say that government can incentivize fair trade products to promote fair trade practices and create awareness among the consumers. So these are the ones that I wanted to talk about. And just as I said earlier, we at Try Impact are also working on the same ideologies. We promote collaboration. We incentivize good practices of businesses by creating and promoting their impact profile. We create impact profile of the companies. And in this respect, we have collaborated with International Organization of Migration, that is IOM, Apparel Export Promotion Council, that is AEPC, CEPC, Carpet Export Promotion Council, and Niti Aayog. So ultimately, the objective is to create good examples of sustainable practices and promote them. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Now I move on to our last speaker, the most important one. He will share his experience of both being an administrator in Delhi as well as in Puducherry. May I now invite you, sir?
Good afternoon, my esteemed colleagues on the panel, the organizers of this very knowledgeable program, in fact, and to all the people present in the audience. I would like to thank the organizers to give me an opportunity to be part of the panel, and actually it was an enlightening one. In fact, it's my first introduction to the entire concept of fair trade. To be honest, I came prepared with something very different in my mind, and after going through the presentations here, I realized that whatever I had thought in my mind was completely different, and I need to change the topic altogether, whatever I had prepared. Because fair trade as a concept, it was very good that Mr. Sandeep Chopra as well as DD Javier had actually briefed about the history and what has been happening across the world, plus the expectations. So I personally feel that just like I was a little lost, I think I need to also give some information about, see, when we talk about government is not one entity. There are various levels, various things. So if the free trade movement has to actually, partner with the government and to understand and utilize the best use of government as a catalyst, they need to first understand which organ or which level of government they need to target. So I feel that first of all we must understand, like abroad in Europe, I've been to Seoul, I was as OSG to the mayor, I have attended C40 Climate Summit, and this is the top 40 cities of the world mayors, they participate together to deliberate upon climate change, sustainable development, and it was a very, very enlightening conference for myself. So I realized while working with the mayor that the local government in India and the mayors especially do not have that kind of executive power which the mayors abroad in Europe or US or any other part of the world have. Although our Honorable PM, Mr. Modi, is actually now working on this, and there is a huge movement to kind of empower the local government. But when it comes to these policies like fair trade or free trade, these are macro level policies which actually get decided at the level of center, not really at the level of local self-government. So I am actually here because in Pondicherry we do not have an elected local government. So I am actually the special officer also. So basically I am bestowed with the political powers of the elected representative also, because there is no mayor or a chairperson here. So I actually discharge those functions also of a political elected functionary. So I have gone through I deal with day-to-day basis what is happen. But at the same time, I can put across my thoughts based on my experience, where this movement, how it can effectively, utilize the sources of option. I completely agree with my fellow panelist where he said that government has to be more of a facilitator. And same thing I think was repeated by Sandeep also, that we need to be a facilitator, but at the same time, yes, there is a need for the government cannot just completely step away from being a regulator also. Although since the post-liberation era, government has gradually been moving back, taking step backs in various forms and fora. But that regulator role also needs to be played, because otherwise it cannot be a free for all. And there are things which need to be governed, which need to be regulated. And the private society or the corporate, times they need to be pushed, as you rightly pointed out, Sandeep, in his presentation, that government has a responsibility, and that responsibility has to be, it cannot be just shied away by just being trying to be only a catalyst. Yes, catalyst is a very important part, and that is now what most of the government arms are trying to be. But yes, the role of regulator also cannot be completely removed from the government. Now, to make this movement more successful, like I would give certain examples which we've kind of done here in Puducherry. After I work as director local administration department, plus I am also the IG of prison. So we tried some very successful local level projects. Like in my prison department, although that was part of the prison reformation project, we started up a concept of natural conscious farming. I don't know, few of you might have seen it in the social media also, and it has been a very hugely successful model. In fact, BBC had also come down to cover it, and it's one of its unique models in the country, where we've gone one step ahead of organic farming. And here actually it's like a forest. If you go where there are 67 varieties of plants that have been sown together in a plot of 2 acres. So, and they all interact with each other. It's like a forest. So the concept is that it grows like a forest, it grows naturally, there is no involvement of any chemicals or anything. It's the most sustainable kind of farming you will come across. So if anybody wants to actually come and understand and how this model is working, I'll be more than happy to organize it to any of the people. So one Mr. Vetrivel is the pioneer behind this natural farming concept, and he's actually done this model across the country in various places also. And it's been, I think that is one of the things which can be, replicated across anywhere. As far as remitting, another thing that the government needs to focus is that there are people who, free and fair trade can only happen when everybody has an equal opportunity to participate. So the policies earlier which were there, in fact, they constantly need to be looked at. That somehow they should not be giving an edge to people who are already established maybe so that they do not distort the fair trade part. What happens is actually when these corporates or the business houses, they keep getting bigger and bigger, and obviously then they have the power and the influence, so they tend to limit the growth of a small person. So that's where I think another place where the government can be a very good facilitator and even to a certain extent pusher. So we have actually seen of late the policies are there from Government of India level whereby startups are being promoted, MSME organizations, they've been given those free, I mean, in fact, they can apply to various, as was pointed out, that government is one of the major procurer of goods and services. So various efforts have been made so that these people also get an equal opportunity. And if they, let's say, even if they don't have the financial acumen, so EMBs can be waived off, bank guarantees can be waived off for these startups or the MSMEs. So they can at least compete. Similarly, here also, like, there is a scheme by the name of National Urban Livelihood Mission. So under that scheme, we are here in Pondicherry also, we have tried to promote street vendors. We have identified self-help groups whereby these people can showcase their product. We have got them onboarded to Amazon and other Flipkart and these kind of things, so that they also get an opportunity. So fair trade is basically, I mean, everybody needs to have an equal chance at success and equal chance of participating in the market. So we are, I mean, that is where again government has to push and play a more positive and more proactive role. Because they find it difficult otherwise to survive or sustain or enter into a market or capture a market share. And although yes, I saw that Ecuador has this thing incorporated in the constitution, even though we may not have exactly the word fair trade in the constitution, but there are enough provisions in our constitution as well as the policies that have been rolled out that are always trying to, I mean, ensure that free and fair trade happens in the country across in our country. For example, we have Competition Commission of India, which is primarily looking at that the distortions in trade, the mergers and acquisitions, and everything happens in a fair manner. It does not happen that people, the opportunities are not given to everyone equally. So, and there is I mean, it's actually, if you look at it, trade is also one of the, I mean, right to occupation is more or less a fundamental right. Everybody has that right to it. And the government and the constitution do try to do that. So, not taking too much time further, I would say that, first of all, I mean, if this movement has to, you must understand that which are the places now where you want the government actually some changes are required. And then you first, after formulating that, you must target the right level in the government where it can be done. So, Pondicherry being as it is a union territory, we are largely deriving our rules, policies, and everything from the central government. So, there is very little scope to maneuver except that, yes, what are in the given ambit and the framework that we already have, whatever we can do as, I mean, as officials as well as the government, we try to do. And we are more than happy. In fact, I'm one of those persons. I'm always happy to listen to new ideas from the private partners, and if they have come up, they can come up with something which is useful for the society. I'm more than happy to kind of lend my hand to that particular project. So that needs to be seen where all you can involve the partnership at micro level, and what are the changes which actually require intervention only at the macro level or be at the central government level. So with that, I would like to end my chat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. And of course, like, you were not there this morning where we really had a discussion about the nitty-gritty of fair trade. So I believe we need to have a session, special session, if you can take the lead as Director of Local Area Development. If you can take a lead, I believe our colleagues, both of you can have a session with them to perhaps create awareness within the government departments. There's a lot which can be done. In spite of the fact that you depend on the central government, there are certain areas where you have freedom, and I'm sure a lot can be done. And it's not that you're asking for funds or anything. It is the way how you become a catalyst by which you mobilize people's thoughts, because once the government gives directions, people normally follow that. So that if that can happen. Okay. So I don't know how much time we have now. We don't have any. Yeah, please.
Very small. There's a mic then.
Yes,
talking about when we contact the government, there should be primarily this is a center issue more than a state issue. Then is there a nodal organization or a nodal center one can connect with, or center or any particular department besides the trade departments to go ahead? I mean, we understand MSMEs and all, but then how government works is till we are sure if we are connecting the right nodal agency, we kind of get lost. I would really appreciate some help on that.
So actually there is no nodal department as such, but what you can do is just, for example, let's say you involved me here and maybe there could be some other officials also who could be involved, who can actually act as the guide for you to, it depends on the policy issue, let's say you want some amendment or some change. Something might be under Ministry of Commerce, something might be under Ministry of Finance. So there would be, I mean, there are these groups obviously like 50 are there, and so now your organization can also reach to that level that they can present their interest and to the concerned ministry. And the ministers and the officers there definitely have, they do have that system whereby you can seek an appointment, you can go and present yourself.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Should you recommend this to be done at the state level, or should you recommend that an organization like us and many more should try to go to the central government?
It all again depends on what exactly the change you want. Whether it is within the power of the state government or the local government or at the center or which ministry. Because everybody has their powers.
But we are not looking at finances at this point.
No, that's fine. Even policy changes, or let's say the rule that you want to implement, whatever recommendation you wish to give, it all depends on which level you're targeting, on which ministry you're targeting, which is the area which they have the power for. So it will depend.
Maybe we need to come from the north. If we find out who's the non-nodal person, we will perhaps.
No, I think I would also like to add something here. You know, when we are speaking about fair trade, it actually is nothing else but what something that governments are already doing. So it's nothing different. And when we are talking about fair trade, what are we saying? We're embracing the SDGs, and we are trying to implement the SDGs in the day-to-day, in creating awareness and implementing it in our realities. So it's not, I mean, policies are already there. I mean, I have been in the textile industry for 17 years. No government has said, please do not pay minimum wages. No government is saying, please exploit the children who are there in the factories. No government is saying that. So it is not government against businesses. The rules are there. It's not being implemented. So what we would like to do is to see how together we can implement these things in reality. So when we say fair trade, it is a word, but it actually embraces values of the SDG goals. And I feel that is something that today every country, every town, every state, every panchayat, everybody will slowly have to step up to it, because that is a goal that all countries have taken a pledge to achieve. So I think that's where I just wanted to step in to clarify this. So it's not something we are trying to do different than what actually already is. It's how we can be enablers in the grassroots with organizations and businesses to embrace what is already there existing in our constitution. So I just wanted to add that because I don't want any difference over there.
There is no difference. I completely agree with what you're saying. So that implementation part is where actually the local government can easily be partnered. Exactly. Let's say wherever you see the gaps that okay, this is the policy already there in place, not getting implemented, the local officials will be more than happy if it is brought to their knowledge. Exactly. That is definitely that can be done here itself.
Exactly.
So if I may, I think it's, I understand what you're saying. I think you've gone back to the bigger issues, the SDGs, but then I think the conversation would be, okay, concretely speaking, what are we talking about? So he would, so that he can understand concretely to lead you what, where, and from that word and where, he can help you say, okay, you go and see with this one at that level. I think that's...
Absolutely. So the SDGs in India is being translated through the Niti Aayog. So, you know, it becomes much easier if you talk the same language also.
Yeah,
so,
we understand. Yeah. We understand that, but you will want to fix a particular issue. I mean, or one of the people here will want to fix one particular issue. So then we leave the SDGs aside, we leave the NTI aside for a moment, and from his understanding, my understanding is that he will tell you Puducherry. Maybe he can answer that question, and maybe it's another one. But for that, we need to be practical. Are we talking rooftop? I mean, are we talking solar? Are we talking drainage? Or what are we talking
It's like we're talking long, we're talking short. In case I do want education to touch upon, because the coming generation needs to understand fair trade from the level of schools. So, does that require?
That's something you can directly approach the Director of Education here is the next bring awareness. As I said, there are things which we can do at local level and things which we can't. So when it comes to changing policies, then definitely that is sometimes may not be. But implementing the existing policies, involving the awareness, thinking about the awareness, because awareness itself is a big part. So if you can catch the kids young, in fact, I'm also focusing on awareness about this plastic movement, sustainable. I'm also trying to involve the schools in that particular project, and we want to involve them. It should not be a one-time affair. In fact, it should be part of their curriculum itself. All these projects are kind of explained to them.
Thank you very much. But as you said, there's limited things that you can do. The problem not only with the government, also with the private sector is we tend to compartmentalize everything. If you talk about corporate social responsibility, you have a CSR officer who is taking care of it. Others may not know about it. Similarly, the government, let's say local government, if you talk about sustainable development goal, is the Department of Science and Technology which is taking care of it. It's not others' problem. The question is how do we all internalize the whole process? So fair trade is also a similar way. How do you internalize that everybody understands and participates in some manner? Unfortunately, we have too much of compartmentalization. You said that you go to this department, they will answer this. Okay? So that's what we have been trying to see in what way we break those barriers and work together to find solutions. We have completely run out of time. Perhaps just. Oh, no. Bro, you should stay longer. You should stay longer. Thank you. Thank you very much, anyway, for coming down from Delhi to be with us for a couple of days. And we would like to see more of you so that we can do more things in future. Yeah, please go ahead. Now we have unfortunately, there are 3 participants who are online. You have to give them virtually.
So we have now a little gift from all our Fairtrade producers, and those who have joined us online, we'll send it to you. But we have, as I was saying, we have Pescati chocolate, so to make your day sweet, paperboard cheeky. We have Maruma scented fragrance, candles and perfumes, Magwe's soap and scrub, and we have Fresh Express raisins. They're very, very new to Fairtrade. And we have O2 tea, and we would like to thank Upasana for their sponsored bags. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Anjali. We'll switch over quickly to the last session for today, which is going to be the sustainable education and awareness for citizens and business. This will be moderated by Dr. Kavipriya. I request Dr. Kavipriya to come on stage. She's a dentist by profession, and she comes from an illustrious family of freedom fighters for Puducherry. And she was heading the COVID war room during the pandemic days, and she's a steering committee member for Puducherry Auroville Twin Cities. We also would like to include Ajanta Sikler, who is the education lead for Fairtrade India. Kavipre, please come on stage. And Fairtrade India Project Center for Social Markets, 16 years of experience, started as a career as a kindergarten teacher, who has sunk her way all the way to the top level, who leads a team responsible for implementing various programs. We have with us Sugandhi ma'am, a senior principal of Eklavya School, a part of 50 school groups spread all over Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, the Acharya group of schools. We also have with us Shahin ma'am, who is the professor in the Department of Social Work, a School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Puducherry University, who has produced more than 9 PhDs, 2 MPhils, 77 postgraduates, and currently supervising 8 PhD students. Her bio runs for like 4 pages, and she's a who's who in the Puducherry University, who has occupied every single position there in the university. We also have 2 more people. Please occupy the desk. Please help. And we also have 2 more people who are joining us. One is Mr. Ganesh Sharma with 20 years of experience as a teacher and administrator in various boarding schools at Mussoorie Global International School, Bangalore, who is presently working as a senior principal of Global Indian International School, Noida. We also have Kalai Chalvi ma'am, a distinguished educationist, an outstanding instructional leader, and a compassionate member who is along with the Vidya Shilp Academy since inception, and she believes in working with people. And I would like to finally invite Ashokji, who runs the cleanest and the finest department stores you can come across at Puducherry, called the Grande Stores, which is your neighborhood store, the first Fairtrade store in Puducherry. Who was introduced by Pushpanath and motivated by Anjali, who has got a wide range of Fairtrade products, which is near the Raj River. So if anybody, if you're new to Puducherry, please visit the stores. And I, Bharat Raje, I'm a faculty with Mahatma Gandhi Medical College. I'm a surgeon, and I'm also joining the panel. I'm requesting Kalai ma'am to start with the principals who have joined us online, because they have just received their board exams, 10th and 12th standard CBSE exams results. So I think, and moreover, it's like 4 o'clock, so it's the closing time for their schools. So we should quickly.
So before we switch on, give the stage to ma'am, I would like to add on to everybody that they are the pioneers in India. They are the first Fairtrade school in India. So give a big hand of applause to Vidya Academy. So we are very, very happy to welcome you, ma'am. So I leave the stage to you. Okay.
Thank you. I think we are humbled and honored to have this, to shoulder this responsibility is what I would like to share. Yes, 2016 we connected with Fairtrade, wanted to understand, and a lot of what they shared resonated with what we believed in over the last 2 decades. And we always believe that SDGs have to be embraced, and unless we weave that as part of the curriculum and help children become the catalyst of change, whatever we aspire, that cannot translate into reality. And so that's where it began. The first thing that we wanted to do is help children understand the importance of these SDGs and look at how, as individuals, that they can make a difference. Children, I think, naturally have the capacity to influence change very spontaneously, and their acceptance is much more faster than any of us. So we began with requesting our community to embrace the concept of fair trade by introducing the school uniforms. So today we have 2,500 of our students wearing fair trade certified uniform. We also had the privilege of requesting the farmers from Gujarat to travel all the way and visit our students, interact with them and help them understand what it means. The informed choices that we are making makes a world of difference to their lives. And that was the most significant lesson that our students were able to draw. So every child today at Vidyashil wears that uniform with a sense of pride. And we feel in that sense that we are becoming ethical consumers. And it started with uniform, and then it has kind of resulted in a whole range of activities that helps our students internalize that every choice that they are making is making a difference. It is making a difference to the planet. And that's what we intended to do. So at this point in time, being India's first fair trade certified school, we feel that the last 6 years has made a significant impact in the way that we look at issues, in the way our students have taken the projects, in the way that they see themselves as the change makers. So the curriculum has become a lot more richer. The students at the younger ages are kind of embracing these ideas and influencing their parents and their extended families. At the older ages, they are also looking at projects which are more deep, which is definitely influencing their thoughts and helping them to look at what small actions from their side can make a big difference. So most of the projects that this year, after the pandemic, whatever we have seen, are also reflecting on the SDG goals, are looking at how I can become that change influencer. So nobody is looking at the outside factors that can bring the change. I think the whole mind shift that has happened, my action can make a change, is the biggest achievement that we see at this point in time at Vidyashil. We really hope that many more schools, as of now, we are very happy that many more schools have joined this process of creating them, helping children to create this self-awareness. They are becoming a lot more socially conscious. Many schools are also trying to look at uniforms, the Fairtrade certified uniforms. So we are happy that the change has begun, and it's very soon there will be a massive impact. So congratulations to the team there who are creating a new insight for all of us, a new urge to become responsible citizens.
Thoughts about yes, Helen? Is that okay? So, yeah, this is okay? Yeah. So, what do you think about fair trade education, and why do you think, or what do you think are the opportunities which is there to incorporate fair trade education in daily teaching, and how to become a fair trade school? So, there are many people who will be watching us who want to become a fair trade school. So, I would like your input on that.
The biggest opportunity has been the national education policy, which says that you need to, have future citizens built with 21st century skills. And the word like they should be ethical and just is mentioned right at the top. So that is the biggest opportunity. And of course, in daily teaching and learning, it is the curriculum, it is the co-curriculum, the way you want. Fair education is just like sari. The way you want to drape it, you can, right? So if you want to make it part of curriculum, daily teaching, like it happens in all our schools, like Vidyashil and other schools in Bangalore and across India, or it can be also like co-curricular activities where you once a while participate in the campaign. Uh, and these days, the biggest word in education is project-based learning. So fair education can amazingly be part of even that fair learning. So these are all opportunities there, and it is right in the policy. And we are just asking schools, to join us, and we can help the teachers to implement all those.
To add on, I would like to ask you, so if they want to become a faculty, are there any particular process they have to follow if a new school wants to join? So, yeah, of course, we must know that you want to join us. So there is a process of registration. We have a dedicated Fairtrade website, which is schools.fairtradeindia.org. Just visit there. All information is given there. Our contact detail is there. Registration login is there, right? You just go there, login. Once you registered, we will call you and we will fix up everything. The brochure is there. You may want to pick up. But yeah, register and just start. We have just three easy processes. The awareness, which is fair active, fair aware, fair active, and fair achiever. And it is very learner oriented
and student-centric process, very age-appropriate learning is there. So it's all that. But yeah, register and come to us, and we'll be with you. We'll join the movement with you. All you have to do is just register, so we'll be contacting you for further details. Right? So, no, Shahina, it's a pleasure to have you. So, I know whether we have told you all because we are in the process of working in remote with Pondicherry University. I hope very soon it becomes a reality. So, ma'am, in your opinion, I would like you to give us your input on what do you think, what is the need for youth to understand or be part of this field? As you already said that you're very positive, so am I. I think Sanjini is already chasing me even outside. Um, see, just I take 2 minutes, okay, because this is a spontaneous question, but I had something in my mind which I really wanted to share. I come from an academic background, and institutions of teaching, learning, we are always open to people who come to us seeking collaboration. So I think I go back a year ago, and even before 3 years back, the Anjali actually approached our department of Pondicherry University. We were so very happy because we are into a curriculum like the school, so we have our own deliverables. So when they came and approached us, we were very happy. At first, actually to confess, not everything is known to us. We also evolve, and that's how we consider academicians and practitioners as. So I remember now, probably a year ago exactly, when she again came back, I asked her, like, just explain to me, because I need to tell the students, today's youth, them, right? Even 2 minutes their attention, they have a right to question for what, how much, and why. So I'm bound to give these answers. And she really sat across 45 minutes to 15 minutes to explain, because I hold two hats. One is professor in the Department of Social Work, and other I also was taking care of the Dean student welfare at the entire Pondicherry University. It was around 6,500 to 7,000 students. She understood the need. She sat. She explained to me for 45 minutes. We've been hearing about all these concepts: climate change, sustainable development, big goals, all these concepts. But what is this factory count? So though we were sensitized of this fact for 3-4 years, I have to convey this message to the students, for which I need to be clear and convinced of the fact that if I hold 100 students, especially, today I'm on vacation, because after 2 years, this concept of vacation we've forgotten totally, and I'm on vacation. So, so when sir was introducing me, I was also okay, so much, because honestly, so much has happened in the student life that we really consciously want to enjoy this vacation. So when she was telling, I was understanding, that to communicate to a student is very, very necessary, and we got this quite convinced. We had the first webinar online, the Department of Social Work, which is very lively, very interactive. The students did ask her all the questions they had, and then we were successful to take to the next level. After which he said, yes, we have to have this MOU with the university. We will try, and we have in the capacity of the dean, I sent a letter to all the deans, but we are really struggling because we have one online, one offline. Okay, it is practically very, very difficult. Only those who experience we finish one online class, we switch it off, we have to go to the offline class. And actually, for me, it is very spontaneous. Only when I go to the podium, I start speaking, because we come from that sort of a background, now 2 decades of teaching. And today I can see the class, both half class, half empty. Even we are always filled with students, full. So I was very happy to see the spaces around to move, because we come from such professional backgrounds also. So when she said that, we started writing to the dean, but I was understanding what they were going through, because students were being called back to the campus. Okay, August 1st. So preparatory work was going on, online was going on, offline classes were going on.
We had to send the online batch of students from 45 department centers. Then the transition of the online youth have to come inside. And very happy to also share that our Vice Chancellor was also given additional charge
the same. It all happened, in one, and the administrative authorities are moving from Gandhigram to here. So I said, just hold on. We will surely work on that because he's a person who's from science background and he has a social science heart and soul. So, he'll be able to really associate, but we need time. But as Anjali said, I have to really appreciate the amount of questions I asked her how to involve youth. She thought, ye to itna sawal karti hai, I'll put her to Ajanta. And she came on because I know answering to so many questions of the youth, I have to be prepared. She was also very, very patient. She explained everything, and I'm sure, as Dr. Kavipriya said, we'll surely take it forward. But please remember, I was very happy when Dr. Kavipriya asked me this question. I write a lot on mental health and well-being. Okay, my portfolio is on youth, children, and adolescents. And in addition to whatever doctor said, my heart really weeps out because every then and now when I hear about suicides about young, whether I was working with the Delhi schools earlier in Chennai, where I began my research, and here it pains. But friends, please don't forget the fact we are really undermining one cause of concern, and that is climate change. And I'm telling you from the reviews and from the papers I've been writing, there is a serious catastrophe coming up, and we are only seeing only psychological and social problems as the reasons for the high rates of suicide. But people are undermining climate change is also one. And unless we start getting associated with fair trade towns, we start speaking about the empowering the communities and individuals, we are really running a risk. So the last 5 points. One, to answer to what Dr. Kavipriya asked, curriculum. Curriculum is our strength. We are going to infuse these concepts into our curriculum because we can't ask our youth to act unless they learn that as part of their syllabus. So we had them all, delivering lectures to us because they'll be the right people. They are from the field. They interacted with our students. Curriculum is our strength. Fieldwork, we are partnering with all the Fairtrade towns, partners, Upasnas, many of them, where we send our youth. They learn, they practice, they bring the knowledge back to the class, their expertise, okay? Then we put them in internships, in entrepreneurial activities, and I was very happy when Sir was talking about what are the problems in the implementation. We have a paper where we teach about social welfare administration, and we are bringing all these concepts into that. So whether it's health, whether it's mental health, whether it's education and health, we need to bring this concept, and unless we sensitize, I won't even use the word empower, unless we sensitize our youth on the concept of fair trade, they will definitely become change makers for these movements. And I really appreciate that a national conference, I've attended so many conferences, but first time in Puducherry National Conference on Fair Trade Towns, I really appreciate, hats off to the team for making it done. We have forwarded to as many groups as possible, but then there are all limitations. As I said, this is examination time and all that. Surely, youth can be empowered within education institutions. We will be the lead. We will try our level best to make this a reality. And I appreciate so many youth, including me, we are sitting in this room. We have to make that change. Thank you very much, and thanks to each one of you for making this happen. Our youth should have a very, very prosperous future. Let's all work for that. Thank you.
On this account, I thought I should add to say that we have about 15 interns who are a part of this Masters in Social Work who have come all the way from Kerala, and they have been a backbone for this entire conference. They are working with Anjali and they are working with Victor, who are actually the steering committee members. So I just wanted to add to it.
And our students regularly go to Mahatma Gandhi also. So thanks to Victor sir, to our interns, our alumni Shankari is also here who is working with Upasana, Umama, and to Doctor and to the chair. Thank you.
There's something else which I want to add. Shannon Mom's students have not only taken part in these, but they were also part of the COVID pandemic. We had worked together with the Department of Social Work, Puducherry University, and Directorate of Health and Family Welfare on a project called as Pahirvoma. wherein we had engaged students to talk every day with the COVID positive people who are home alone and who are under isolation and were felt alone. So lots of people were helped during that time, and I think they deserve another round of applause for being part of that beautiful organization.
Something else I was talking, but when she asked me, today youth, they don't understand that material positions do not matter if you don't have health and mental health. And it is on these platforms we can really advocate these messages. If others are happy, we can be happy. And we won't have these problems, which we are reading out in newspapers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I would like our own steering committee member, who's there in the chair with us, Dr. Rajendran, to share his view on what. Sir, I would like to tell why do we need more Fairtrade schools? Why do we need Fairtrade education?
You look at our education system. We have the government schools, we have aided schools, we have private schools of different boards. And all of them are following a set pattern. And I had the same pattern, I'm sure Kavitri had the same pattern. And I hope my children also have the same pattern. And over a period of time, a lot of things have happened. A lot of changes have happened in our policies. And people come and go, a lot of new things come. And a lot of things disappear, a lot of new things come. But then, when you look at fair trade, there are these amazing goals which they have identified. There are all these points. If I'm right, there are about, I'm also very new to this fair trade organization. So when I worked on it and when I started studying, I realized that there are a lot of things which I should have learned during my school days are missing. See, engaging these kids at an earlier age, catching them young, is the most important thing. And when these Fairtrade schools walk into it, because when I was told by people, Vidya Shilp, it was one, and now we have about 200 schools and we have about 20,000 kids, right?
We have 39 schools and
Oh, sorry.
45.
Oh, sorry, 39 schools and 45,000 kids. Every school of late, post-pandemic, every school, I'm sure ma'am will agree with me, every school management or office will always have a vendor who comes into the office and keep talking about so many things. A lot of tech and social activities and things like that. But all these things have always been at a very, very short term. All these things always had some sort of a giveaway to the students, but at the end of the day, the vendor gets benefit out of it. Whereas you look at Fairtrade, Fairtrade comes with a proper input. It has a process, and we are not talking of output, we are talking of an outcome. The outcome which a child comes out when a child grows over a period of time. So all these 39 kids, probably another 5 years, 10 years from now, there's so many goals which you're talking about. I'm sure there's a lot of things are there. They engage, they enjoy, they progress, they have a sense of fairness, they have a sense of empathy. And they have a lot of award programs. Award programs because anything as a teacher, I need to ask a question. And when they answer me, I need to acknowledge them and we should appreciate them. And that is what the Fairtrade is also doing. And you have days and week-long of activities. Not only that, you engage the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the parents, the teachers, and the administrators. At the end of the day, when you work as a triangle, you have a very good outcome. And you have a good element of patronization. And then you engage them in a range of projects. And when it is being done regularly, and this is all done from heart and soul, at the end of the day, the Fairtrade is not expecting anything back. All it wants the kids to come out to be a holistic child. It wants, the Raymond Carting, which you call it as a complete man. That's what it happens. So I personally feel Fairtrade at the end of the day brings out amazing people who are going to be I always tell them the kids are going to be the cornerstones. The kids are going to be the foundation stones. They're going to be the pillars for the superpower. So I am talking about because I have always seen a lot of vendors come and then they go. And the school pays for them. I'm sure I will agree with what I'm saying. But then at the end of the day, when it comes to Fairtrade, absolutely financials are not there. But the children learn a lot. They enjoy and they learn. And not only that, there's a vertical and there's a good horizontal progression. So it's like a pandemic, like this COVID pandemic, it's got spread. So slowly, Fairtrade is seeping in, is going inside each and every school. So now they were targeting different boards. Now they got a proper CBSE board syllabus, and I'm sure at certain point of time, with a lot of schools around, they're going to, the next level would always be the government schools and government aided schools.
Thank you so much, sir. So actually, to add on to that, I would think this education for sustainable development, this basically allows everybody to acquire knowledge, skills, the attitudes and values which is necessary to shape not only the present society but also the future. So this is Fairtrade education is kind of a participatory learning wherein the children get benefited and get molded into better citizens. So with this, I would like to ask our another steering committee member. Sir is the owner of Grinde, and he's been supporting us in with Fairtrade products here in Puducherry. So Ashok sir, what is your thoughts on sustainable consumption and the need for Fairtrade for consumers, and how can you sensitize the citizens about this Fairtrade movement?
Thank you for the question. I'm not an expert or a specialist in this environmental or sustainable subjects. I'm a simple trader. My focus is consumption. My focus is consumers and products and creating an awareness for the products. How many people in this hall know that there is a store specializing in Fairtrade products? Very few people know. One, wow, 3, 4. Nice, nice.
Where are the cyclists?
So I would like to introduce my store. I'm very happy today. Let me finish the video. The video one, please. So then,
Sure, you can continue in the meanwhile.
Yes,
please continue.
Yes, sir. So we are very happy day today because our store is 40 years old. It's completing 40 years today, and. So, I finished quickly. In 2017-18, our Mr. Krishnamurthy was taking his walk, the famous walk, and he literally walked into my store and suddenly asked me, "Do you sell any Fairtrade products?" I scratched my head because we know when we don't have an answer, we scratch our heads. I said, "I don't know." That's a safe answer. He said, "Do you at least know what is Fairtrade?" I said, "I don't know what is Fairtrade." So he explained to me what is Fairtrade, and the idea caught on. And then he asked me whether he can support Fairtrade products. I said, "Yes, I can definitely try." So and next day he brought me the name of Pascati chocolates, and he said, "Can you try to get it?" I said, "I will try." And I approached Pascati chocolates, and they were such good people that they immediately supported me. And on the third day, the chocolates were on my shelf. So it was so impressive. They were such good people. But today it's a different story. Those days I did not know what was Fairtrade, and that was the first product. Second video.
To do a dangerous thing with style is what I call art.
So it's very, very difficult to get entry into my store. We normally don't give entry to any product. It has to be very sensible and responsible product. And when this O2 Tea, Bombay Burma Tea Company, when the company man walked in to asking for orders, we first said no. There's a lot of tea. I don't want any tea. So he tried his best, but I didn't give entry. When he was packing his things, I suddenly this symbol of fair trade caught my eye, and that was the only reason I gave an entry to my store. So now I know about fair trade products and I'm trying to bring more products. We are open for that. And the Pondicherry's finest and cleanest store is at your disposal if anybody wants to market their fair trade products. And as a, thank you, sir. And my main point is consumption awareness. I would like to put a poster on my class which says I support fair trade, and close to 300, 400 people who walk into my store every day, they have to see the poster. They have to ask me what is fair trade, and I will have the honor to explain what is fair trade to them. Thank you.
I have to just add something to this. So if anybody follows Green Day's Insta page, as soon as we release a product of fair trade in the market,
The ambassador of fair trade.
Yes.
Thank you for the constant motivation, and thanks Dr. Jani and Bhagini for constant interaction of telling me what are the new things in the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to now ask the principal of Eklavya International School, Puducherry, and an NLP trainer, Ms. Sugati Vishwanathan, her views on fair trade education.
Thank you, Kavi Priya. Thank you, Kavi Priya, ma'am. Basically, okay. So Rajendran sir called me and said, "Would you like to be the speaker?" I did not know. Okay, what forum I called? I didn't even know that. Then I started reading about fair trade. Okay. Did I get a fair idea about fair trade by reading about it? No. Okay. So then he said, talk about sustainable schools. I also messaged him saying, we are not sustainable school yet. So what do you want me to talk about? So in my idea, the sustainable school is a green school, which has solar panels, it's enabled. We do practice a lot of things in our school, but to call us a sustainable school, I have my own question. I don't know whether I'm supposed to speak like this. I'm being open. So, we do practice something called carbology, which has come from Auroville. The concept of carbology is segregation of waste, and it starts from Mont 2. Okay? Children from Mont 2 onwards know where exactly they are supposed to put their waste into which dustbin. They know how to segregate. So this is taught as a curriculum. Each class has a curriculum on garbage and how do you handle garbage. So this awareness has been given. We do have a compost pit. We have our own sustained greenery that is there in the school, is maintained by children, because every child has a plant friend. who the child takes care of. So every day in the morning, the child comes, says hi, then pours the extra water that it has in the, brings one bottle of water that is left over from yesterday night, the bottle, that the child brings, pours it into the plant, and says hi to the plant, comes during the break, says hi to the plant. So that we have. The compost is also created in our own school. I was thinking about on all the infrastructural sustainability when he talked about sustainable schools. And then I also looked into what is sustainable about my school as far as the curriculum is concerned. After having come here, I feel because I have the Model United Nations run in my school, where the children are constantly talking about the sustainable development goals, the plethora of problems that is facing the world now. We are discussing on environmental issues, and we had the boon of having a Lieutenant Governor who involved all children in Swachh Bharat mission, and we were a very active participant in that. So all that knowledge put together, because I'll also have to share with you this, that our Clean Drive Pondicherry resulted in an invention by one of my class 9-10 student. He asked me a question. So much of plastic is being generated in a day in the beach. If plastic comes out of petroleum product, why can't I convert it back to fuel? And this is where it started. And he received several awards. He presented a paper for 45 minutes in Pondicherry University when he was barely 15 years old. And so much of research was done because we picked up waste from the sea. So I believe, we all say, okay, fine, this activity they love to do, this project they love to do, that's when you can complete and get a Fairtrade stamp. That's not what it is all about. The entire process of being a part of the activity is where the learning is. And I want that learning for my children. As I sat here, I thought I should have it for my children. I know it's going to put a lot of load on me. Because, Amy, where I tell you, Mom is saying, I want it in the curriculum. You know why she's saying it? Because she's a director in the team. She doesn't have to do it. But every teacher is going to have a nightmare and she say, I need to do the curriculum. Okay? And I'll have to first sensitize my teachers to fair trade, which is why I want Ajanta and Ellora, everybody coming in. Okay? Coming in and talking about it. Definitely, since we have had several projects where we were apprehensive about carbology, now it's a hit. It's a part and parcel of our life. Keeping our classrooms clean is a part and parcel of our life today. Nobody has to come and tell us that there's a chocolate wrapper. We don't use chocolate wrappers now, okay, as a matter of fact. So all these things will add up. And when our gentleman from the government was saying that how can the government be a catalyst, because it is not the part of the government alone, okay, that the roads will have to be cleaned, waste will have to be segregated. It's not the part of the government alone. You know why we have all failed? Because the concept of fair trade did not probably evolve 30 years back to sensitize us as citizens to be more responsible consumers and producers. So, thank you, Fairtrade. You are doing an honest job. And I would like to invite you to my school to give a talk. Okay? And sensitize us. Okay? And not, scare us. All that Vidya Shilp, it will take 4 years for you to be a fair say stamp. I want to be a process person. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that she wants to add
Just 2 minutes. Yeah, so, after Vidyashal's journey, Abhishek was very concerned that Ajanta, it should not be like, taking so many years. What do we do? Because students will leave school, whether they will see the recognition or not. So now the program follows 3-stage process, where first is awareness, 3 months to 6 months. You're fair active in 6 months. And then, of course, when you have to make impact, like Rajesh sir said, outcome, then you would need a year. But it is, and he was also concerned that it should not, in developed countries is a different story, right? But in India, the student-teacher ratio is very high, especially the CBSE schools. So what do we do? So we are part of the curriculum. So when a school enrolls for the program, see for Cambridge and IB it's very easy because trade and aid is part of their curriculum and they have subscribed Fairtrade. So it's very easy for us. But for CBSE, we do orientation.
What about ICSE?
Both. ICSE also we do teacher orientation. We ask teachers, किसमें पढ़ाना है? मैथ्स में पढ़ाना है, पीटी में पढ़ाना है, साइंस में पढ़ाना है, ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ाना है, किसमें पढ़ाना है? And we'll tell you how it is done. And we have the website, we have the portal. So click the picture, upload the photo, and your reporting is taken care of.
I just wanted to add a point that we have 30 schools and 39,000. 39 schools.
We have 39 schools and we have more than 45,000 students. In schools program, we also have universities program. We also have workplace program. No, these are only school figures.
Right. So, with Sugandhi ma'am, inviting a Fairtrade team to come and talk to her, so which means that in their group there are 51 schools and colleges empowering about 15,000 students. So I think Sugandhi ma'am should also be one of those Fairtrade representative brand ambassador for a group of institutions. I think we should take it up.
I would like to add something. May I?
Of course.
So I met Sugandhi ma'am a couple of months back for something totally different in their school. And when they were talking about what they do and the children, when they were sitting in the hall, it was amazing. It was as though there was one big family. And I think that is what really touched a note in my heart. And when Van says, we were already doing it, it is very true. Because when we had gone to them, it was something to do with sailing and with the estuary in Puducherry, which is a natural heritage. But we have to give a big applaud because their school children were involved in growing mangroves which were being taken away. So they're already into it. And ma'am, so I think we're in the same journey. We just call it differently, ma'am. And it's an amazing, amazing, amazing. I think school is because of the principals and two amazing, powerful women. So thank you so much for that experience and for your speech today. Thank you for coming.
And if you reach one student, you are reaching one family.
Yes.
And one family plus, because she will also have a friend, not only school friend, outside friend, that friend outside goes. So it's a great effort. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Chinta, would you like to add on to any other points? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, there are many organizations here, so we have beautiful workplace program also, which can also be considered as education program. And with Pondicherry, we are also working with Jindal Global Business School. Soon we'll be signing an MOU with them, and we are, their youth will also be part of the movement. And yes, any questions you can always ask me. My phone is available, phone number is available on the internet. Just type Ajanta. And it will come. And yes, my sister's name is Elora.
I just wanted to add a point to it. As a curtain raiser for this conference, we rolled out a students program. Yes. And we had about 6 things. We had it on photography, we had it on short film, something to write, something to paint, and something to capture. So we had about more than 14 schools for the entire stretch of the nation. Starting from Ludhiana, starting from Delhi, starting Bangalore, Kolkata, we had Pondicherry, we had Bangalore, we had Chennai, Bangalore, everyone, and we had about 750 registrations, close about 800 actually. So this shows the kind of reach which parents over there. Only thing is, due to short of time, we were not able to show. I think post when we will be sending an email to all of you with all the important pictures and paintings and those the way they had lovely letters they had written and things like that.
There are two people who are very important behind this program, and one is Ms. Ajanta here and R. Rajendran sir. They were working day in, day out with this program. So, thank you so much, both of you. So, I think they're still working. Yeah, they're still working. They're just going on. Yeah. So, thank you, everybody. Do we have any questions for the speakers today? Yes, sir.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. You mentioned you were asking whether you knew anything about it, and you were not very sure about it. Sustainability, or whether it's fair trade, it's a journey. Okay? So anybody who says that I already know everything about it is totally wrong. So we are all in that journey. Okay? And once you enjoy the journey, then you really learn much more.
Thank you, sir.
I just had a comment, a question, and to Sudatima. I'm so happy that you have a concept like a plant friend. You know, that's I think sensitizing the child at the early stage, since I come from the background of sustainable agriculture. And the other thing is that I just want to share that something that is 15 years old probably. When my child was in probably in high school, the government has introduced compulsory environmental education. Mostly ICSE schools were doing. At that point, when they were teenagers, they would curse and go through reams of all kinds of things and everything. Now, as a 30-year-old, she tells me that was actually a fantastic policy because it sensitized them to things. Now they're thinking about it in a wiser and from an older perspective. That's why we need to introduce this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very energetic. Your talk was very energetic. And good to know that we are trying to integrate the syllabus university. The point which immediately came to my mind was we are talking about the sustainable development. After 250 years of development has happened, now we are talking about sustainable development. Similarly, all the students who are coming out, getting into business are not really from the social work background. Maybe this has been rooted through Department of Social Work, but I hope you will also include the syllabus for the entire Puducherry University students, because the engineers, MBA students who are getting into the business should, right from the day one, adopt these kind of concepts and practices. Otherwise, after 20, 30 years, if they are introduced to again sustainable development, then that's not the way which we have come across. So I'm hopeful that entire university students will get a chance to learn this as a syllabus, apart from the social work students.
Thank you. I think he's really listened very attentively. When ma'am was talking about curriculum, I was speaking of the perspective of a teacher. Okay, because I told you that I come from a mental health background. I teach curriculum psychiatric social work practice, and when I met Angelina, I was in the seat of student welfare. And for me, welfare is not scholarship or fellowship or anything. Welfare, holistic welfare. And when she spoke about Fairtrade terms, I was not concentrating there as a social work educator, but connecting with the schools of each and every department. And that is why I had to ask her so many questions, because I come from a social science background, and how do I interplay with engineering, with physical chemical applied sciences, with nanosciences, so many different sciences, and that is going to be a personal process. So I really appreciate that he heard, he heard it, and there I really feel that you are really concerned for the youth. Sir, today consumerism has taken our children away from us, have taken our youth away from us. We are not showing them the realities. And I have written, on the student welfare. Please don't only think about economic need. Let us give them their life. Let us think about their well-being. Let us think about their physical and psychological well-being. There, this concept has to be mainstreamed into the curriculum. And I am really looking forward for everyone's participation. You're right, today, people are talking about virtual literature. People are not investing in buying books or something like that because of whatever constraints they have. Virtual literature. All of you are experts, including ma'am, including all of us. You're right, so that this message goes to our youth and they really value the resources which is available here. Let us not become scanty, and then let us not hear this concept of ending their lives indirectly. He's also from the medical background, and I vouch to say from review, it is impacting our youth differently.
Awesome. So with this, I think I conclude the session for today. So we had awesome speakers who shared the dais with us, and let's all join hands. This education is not only for students; it is for each and every one of us here, every citizen.
So let's all be a part and make our society a fair society for a sustainable society. Thank you. Learn, share, build, share. Learn, share, build, share. Maybe I can say learn fair and you all say build fair.
Learn fair. Learn fair. Learn fair. Thank you.
So we have a little token, a gift hamper from our Fairtrade producers. So we have lovely pescatarian chocolates, we have soaps and scrubs, we have incense, and so
You all must have heard about HRDC, Human Resource Development Center, which is in all the sectors, higher education institutions. And thanks to ma'am, and also thanks to many other organizations who have been collaborating with us, we have introduced this course for HRDC, and I have written this course for mental health and sustainable development, and I thank it is taken off. And for the first time, it is going to be conducted mental health and sustainable development. Teachers, faculty members, students, research scholars from across the country can participate. So, because of them, we are also getting certificates. But I need to mental health. So, they all also will be speakers on that.
please take your seat. We have a little note break. Wait. We have a little something.
Sorry. Yeah.
a gentleman with white pepper hair, and his name is Pushpanath Krishnamurti. He was a very, very instrumental person while we started our journey in the Fairtrade Towns movement in India. Pushpanath Krishnamurti is a campaigner for Oxfam, and his campaigns are usually through walks. Pushpanath walked from Pondicherry to Kotagiri, 420 kilometers in 21 days. But what he did more than that was every town he passed from, he spoke about fairness, climate justice, brought the message of fair trade to the youth, to businesses, to colleges, to schools. And it is very, very unfortunate that he's not here today. He's in London. But he's got an amazing, amazing message for us. And I would really like everybody to hear that message. Push is there in our hearts. And the only thing that we can tell him is, go push, go! Go push, go! Everybody together. Go push, go! Thank you so much. So let's see the message from Push.
Hi, hello. It's me, Pushpanath. 2015 November, on a really heavy rainy day, I set off with the blessing of this great soul, Mahatma Gandhi, on a journey called climate justice. On a day when it was pouring not in buckets but in drums. But there were so many people here, you can't believe all the key people from the Government of Puducherry, from the French consulate, from non-government organizations, from children, parents, everybody, irrespective of the rank, they stood with me. And the police guided the transportation totally. I walked along towards Auroville. As I hit the red soil, the whole lot of bubbling up water spread red vermilion on my face. But that was the momentous time. At that time, my idea was, would it be possible to create, with all this kind of groundswell of support, the first ever twin fair trade town? I came to climate justice not because of climate issue. I came to climate justice through fair trade because it's an ethical aspect to it. It is a substantial support to the most vulnerable people, whether it is a farmer, whether it's a businessman, whether it's a worker, and they all face this immense challenge of Parvanilai Matram. Fair trade has been around almost from 1970s, more formalized in 2000. Mostly European-led because of consumers, the most powerful section, and schools and so on, because they felt whatever they are eating, the primary products from our country, those people who produce are getting the least out of it. And they felt justice needs to be universal because it's an ethical concept. So that's how it grew. But now, fair trade in India is here and within this country. We have got the most powerful consuming population, and we have got various productions that are taking place. This is not a source country anymore. This is a place we produce and consume. And we want to actually show this has the silver line of fairness. And how do I know? Because it's already happening. Just a couple of weeks ago, I wore my first t-shirt made in India. Organic, very important because it helps you to adapt to climate change. It's also fairness because it's an ethical concept. From the person who sows the seed to the person who wears the cloth, there is the silver line of fairness going through. So Indian story now on fair trade, beyond 2000, it's going to be their fresh, powerful, new narrative. And I'm sure it will set a very high standards of excellence. This is where another challenge comes. I'm sure you are ready for it. I'm sure you got the innovation. These two towns, the most and the best innovators and glorious history. You can do it. The best, excellent standard of excellence of setting up a town. A town is where everything happens. Bruce Crowther, the man who came up with the idea, he was under a shower when he got this idea. Just imagine, we got more than 2,000. Of course, I went to shower many a time, but that made me to walk. But here you are, a great, great story is starting to grow and explode on this earth. in a very special way. Pondicherry is a historically innovative city, and so is this state. And you twinned with Auroville, the most important platform of social and other innovations. When the two came together, we were looking at the most historical, first ever twin towns being made into Fairtrade towns. What do we mean by that? A town which espouses this ethics of fairness across the board. Today, as I stand here, I cannot be more proud. ஒன்பது டவுனுங்க ஒன்பது டவுன் எல்லாம் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு இப்போ. It has made history, and now we are celebrating that history through 3 wonderful days of Fairtrade Town National Conference, but this has an international perspective to it. So, and it became the first in South Asia, not just in India. So that gives me immense pleasure, because when I walked, it was little less than a seed of hope. I always had hope, because hope is the spark, and the spark is the hope. The hope of this great 3 days. I'm not there, but my heart is with you. My spirit is with you. And indeed, it is better I'm not here, because I will hear a better story from all of you. It is a story I have been carrying as a climate justice walker, because when climate hits, Parvanilai Matram Athina, it hits the poorest and the most vulnerable, the farmer, the rural dweller, the city poor people, and the low income group. It hits everybody, but it hits all these people who are vulnerable first, worst, and hardest. I cannot think of a greater, better, and more powerful way to overcome this kind of shocks, and to lift people from where they are, give them the protection against this climate change. Fairtrade is one powerful path. It's full of light and possibilities. How am I saying this? It is not a fairy tale. It's already happening. Auroville has many people with certificates for Fairtrade, directly and indirectly, and so is in Pondicherry. If any two towns can actually make this happen into a fantastic high standard of excellence example, it is these two. So 3 days, my friends, you are all there. Lift it up. The key actor among them would be the state. If Government of Puducherry decides 10 to 15% of its procurement is through Fairtrade, that could be the best historical statement ever made in South Asia. Are you ready, guys? I am there thinking about you every second of these 3 days and further. As I go to Britain now, I'm going to carry this story. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a great time. Have a lot of laughter, but make things happen. Will you?
So we thank Push enormously for this very, very emotional message for all of us who are here in the room. And with this, I would like to invite Abhishek Jani, the National Steering Committee member for the Fairtrade Towns, to say a few words, and then there's a little surprise.
Yeah, we're at the tail end of the conference, and I can just say that there is nothing much more for me to say, but to say thank you all very much. It has been exhilarating for me just to see the energy in the room, the people coming here, people dialing in, sharing their best practices, their experiences of how critical it is that we all embrace sustainability today, how critical it is that we don't just embrace it in words, but translate it into action, translate it into the different dimensions of our living. We heard from architects, we heard from business people, we've heard from educators, we've heard from the government. And in all of these ways, we've all come across the different ways fair trade is connected to us. And fundamentally, we're talking about the core value of justice and equality, something which is not alien to anybody here or anyone in this world. And that's the core principle that we're trying to promote here with Fairtrade. That's the core principle that I saw a lot of great energy for here. And it was just fantastic to see so many steering committee members here from across the country, and also seeing people who are going to take this hopefully to their communities across the country from here onwards. So a lot of positive energy coming out of this conference, and we have still more to come tomorrow. But yeah, it was a fantastic day of the conference, and thank you all very much for your phenomenal contribution.
Abhishek, when are you running away? So I would like to take this occasion to give a little token of appreciation to Abhishek for, this is a little token from the Fairtrade towns. And what is very, very beautiful in this little token is that all the quilling work that has been done inside has been done by the differently able children from Satya Special School. So a big, big applaud to the children from Satya Special School for giving us such a warm welcome gift. I would also now take this occasion because as Abhishek said that we have so many steering committee members who have come here, not only from Pondicherry but from the Nilgiris and from Ludhiana. I would like to give them a token of appreciation. So I will be calling you one by one. So please come on stage. So Uma from Auroville, steering committee member. Kabipriya, Pondicherry, steering committee member for the Fairtrade town. Rajesh, steering committee member for the Fairtrade towns, Pondicherry. I'd like to invite from Hope, steering committee member for Pondicherry. I would like to now invite Gokul, steering committee member, Nilgiris. I would like to now invite Madhu from the steering committee member of the Fairtrade towns, Pondicherry. I'd like to invite Mimi, steering committee, Nilgiris for the Fairtrade towns. I would like to now invite Kanika from Ludhiana, steering committee, Fairtrade towns, Ludhiana. I'd like to now invite Monica, steering committee member, Fairtrade towns, Ludhiana. I would like to invite, Ashok. Fairtrade Town, steering committee member, Fairtrade Towns, Pondicherry. And I would want to give a special thanks with the bag, for Brahmanandji, who has been instrumental in supporting us to design this conference, to make it successful and be present here with us for the entire 1.5 days. So, there is a lovely pescati chocolate in this, so sweet one for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Panchuji, who's my mentor, my guide, my teacher, showing me the way, the fair trade way. Step by step. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and being here with us. Thank you very much. So with this, we take a short tea break.
We need to now. Yes. So the spirit, the person who thought of it, It was supposed to be just a simple, small workshop, but Anjali doesn't do anything small and simple. So she had this great vision of bringing it into a national conference. It was a brilliant idea, and it has really grown way beyond what any one of us had originally imagined. So a big, big, big thank you to Anjali.
Add a word. So with Anjali, I think many of you know her. I knew her because of the COVID pandemic. We did this Fairtrade cake cupcakes. What always attracts me to her is her involvement, the emotion she shows. She just takes it as it is her own project, not something else. And even this kind of thing, it is like what do you call it? It just comes from one person to the what do they say? It's infectious, right? So as a doctor, I should say she's like bit of COVID, very infectious. So even for this event, I was really surprised we had to take our Honorable Lieutenant Governor's interview in the last minute. We were sitting on the day of the conference waiting for her interview. All right. So the moment she finished her interview, I was, you should see her. She was all in tears and saying, Anjali, what? No, I'm so happy. I'm so happy she's given the interview. That level of involvement, that level of passion, that level of emotion. She's mind blowing.
Some lovely past
So we take a short tea break, and then we have an award ceremony here for the schools, and we had done 3 build-up events. The first was the football match that was played with the Jipper team and Playmakers, which is a Pondicherry team with the Fairtrade football. And then we had a kayaking that was Trash Free Planet. And then we had cycling for the fairway. So we have all the participants coming in now, and it is going to start. Our Honorable Tourism Minister will be chairing that the session. So please have a quick tea, and we should be back here maybe in 15 minutes. Thank you everybody for coming, and see you for the award ceremony. Yeah.
அனைவருக்கும் தேசிய தொழுநோய் ஒழிப்பு திட்டத்தின் சார்பாக வணக்கம். தெரிந்து கொள்ளுவோம் தெரியப்படுத்துவோம் எனும் தொழுநோய் விழிப்புணர்வு பாடல் ஒளி தொகுப்பை வெளியிடுவதில் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். தொழுநோய் 100% குணமாக்கக்கூடிய நோய். ஆரம்ப சிகிச்சை அதிக பயன் கொடுக்கும், ஊனத்தை தடுக்கும். தொழுநோயாளிகளை வெறுக்காதீர், ஒதுக்காதீர். தமிழக அரசின் திட்டத்தின் மூலம் தரணியை விட்டு தொழுநோயை ஒழிப்போம். நன்றி.
100% குணமாவோம், தொழுநோய் நீங்கி நலமாவோம். தந்தனா தந்தனா தந்தானனா தந்தனா தந்தனா தந்தானனா
உற்பத்தியாள உயர வேண்டுமே. உற்பத்தியாளர் உயர வேண்டுமே. சுற்றுச்சூழல் மேம்பாட்டில் அக்கறை கொள்வோம். சுற்றுச்சூழல் மேம்பாட்டில் அக்கறை கொள்வோம். நம் பாரம்பரிய திறன்களையும் காத்திட உழைப்போம். நம் பாரம்பரிய திறன்களையும் காத்திட உழைப்போம். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம். நியாயமான விலையில் எதையும் பெற்றிட உழைப்போம். நியாயமான ஊதியம் வழங்கிட முனைவோம். நியாயமான விலையில் எதையும் பெற்றிட உழைப்போம். நியாயமான ஊதியமும் வழங்கிட முனைவோம். குழந்தைகளின் உரிமைகளை நிலைநாட்டுவோம். குழந்தைகளின் உரிமைகளை நிலைநாட்டுவோம். பாகுபாடு இல்லாத புது யுகம் காண்போம். பாகுபாடு இல்லாத புது யுகம் காண்போம். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம். தன்னிறைவு வருமானம் உற்பத்தியை உயர்த்திடவும். தன்னிறைவு வருமானம் உற்பத்தியை உயர்த்திடவும். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம். வாய்ப்பளிப்போம், உரிமைக்கு வாய்ப்பளிப்போம்.
அதே போன்று நம்ம குழந்தைகள் உரிமை, குழந்தைகளுக்கான உரிமைகள் சாதாரணமா 4 உரிமைகள் சொல்லியிருக்கோம். வாழ்வதற்கு, உள்ளவர்களுக்கு, பங்கேற்க, பாதுகாக்க. வா வா பாப்பா, அதான் வா வா பாப்பா அப்படின்னா வாழ்வதற்கு, வளர்வதற்கு, பாதுகாப்பு, பங்கேற்பு. இன்னொன்னு சூழியல் உரிமை. அதான் இப்ப நம்மளுது. இந்த பூமியை வளமாக, இயற்கையோடு, சுகாதாரமாக, நல்ல கோத்தகிரி அதெல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது ரொம்ப ஆனந்தமா இருந்துச்சு. அந்த மரங்கள் இதெல்லாம் நல்லா வரணும் அப்படிங்க. அந்த இயற்கை தன்மையை குழந்தைகளுக்கு கொண்டு போகக்கூடிய சூழியல் உரிமையும் கொடுக்கணும். 5 உரிமைகளாக. அதற்காக நான் எழுதிய ஒரு பாடல் ஏதோ நமது
உதவுவோமா கண்ணான குழந்தையை பெற்றெடுக்க அது உதவுவோமா முகத்தினில் கவசம் முகத்தினில் கவசம் எல்லாரும் முறையுடன் அணிவோம் முகத்தினில் கவசம் எல்லாரும் முறையுடன் அணிவோம் சமூக இடைவெளி தன்னை கடைபிடித்திடுவோம் சமூக இடைவெளி தன்னை கடைபிடித்திடுவோம் கிருமி நாசினி கொண்டு கைய கழுவிடுவோம் கிருமி நாசினி கொண்டு கைய கழுவிடுவோம் விழிப்புடன் இருந்தே நாமும் மகிழ்வுடன் வாழ்வோம் விழிப்புடன் இருந்தே நாமும் மகிழ்வுடன் வாழ்வோம் தந்தன தானே தானே தந்தன தானே தந்தன தானே தானே தந்தன தானே தடுப்பு ஊசிய போட்டிடுவோம் தடுப்பு ஊசிய போட்டிடுவோம் தடுப்பு ஊசிய போட்டிடுவோம் பூஸ்டர் ஊசி போட்டு சொல்றாங்க இல்லையா ஆமா அதையும் சேர்த்து பூஸ்டர் ஊசிய போட்டிடுவோம் காலத்துக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி மாத்தி போயிட்டே இருக்கணும் தடுப்பூசி உள்ள போட்டாங்க விடுபட்டவங்க போடுறாங்க இல்லைன்னா அவங்களால வேலையை நமக்கு வாங்கிடக்கூடாது அலட்சியமே கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற உறுதியா இருக்கும் அடுத்ததாக போதும் நினைக்கிறீங்களா சரி நன்றி
தலையிலிருந்து நமக்கு பல்வேறு பாடல்களை பாடி விழிப்புணர்ச்சி ஏற்படுத்திய திரு பழனியா பிள்ளை அவர்களுக்கும் திரு ராஜேந்திரன் அவர்களுக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவர் சார்பாக நமது பாராட்டுதல்களை தெரிவித்துக்
to the youth of India leading the change. So we would request, we have and in this award ceremony, we are partnering with Young Indian. So we welcome Young Indians to our conference, and we request,
We will just
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Anjali for inviting us on this occasion because we always love to be with the youth. So Young Indians is like always a platform for youth, and we are so glad to be here representing Young Indians. I have like a lot of known faces, so I'm happy to read it to you all. So I'm Christopher. I'm the chapter chair of Young Indians Puducherry. So Young Indians is basically an organization that works with young people and by young people. So it's an organization between people, young people between 21 years to 40 years. We form together and we meet together and we work with young people together. So on behalf of YA, we would like to congratulate Fairtrade Towns for taking this initiative. This is because this is one much needed initiative which we have been longing to work with. And so when Anjali approached us a few days back, associating with YA for this occasion, we really wanted to make it happen. Because this is a dream which we have been looking forward and something which we wanted to work in deeper. And when she approached, we saw the sign. So this is a great thing to start with. So thank you, Anjali, again. And I wanted to thank the musicians, the singers, Palani and Rajendran. Okay, it was wonderful. I'm personally a big fan of folk music, and I always believe music is a very powerful weapon for against social injustice and social awareness. And Rumbalaya Pandinga, it brought me back to my college days where we used to sing a lot of social awareness songs. So thank you so much. So YA has always been an organization that tries to work with or address issues that are not noticed much in the society. And we have been always looking forward to work with areas which are not explored much or less worked. So we see that fair trade is actually one area in India which has to be explored much, and we are very keen to work with that. So maybe the second part of our presentation, Monila would be sharing like how we are planning to work with fair trade in coming months. So before that, I wanted you guys to get introduced to YA because you need to understand who we are and what type of work we are already into. So it gets an idea for you to understand us before we work with you. So, can I have a PPT? Okay. So, basically, it's an organization which is affiliated to CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. CII is like an industry body. It's a non-profit industry body which works with industries across across India to empower them and to address some policy-making decisions. So, CII at one point they decided like they need to empower young people, so they formed YA, and it was founded in 2002. But with a little more understanding, CIA decided that it should be a platform to create young leaders. It shouldn't be just like a policy decision or like policy lobbying body. It should be more than that. So they decided it should be a youth leadership platform. Okay, so it was founded in 2002, and we are not just a platform. We don't call ourselves as a platform. We call it as a journey. For every young Indian, we call it as a journey that we travel together. We learn, we cross-learn from each other, and we try to do something back to the nation. And we call ourselves as like the voices of global Indians, because if it is going to be tomorrow, it's going to be us. So we are the voices of tomorrow. So we have three basic pillars in Young Indians. One is youth leadership and nation building and thought leadership. The first two are quite pretty common in all youth associations. Most of them, they work on leadership skills and they work on nation building, a lot of national projects. But thought leadership is one area YI is keenly working on, because we want to get into the advocacy part. It shouldn't be just the awareness and action part. It should be, we need to get into the advocacy part where we can work with government agencies, we can work with like-minded bodies and get things implemented. Because we always see that there is a gap between the people with the vision and the end users, the people who really are going to use the services. So we always try to be a facilitator connecting the dots. And some of the core values, that's okay. So we celebrate diversity and inclusiveness. This means like in YA we call our membership as like either individual membership or couple membership. We don't call like male membership, female membership. It's either individual or couple. And we don't, we have like leaders across different professions. Though we are part of an industry body, we don't just have industrialists. We have like photographers, we have designers, we have makeup artists, we have actors. So we have a diversified set of people. So this helps us to think a lot and learn a lot from each other. And some of the other core values, like we respect a lot. So respect, even like when we say about like inclusiveness, most of the organizations they call like chairman or like chairwoman. So here we wanted to be gender specific, so we call ourselves as chair. So there is no man or women in it. So we start from there. So I call myself as like YA chair of Puducherry. So whenever someone addresses me as chairman, I request them either to address me as chairperson or chair, which is gender specific. So we start everything from ourselves. We don't try to go someone and preach, so we always try to start. So we respect, and integrity is like very core. And as I said before, we learn a lot from each other, we bond and we grow together. So today, when we do a presentation, close to 10 of my YA fellows are here because it is more like out of bonding that we want to grow together. And we always have pride in whatever we do. So whatever we do it with so much passion and pride. And yes, as Gandhiji said, we should be always with the change. We should start it from us before we expect it from others. So we are always the change before we look into others. So our presence, we are present everywhere in the country. We are growing, and we have 57 chapters. And South is one of the biggest region in the country. And Tamil Nadu and Puducherry together, we have a presence of 12 cities. And you can see like we are like 4,000 plus strong members across the country, from 57 chapters, 24 states, and 4 UTs, including Puducherry. And the last one is UA. Okay, so YA has like 3 stakeholders, 3 major stakeholders. One is UA, which we work with college students, and third, we work with the school children and rural initiative. So we adopt villages and they become our like village pockets and we work with them. So UAs are actually quite more like a backbone for YA. So we have like close to 29,500 registered UA members, and from next year it's going to be like doubled. I'll tell you the reason. Okay, but they are more like our task force. Whatever we come out with action-related programs, they will be at the front. So we have like a strong international engagement, and we are proud founders of G20 YE Alliance. It's one of the premium or like one of the most important organization or like conclave that happens every year, and we are part of it. And this year it's going to happen in Hamburg, Germany, in the month of October. And YE is always part of the organizing team. And next year it's going to happen in India. Yes, thank you so much. So
So it's going to happen in India. So YA is going to be one of the lead organizers when it happens in India. And also we are part of Commonwealth Alliance of Young Entrepreneurs, Asia Pacific. So the reason why we are stating this is like our international alliance is very, very important, especially when we do something at a very bigger level, especially at the advocacy part. So this really helps us YA, and we are one of the few youth organizations in the country which has this alliance. And when it comes to national engagement, we have a MOU signed with AICTE. AICTE is like the controlling body for technical education. So typically, any engineering or non-engineering college in the country, they are part of YA. So we have a special MOU, and again, YA is one of the few youth organizations in the country which has this MOU. So technically, the 29,500 was signed before this MOU. Okay. So in the coming years, it's going to be more than 1 million. So that is what we are looking forward. So is it an organization that only talks, or like is it an organization only preaches? So we are an organization which we try to practice and follow before we preaching. So whenever we do some conclaves or like some major events, we try to have like a carbon neutral event. The carbon neutral event is like with like having plastic instead of plastic water bottles, we place like glasses, and we ask our members to bring their own water bottles where we have some bubble top water bottles, water cans outside, and instead of like private taxis or like private cars, we ask them to pool in multiple cars. So whenever we do some events, and we try to do an eco-friendly or like more in a sustainable way. We try to start from ourselves. These are some of our initiatives in the past, in the last few months. So these are some of the areas of interest that YA is already working with. We work with accessibility. So we are engaging in installing ramps across the country in some public places. And MASUM is one area like where we are addressing on children abuses, child abuses, both men and women. So normally when it comes to child abuse, we always think of female children. So actually, to be honest, like there is an interesting fact that boys are equally abused at small ages which are unreported. So YA is like working on it, and we have done like quite a lot of intensive campaigns and conclaves on MASU. Talir is like our stakeholder, Talir, which were like our school children less than 12th standard, like they come under Talir, and Viva is like any college students or university students, they come under Viva. And climate change is one vertical, and especially Pondi is like we are keenly working on climate change. We have like installed 7 Miyawaki forests in the city, 2 in corporate and 1 in a NGO like in a common orphanage, and 2 in a public area. So we have installed it, and these 7 Miyawaki forests was showcased as like a national model, and the national took it up last year, and we have installed 100 Miyawaki forests across the country, close to like 5 lakhs of it started from Puducherry, so climate change is always very close to us, and we do a lot of cyclothon on World Water Day. We have done like 2 cyclothons, so we're keenly working. We are quite responsible, and we are trying to create more awareness on climate change. And YA Health is one new vertical. After COVID, we formed a COVID task force. So the COVID task force helps a lot of people across the nation. So we didn't want to leave it. So we convert the task force into a health force, because some of our members are running some major hospitals. So this is one new vertical which was started this year. And innovation is one vertical where, since we are working with college students, we do a lot of innovation contests and innovation programs. We have one program coming up in Puducherry in a couple of months, innovation contest. Road safety is again one vertical which we mostly work with school children. We try to create awarenesses because we feel like it is always the kids who influences the parents sometimes. Okay, right from wearing a helmet, wearing a seatbelt. So we have a report card system where the children reports, they actually score marks for their drivers or riders every day, and that becomes like a practice. So we try to implement a system, and it was quite successful. And while learning, most of our members who are part of YA, they are here to learn. So we always try to bring the best of best speakers in from diversified field, and we arrange like online and offline sessions where we try to help each other, learn from each other. So these are some of the areas of interest. I'm not going much detail after this because here we are here today for a specific purpose. We are looking forward for one particular association with Fairtrade, and this journey is just going to be a beginning today, and it is going to go for a lifelong journey because this is an area which is a vast area and it cannot be solved or it cannot be like discussed in a day or two. So it's going to be a long journey, but today is the beginning of a journey with Fairtrade for YA Puducherry, and I request my co-chair for entrepreneurship, Monila, to take it forward. So she's going to take it forward from me. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good evening to everybody. Vanakkam. So I am Monila Karthik Shankar. I run a restaurant which is called as Nalathambi Mess. It is a small, the very first, very proudly to say that we are the very first restaurant in the Puducherry to run with a packing material without even a cello tape, which is we use as a paper pack. And we don't use any wax kind of container too. We use a bagasse, and we have a trademark menu in our menu. It is as a tukku chutney, and we follow a tradition too. That's why it is named as our Nalathambi Mess. And when you see, it is a symbol wise we mention our na. Why it is like that? We always belongs that, and I always trust that it is a team. Without a team, you cannot be a leadership. So I very happy to say that my team is also go along with me in a very such mannerable way with the sustainable packing. And for a thing, I want to start with a story which I came across today morning. So I was driving down from the Chennai. So I had a stop for the summer thing for a tender coconut. So I always carry a sustainable thing like very modern thing like metal straw. So with me, and I was Anna, give me a tender coconut. And he said, okay, ma'am, okay, I got it, and I took my straw and I tried to. And he asked me, why are you using that one? And I asked, why, Anna? I'm very aware of this. Wait, I'm giving you one more straw. Oh, okay, fine, I don't want the plastic one. But he gave me a straw. It is made up of what? Any case you can able to make it? Leaf. Okay, yeah, might be. Because I thought it as first as a lotus stem. Because it is here by the Kalpakam road, I thought it might be a thing of lotus stem. Then he said, no ma, it is made up of papaya leaf stem. And I asked him, Anna, everybody is using plastic straw, it is so very innovative, how can you do it? And he gave me a slap, I can say that. Plastic straw cost me 10 paisa, and paper cost 1 rupee, and metal it sucks actually because of cleaning purpose and other blah blah things. And he said, if I use it once, if I put it, it will biodegradable. As being running a small tender coconut shop, it is just up to him with a 50 coconuts standing in a TVS bike. I was like, wondered. Then I was being very shocking and I asking him. And he had the same question like me. I have started this Nalathambi Mess before a year ahead, and there is a big challenge for me because I wanted to open it on 2019. When I was very clear I wanted to open with a sustainable packing, I have a very big question mark into the industry, where I couldn't able to find a sustainable packing material inside India. Me and my husband we used to travel a lot and we did a research. And we got a material, it is called Zoom, which is produced by US factory. And they made a trade towards the India here. And I am buying a purchase of Zoom every month. And it will take at least to reach me for 3 weeks. If I am ready to pay also, it will reach me after 3 weeks. It is not nearby me. For myself as a business entrepreneur, for myself, I am taking a step. Okay, I have multiple opposite persons with me in the same industry. They can also do the same thing. But the actual fact is, the foil paper costs 3 to 5 rupees. But what I am using, the bagas, it costs 25 to 35 rupees. There is a much more difference. So when now you people know about it. The paper craft has lifted more because of the no plastic. Now automatically the producer of manufacturing people has started to increase the price. As for the trade, I'm very happy to be in a first time in Puducherry, the national thing happening. I'm very happy to speak. But as being change is the constant one. As I'm right, change is the only one which gives a constant. So I was wondering whether I want to give a change, but I couldn't able to find a nearby solutions with me. So I was quite surprised. Whether I want to find a packing material for myself, it is that hard. I am the one who stands for it. I am the one who is really willing to do it. If I am doing really a business, if you ask me, am I doing a business for the money? No. I am doing for my passion. I was a professor, I quitted there. During the COVID, I started this and I'm running up. I need a change because I am a mother too. The same thing happened when the straw comes out. The same tender coconut persons, I have faced it because I used to think, my son is using a straw in my home is a metal one, it is not a plastic one. I'm not buying it. But at last, when the cleaning purpose it comes, he gets it. If you are very clear, once you clean that metal straw, it is not happening in a proper way. You wanted to boil it, clean it. As being a mother, I can do it. If my maid will do that, if any other person will do that, they are very conscious. Okay, one time, okay, this time he's going to have a drink. Okay, I'll check this. No, none of them are going to do. Even myself, in a hurry I'll never do that. So that is the only thing I'm asking to the trade. We are actually me and Christoph was talking about it. Upcoming project would be only for the packing material. If you need a change, there should be a constant difference between the packing material. It is a must take because I am into the food industry. I know. Because food industry is wanted to change the sustainable thing. If you go to the fish market, they will call me as a Kuda Papa. Whenever I go for my market purchase, I'll go with my Kuda. Big basket. That Akka will ask me, Ma, I will put it in the plastic. No, Akka, don't put it into that. Put it in my bag inside. Ma, everything will get collapsed. Ma, how you will take? It's fine. It's completely fine. How many of them ready to do like this? Even in the meat shop it is happening. In the egg. While we carrying the egg, even though every day when I'm taking a milk package, I used to shout with my maid, don't cut it into two, don't cut it into two. Every day. It is constantly happening because a small piece of paper or plastic, it is not able to going to destroy it. So we are the responsible for this environment. So we need a change according with the trend. So please let us know, and the YI will organize will hope to have a both together, and we'll have 3 days at least a conference about how to do with the packing materials and how the things can happen into it. And we have a YI entrepreneurship and rural skills. 3 things we have. Awareness, like for example, we were discussing YI group are discussing about it awareness. We can take it towards to the practice. Like to the, for example, there is a sustainable practice to Yuva and college students. Already we have, Christopher has explained to you what is Yuva and what is college. We can do more than that if we have one more supportive thing. Am I right? So, and the thing that is normally we are doing with walkathon, cycle, lots of things are happening as awareness. And action again now. We can do something. Nothing comes free here. People always needs a discount. People always want something to be attractive. If I say, I'm giving this paper for very new one, organic one, or something, if I say for 50 rupees, they will not come. If I say it is 100 rupees, I'm giving you 50% off, yeah, sure, people will listen. Not all of them, but 70% of our country people are doing the same thing. So we need to be a change. So that's why we want to do it in an action way. We can speak with our YM members and we can give a discount or some selective things and do a free like cartage. Egg cartage is a plastic one. I used to wonder always because I used to buy a purchase for my wife. I used to think, Anna, don't give it in this. Give me in a bag or give me in a. They have a material which is called cartons. I used to say, I'll keep it safe and I'll bring it back. Then that's how he's okay. Again, he will bring it in the van in a plastic bag. I want to give that cartons. He will replace with me at the car. At least I am happy that from there to there, it is not a plastic. So this is how I'm being happy, and I want to be a change also for everything. And advocacy is to facilitate 3 days. This is what we are talking. 3 days association with Fairtrade organization, suitable sustainable packing solution involving all the stakeholders, including government agencies. It will be a very good path for everybody to have a change. Alright? Thank you.
So last year in 2021, okay, when we happened to celebrate International Women's Day, for the first time we wanted to, always like when we do an International Women's Day celebration, we do it in a closed hall with select women. So why we wanted to experiment, take it outside. So what we did last year is like we did it in a public space in Providence Mall, because we want more people to understand what we are speaking. But to our surprise, 80% of the attendees were like women. Okay, 20% are like the rest of the YA. Okay, so in 2022, what we decided is like I need a hall full of men and women. So in the same hall, on March 8th, we celebrated Women's Day, and the men of YA, we organized it for the women, and we didn't make any YA women. So we organized it. The lesson that we learned is when we wanted to create some change, when we wanted to create some impact in any of our social cause, okay, we need to involve the right stakeholders. Okay, yes, we are actually having an awareness and we are pretty conscious about what we are trying to do, but are we having the right audience in the hall? Are we having the right people, or like the people who needs to learn this in the hall? Okay, so that's why we wanted to do the workshop, and the stakeholders are not just going to be YA and Fairtrade representatives. The stakeholders will be Kirana shop owners, okay, who are actually the major contributor to this industry, who are the traders. Okay. We always concentrate or we focus on the producers. The producers can make the changes pretty quickly because they have the luxury to do the changes because they are the producers. But the traders, they don't have the luxury. They are trading materials. So we are going to involve like a lot of stakeholders, and without the support of Fairtrade towns, it is not going to be possible for us to organize that event. And definitely, it's going to be a lot fun, and it's going to be a learning process for all the parties. So we're looking forward, Anjali, to take this forward. Thank you so much again for the opportunity, and thanks my YA members for being part of this event. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Christopher, for coming at such short notice. And what I feel so inspired is that, there is young Indian really walking the talk. So we talk and we try to walk, but the youth now is really coming forward and inspiring other youth. And I think that's so important. We have grey hair. When we say, they say, it is very easy for these people to talk, but if you have to do it, it's so difficult. But when you are setting an example, there is youth around seeing what you're doing, and that is really inspirational. So thank you so much for sharing this platform with us. We're very grateful that you have come and shared your story with us, and there's so many young people in this room today, and that is why we have called this session dedicating it to the youth. So thank you so much. I give the mic to Rajan now, who's one of Puducherry's steering committee members for the towns, to take the session forward.
Talking about youth sharing the stage, it's not youth sharing the stage, it is taking over the stage and taking over our wonderful India to the next level. We have loads of examples all around the world. We have loads of examples, a lot of people in India, and we have a lot of people in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. So one among the person whom we would like to bring onto the stage to take over the stage would be Shazana Sharif. Did I pronounce it correctly? Thank you. A young social activist at the age of 8 years, she went to a farm, and 8-year-old kid, when she goes to a farm, please come over. When she comes, she needs a chair. Yes. I need to put you a chair. Fantastic. Yeah. I think you should sit down. Because taking over the stage is sitting down. When somebody walks at that age group, when they go to a farm, what do they think? They always think, a farmhouse, the village. It's a happy place where farmers do. But then the reality is completely different, right? What is happening in our backyard. And that's what she saw. And then she said, let me make a small change. And if you make a small change, that goes over to the neighborhood, to the community to the town, and then to the nation. And that's how she started a thing called Save the Farmer Mission. It was to create awareness and to raise funds for the farmer. And 2020 and 2021, during the pandemic, she felicitated, along with her team of people, 100 cotton Fairtrade farmers with essential kits. And at present, she's 13 years. So a period of 5 years, she joins the Fairtrade movement and supports farmers. She storms the TED platform and she gives an inspiring talk. She's featured in the European Union International Women's Day. And she also goes to the Guinness Book of World Records and Asia Book of Records, where she's a panelist with 4,000 panelists, where they speak on climate change and things like that. If I have to keep speaking, it goes for the miles and miles to go. But then she started as a sports captain. Let's also talk a little bit on her, what she's doing. She's a sports captain at the age of 5, and she has been going on to give you an outstanding young achiever in the school, and which she continues for 3 years with a hat trick. And she's also a news editor, news reporter for a news channel, The Change. I think she talks with The Change. And she started, not only that, look at that smile, she started her own comic series also. The Little Shazoo's Farm Tales. So look at that, 8 years, she thinks about the farm, she talks about the farmer, she goes and talks about climate change, and she links everything, which is an ideal example for us to talk about it today on this award ceremony of this Fairtrade. And here we have before you, Shazana Sharif. Thank you.
Short film?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can come. Shazana, you can go there.
Where are you from?
I'm from Chennai.
My goodness.
We are
I
many
told you, you take me back to
treasures. We
Chennai.
are showing you treasures, Bhattacharya.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். This is Kuppu. She is one of the poor and needy farmers of Pulipakam village. I am here to understand her problems and help her.
விதை விதைச்சிட்டோம், நாத்து நட்டுட்டோம், பச்சை பச்சைன்னு பயிர் வந்துருச்சு. இப்ப அடுத்தது என்னமா பண்ண போறோம்?
களை எடுக்க போறோம், மருந்து போடணும், அது மேல இந்தி எடுக்கணும், இந்தி எடுக்கணும்.
Friends, my first harvest with Kuppu is over and I'm so happy. For my next harvest, I'm getting ready soon.
என்னை கைவிட்டு விடாதே, காலமெல்லாம் கஞ்சிக்கு வழி இல்லாமல் போகும். See the depth of this statement. It says, don't give up on me. you will suffer for your daily meal. So friends, this is the second farmer I am adopting. நம்மளுக்கு டைனிங் டேபிள்ல சாப்பாடு வருதுங்க, ஆனா அந்த சாப்பாடுக்கு பின்னாடி எவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்பட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்ப மழை பெஞ்சுது, ஆனாலும் எல்லாருமே குடிஞ்சாப்புல பாஸ்ட் half an hour செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
Outstanding young achiever of my school, Advocacy Ashram, Chennai. I support a social cause, Save the Farmer. I have been working on empowering farmers from the age of 8. Basically, I love to extend a helping hand in any way I can. And there came an opportunity that changed my outlook towards a particular sector in our society. India is an agrarian country, and farmers are the backbone of our country. A couple of years ago, I saw pictures of farmers on the TV screen and newspapers. My inquisitive nature made me understand that the farmers of Tamil Nadu were in a strike in our capital, New Delhi. I wondered why. I wanted to know more about the current situation of farmers in India today. I decided to go on a field trip to a real-time farm called Pulipakam village in Tamil Nadu. I had envisioned the farm to be a happy place where farmers cultivate and reap their harvest, trade the produce, and live a healthy organic life. But reality was not so. I was shocked by the impoverished state of the farmers. The people who are responsible to bring food to our plate do not have money even to make a decent living. Isn't that hard to stomach? I felt really bad for them. I came to know that farmers were struggling for their livelihood due to the worst kind of violence in the world: poverty. Farmers' problems seemed to be a national catastrophe for me. I decided to empower farmers. Thus was born the mission, Save the Farmer. I started creating awareness on the importance of farmers. I came across a poor lady farmer from Pulipakam village, a widow of 3 children, owning an acre of land but struggling to do agriculture in her own land due to lack of funds. I felt really pity for her. I made it my mind to support her in her agriculture expenditures. I also started supporting many more farmers from the same village in their agriculture expenditures. In a span of 5 years, I have successfully managed to complete 12 harvests with them. But one day, I gave it a thought. How long can I keep helping the same number of farmers? Is this sustainable? The answer was no. How could I make a difference to the entire farmer community as an individual? This was beyond my control. This is when I came to know that by choosing responsible and mindful consumption, not only me, but every one of us can make a big difference to the farmer community. And now, we as consumers, how can we do this? This is when an incredible initiative came into my life. Fairtrade! Yay! Fairtrade, an arrangement which is made up of over 75 countries, 1.9 million farmers, many schools, businesses, colleges, consumers and youngsters like me. It is especially designed
to work with farmers and provides consumers with sustainable products, which make sure that the farmer gets the fair trade for the cultivated product. I came through this, I felt it was really very close to my heart, I felt really good about it, and I decided to join Fairtrade. I am very proud to share that I am a Fairtrade champion of Fairtrade India today. So coming to Fairtrade, when we buy products having the Fairtrade mark associated with Fairtrade, so when we buy that, we are supporting sustainable production practices and helping the farmers behind our food and fashion choices. So join me to join the Fairtrade movement. So together we can make a difference to the warriors behind our food and fashion choices. Together, let's save the farmers. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Relearn. What are
Please
things-
come here. Please come here and tell.
My goodness, my goodness. The fourth generation is here. I was talking about fourth generation. Not only the generation, the leadership is here. I'm so happy to see the child. I have my granddaughter. I was trying to talk to her. She doesn't digest so much. Whereas this child, who is 3 years younger to my granddaughter, is become my professor. And this is what I was talking to some of my friends yesterday evening. This is the age for us to relearn, unlearn and relearn according to the changing situation times. As somebody said, the younger entrepreneur, she said, you need to change according to the trends. Fantastic, my dear child. I'd like to learn from you, meet you, learn from you, share my experiences, or don't share my experiences, learn from your experiences. If I share, probably I'll spoil you. Because maybe at some stage you need to know what is the history, that is for information, but you carry on the mantle now. It is your turn. And we want not only one, I want you to see hundreds. And this become 1,000. Where is Fairtrade uncle? Abhishek, please get out. There are many uncles, but a few grandtatas are here to walk along with you. Thank you so much. It's fantastic to hear this guy. Thank you.
So you've got the video ready. So we'll just show the video.
Supporters.
May I give a good round of applause for the parents?
When I came across these farmers in the TV screen, I asked my mom first, what is this, Mama? Actually, I have told every single thing in my comic series, which Uncle had told first. So in that, I asked my mom, what is it all about? Then she took me to a farm. I said, I just wanted to know. But she was the one who took me to the farm, and everything went just like that.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And what is your plan for the next 5 years, Ambassador?
Well, I have joined the Fairtrade movement now, so I would like to make a difference to many farmers, not only one or two, but many farmers.
Farmers, weavers, and artisans.
Exactly.
Take that together.
So I want to become, my ambition is to become a lawyer who fights for the rights of farmers.
You have comrades now who walk along with you. You have got your friends.
Yeah, I have my like-minded friends, my classmates, my outside friends who have their own causes,
and they are also supporting me in my cause. Well, in my AV, you'll be seeing them supporting my cause. They'll be coming to the farm with me. They have done the agriculture with me and my farmer.
Wonderful.
Talk about your school. You want to get into your school in the Fairtrade. Yeah, so I also want Fairtrade to be associated with my school, and successfully it will be done in some time. And yes, I'm very proud to share that I am a proud CB. Chitna Vidyashram is called CB, so I am a proud CB. I have been about a decade. I have been in the school, and I'm a very proud CB.
Very good, very good.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். This is Kuppu. She is one of the poor and needy farmers of Pulipakam village. I am here to understand her problems and help her.
விதை விதைச்சிட்டோம், நாத்து நட்டுட்டோம், பச்சை பச்சைன்னு பயிர் வந்துருச்சு. இப்ப அடுத்தது என்னமா பண்ண போறோம்?
தலையாடி போறோம், மருந்து போடணும், அது மேல அந்த இந்தி எடுக்கணும், இந்தி எல்லாம் எடுக்கணும்.
Friends, my first harvest with Kuppu is over and I'm so happy. For my next harvest, I'm getting ready soon. என்னை கைவிட்டு விடாதே, காலமெல்லாம் கஞ்சிக்கு வழி இல்லாமல் போ. See the depth of this statement. It says, don't give up on me. You will suffer for your daily meal. So friends, this is the second farmer I am adopting. நம்மளுக்கு டைனிங் டேபிள்ல சாப்பாடு வருதுங்க, ஆனா அந்த சாப்பாடுக்கு பின்னாடி எவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்ப மழை பெஞ்சிட்டு ஆனாலும் எல்லாருமே குனிஞ்சாப்ல பாஸ்ட் half an hour செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. So இதுதான் நம்ம புது farmer. As I am growing, my family is also growing, my farmers are also growing. Well, there is an incredible initiative that's come our way. A movement that is made of farmers, businesses, schools, colleges, offices, consumers and youngsters like me. Fairtrade, an whole arrangement that works with farmers and businesses and provides consumers with sustainable products that ensure that our choices are made without exploitation. You can support the warriors behind your food and fashion choices. And I am a Fairtrade change maker, ready to take back the future. I pledge to be more mindful and conscious of the social and environmental impact of my choices. I support the Fairtrade movement. Join the Fairtrade movement with me. Together, we can make a difference to the entire farmer community. Let's save the farm. Jai Hind.
For coming here and showing us how inspiring us actually to see how youth and young generations are hugging and embracing sustainability and fair trade. I would like Abhishek Jani to say 2 words.
First of all, you're right, Shanaz. That was really, really moving. And it's just an incredible journey that you can see where a young person in the city, like most of us where we live, sitting around, not realizing that you may need a doctor occasionally, you may need an architect maybe once in your life, but you need a farmer 3 times a day, right? And with that learning to translate that into a deeper understanding of what is happening in the life. And that actually in many ways translates into, it feeds back into the kind of practices that are being adopted there. If you don't show care, and if you're not involved in understanding what is happening with the farmers behind your food, then in many ways they also stop caring, and that can lead to a cycle of disaster. But if you show care and you demonstrate that you do care about their livelihood, you do care about what is happening on the farm, they do also embrace the practices of following more sustainable and fairer practices. And that's what the Fairtrade movement is about. It's about the cycle of goodness, it's that cycle of sustainability, where we start understanding and recognizing the role that the farmers play for us. And Shazana has been embodying that and has been taking that, and the evolution to recognize how do we take this to affect from 1-10 a village to a wider farming community and to join the Fairtrade movement with that. It has been incredible. So Shazana, we are incredibly, incredibly proud, and thank you so much for joining. As Panchu sir has rightly said, you are carrying the baton forward, and we're really, really looking forward to your leadership in the Fairtrade movement in the times to come.
So we would like to appreciate Shazana, Abhishek and Panchuji. Could you please come on the stage?
Yes.
So this is a small token of appreciation from the Fairtrade Towns India for the amazing work and for being so inspiring to all the youth and the young Indians here today. We have also a little gift hamper that has come from all our producers. So here's a gift hamper, which is a Fairtrade gift hamper, where we have lovely pescati chocolate, paper boat cheeky, lovely fragrance from Maroma, Marvel soap and scrubs. We have Otutu, and thank you to Upasana for the lovely bags from Smallsters. Thank you very much.
So I would now like to call Abhishek sir again to honor our young Indian teams who made an incredible presentation. First, I would like to call Y. Christopher to the stage, please. I request Anjali also to join the stage. I also request the co-chair, Mr. Dilip, to join the dais. If any other YI team would like to join the dais, we would love you all on stage. Please, all of you come. Join you. So some of your Yuva members, anybody there, please do join.
for the Indian bubbles to join the team so that we will know who. So that the audience would know what a big movement it is. This is sharing of love and gratitude between Fairtrade and.
Right.
It's like an official MOU.
Thank you, Floyd.
So, before the conference started, we decided that we would like to have 3-4 events as a build-up to the conference. So we started our first event was an event where there were 2 teams from Pondicherry who played football in the Jipper ground, and the game they played was with a fair trade football. So we have invited the teams here, and the winning teams will get a participation certificate. The second event that we organized was a kayaking experience where we kayaked in the lagoon of Pondicherry in the estuary, and the idea was to collect the plastic and the waste and to then segregate and see how much plastic somebody can collect in 2-3 hours. And the result was just like, I can't say amazing, but the results were something to be concerned about. So we will be also felicitating them for having done this event with us. And the third event was called the Cycling the Fair Way. So in Pondicherry, within the 4 boulevard, we have about 8 to 9 stores who keep fair trade products. And the idea was that there would be a cycling group that would go from store to store. So we had given them a map, and they had to find the stores that keep the fair trade products. And the one who would come first was who would have taken the maximum selfies in front of the store. So to make it into a fun thing. So we will be felicitating even the people, the cyclists who had taken part in that event. So I request all the steering committee members from Pondicherry to please come on the stage, and also from the other towns, Nilgiris and the Ludhiana team, to please come on stage to give the certificate of participation. Abhishek, would you also please come on the stage? Yeah.
It's a lovely poem which I saw somewhere before. When I started my pre-KG, I'm considering pre-KG as the Fairtrade first conference. When I started my first conference, I was very, very small. I've grown much bigger now. Can't you see how tall? I've learned to write my names, numbers, and my ABCs. Oh, how I love going to be a part of Fairtrade. Take me back soon, won't you please? I just thought, let me talk about this. I'm sure people will know that, right? So let's step into the most important part of the program for today, which is the award ceremony, which we always felt was the most important, the most sacred of it. So as Anjali was talking, we had a good curtain raiser, and it started off, the first event was football. So here we have it as one of our steering committee member from the Puducherry, Dr. Kavi Priya, Puducherry and Auroville, Kavi Priya, to see about what was this play fair football.
So good evening once again. So the first event of the pre-conference event was a football event, which we played with a Fairtrade football. So we had two teams who had played. One was Playmakers and the other was Jitmar FC. So we have with us both the teams, and the winner of that match was Playmakers. So there are two important people who are like very important or pivotal to make this event happen. First, I would like to call him to stage Mr. Chinmay. He's our no, you should come. Without you, it was not possible. So I was in charge of the grounds, the Jitma grounds. He took care of the lighting, the markings. He just said, "You don't worry, you just have to come." So thank you so much, sir. So the next important person, and nothing is there, the match is not without a referee. And Mr. Mars was very kind enough from Playmakers to agree immediately on the day. And he was kind enough to be a referee for our match. And thank you, we are happy to have you here. So now we would like to call upon stage the runners of the event, Jitmar FC, onto stage please. Please come, the Jitmar team, please come onto the stage. You can also join.
The request can we also join them? Come guys, come.
Run. They are not running. Yeah.
Would you guys like to kneel down? Would you guys like to kneel down in the front? Kneel down in the front and keep your like this. Amazing. Great. Young pack of undergraduate doctors.
Yeah. Supporting the Fairtrade.
These guys are going to have their inter-college sports cull event in end of August and beginning of September. So we are going to get crash to one of the events and we're going to talk about Fairtrade to them also. So the other participants are going to be a part of it. I take the privilege of going there because I've been one of the alma mater, so I think I will also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now I would like to call upon stage the winners of the day, Playmakers FC. Welcome to the stage. Master, please join us.
What an energy they had. What an energy they had. Right from the beginning, it was a power pack game. Hold it like this.
That is so
Yeah, some of you guys will have to kneel down. Yeah, great guys.
Because they are.
The entire match will be shown in clips and will be uploaded in the YouTube, probably as a package. We'll be happy to share this actually. And after this, we had this kayaking for a trash-free planet. So we have two very important people who were really part of it and who made this possible. The impossible was made possible. The reason was we started at one particular area and it was full moon, right? No, it was it was a low tide. And you know what these guys did? They literally pushed the kayak from one end of the city to the other end, which should be about 2 to 3 kilometers, and then they took it off from the other place. So let's welcome Key for Cities representative Mr. Deepak, if he's around. Yeah, hi. And also my dear Venkat from Beach Escapes. We request both of you to come over to give, and we request the team to hand over a small gift hamper. All right, Jerlin, Mr. Jerlin.
Also Bala.
Okay, Bala. Jerlin and Bala, please come over. Great. We should also thank Uma's team had come from Auroville. They had joined us. More than 35 to 40 people had joined us.
Stand behind me a little bit so that we don't block somebody.
We played the football, we did the kayaking, and then we did the cycling. The cycling has to be done with the fairway, right? And for this, we had the Hope team, which gave us a great hope. So we had Victor from Hope, which had really coordinated, and I request Mr. Uday Kumar to come over to receive a small gift. Mr. Uday Kumar, sir. You know, right from getting police permission, right from procuring the cycles, making sure that the flat tires of the cycles were taken care of the last minute. And we'd like to thank a pack of volunteers who were there at all the 8 locations were there. So this goes with the prize, the second prize and the first prize. That means they had to go to all the 8 Fairtrade location stores inside the boulevard, inside the heritage town, and they have to take a selfie and they have to share it with us. So the second prize goes to Guru's Auroville. Ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I found him a hero. A lot of people kept on mobbing him on that day. And the first prize goes to Mr. Shaktiveer. Shaktiveer, sir? Okay, right. I request all the 20 cyclists to come over onto the stage to receive the certificate. Come, guys. They all come from this coastal village called Kalapet. From Kalapet, which is about 10 kilometers from the city center. And these are the kids who showed us what is cycling the fairway. I'm going to call Ajanta to come here. Over here, not on the stage. Come here. So, along with that, we also wanted to create awareness to the children. So, we had organized programs, which was all online. We had about 750 registrations on photography, on short film, painting, letter writing, and creative writing. open mic. So it was an amazing session with 140 kids, which Ajanta organized them in a very methodical way from all the schools, which she did it as 3 sessions. We just thought, let Ajanta go on stage and say a hi to people around. Because without her, it would not have been possible to do that.
Special gift for Ajanta.
I will be failing to mention the kind of support which we had from all the interns who have helped us out.
I'm accepting this on behalf of all the interns because, like Rajesh said, they were the backbones. They were doing everything which was required. We were just faces. So, thank you, interns. I love you all.
These are nice and good-looking faces. Okay, now let's bring the backbone, the spinal cord, without which the entire festival would not have happened. So let's get these guys on that. They are all. I request all the interns to come us on stage. Come. Come, Bridge. Akshay. Just give us a minute. We'll just get them in. All the 15 interns. I request all the 15 interns to come on stage, please. All the 15 interns.
Auxilium College, Lady Dog College, and Sankaracharya University, Pakistan.
They are all students of Masters of Social Work, and they were all in Puducherry. They read about Hope Victor, and they said, let's go and work with Victor. That's what they did. Yeah. I think all of you guys should stand and sit when you should not leave the stage. Guys, come over. Meera, come here. Stay back, stay back, stay back. I was talking to them, how did you guys landed up here? They said they came to Pondicherry, they went to one place, they were not happy. They did a Google search, they saw Victor's Hope did a good job, and they wanted to be a part of Victor, and then Victor said this is happening, which is going to be a very most important thing. So he asked all the interns to help at different levels. And we also have a Dr. Robert, who's a student of MPH, that is Masters in Public Health from Japan. But we always need a leader, and we always need a back-end support. The leader was for all of them was Shambhavi. Yay! And the back-end non-stop support given by Akshay. Yay! Akshay. Shambhavi, please stay back. Akshay. Poor thing, Akshay was always. Akshay keeps smiling always. Akshay keeps smiling. Akshay was always on the front of the firing line. Hey, take back everything for all of us. Okay, let's the most important people of this tech team. I've never seen an amazing tech team. We request the entire tech team to come over from 42 area. Because
Can we have Aritra, Vignesh, Mukunda, Rati, Shubhankar, Samar, Adit, Joyita, please join us. And also Dr. Rajesh.
The reason is we have been a part of various levels and competitions and functions right from undergraduate time till PG time, postgraduate time, and now at different levels. They've never seen a happy team. If some of you can kneel down here, it's great, fine. It's always nice to do that. Back to your day. Hey, Akshay, come to the front. And the most important is we need to honor. One second. I request the people to stay back because we need to honor two important people. I would like to call upon Kalaimamani sir and Rajendran sir to come on stage where we would like to give a small memento to them.
Yeah, I got.
The spokes of the wheel of the entire conference. Anjali, 1 second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 30 seconds. The spokes of the wheel of this conference was running due to the back-end support which was given by the office of Anjali. So, I'm sure if Bharta and others. No, okay, can we have Mr. Srini? I said spokes of the wheel because the man on the wheel actually. He has been man on the wheel since 15 days. He speaks little Hindi, Tamil, English, and he has learned Malayalam also. And people all affectionately call him Srini Cheta. Thanks, Srini Cheta, for this.
In the beginning, no, we're taken.
The Residency Towers Puducherry has implemented sustainable practices on multiple levels of service. The hotel design is energy efficient and emit less heat to the atmosphere with 100% LED lights. Pavilion, our multi-cuisine restaurant, is equipped with refillable glass bottles and the entire premises uses glass and cans with no plastics anywhere. Hot water provisions to the guest rooms are with the energy produced by the solar panels. Our associates are highly earth conscious and we practice segregate the waste at source as recyclable dry waste, biodegradable, non-degradable and non-recyclable wastages. Our lobby, restaurant and meeting venues are with abundant sunlight that enhances the aesthetic look and minimizes energy consumption as lesser lights are on. In sync with digitalization, we do our check-in checkouts through iPad or digital gadgets which leads way to paperless operation. Being responsible to the tourist destination, our takeaway materials used for food packing are eco-friendly and biodegradable. Water our garden using the treated water from the sewage treatment plant. Organic waste converter that converts organic waste such as food waste from the restaurants, vegetable, meat, leaves, fruit waste from the kitchen, etc. into valuable compost that can be used for organic farming. Lights automation. Lights in the hotel premises are automated in accordance with the sunlight. Light seen inside the premises gets brighter or dim, which saves energy.
drainage stones, Maroma, Upule, commercial farms, IND, and Fairtrade India, FTA Fund. And we would like to thank all the sponsors for the gift hamper, Intro, Upcycling, Ecuadorian, Maroma, Nepal, West Express, Upasana, the Bombay Burma Trade Corporation Limited, North Forest, Healthcare Special School, and Communications Partner 42 and Rajpur. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here and supporting us to make our national conference a success. So with this, we call it a good evening. Thank you so much. Please stand up. We'll be just playing the national anthem.
பாடலாமா?